1281. The Folding Array of the Immortal. After a period of tempering in the Ash small world, Sun Luyao, who narrowly escaped death under the Gui character formula, had indeed improved a lot compared to before. A faint light quietly bloomed, penetrating the surface of the Xuanwang world's land and reaching its core. After a search, traces of what seemed to be the Guardian Great Array were indeed discovered. However, compared to the Ash small world, the array patterns of the Xuanwang world were more ancient and profound. While Li Fan urged the immeasurable mirror to continue exploring, he incorporated the identified array data into the array model previously deduced by the Doomsday Disintegration Disk. Most of them match, but at certain key nodes. Li Fan's eyes flashed, and grasping the immeasurable mirror, he transformed into a stream of light, traversing the 9 lands, arriving at the deepest part of the Xuanwang earth veins. The surroundings were filled with chaos, and under unimaginable pressure, matter had ceased to exist. Only dark red air flowed, bringing with it mysterious, whispering sounds. In this extreme environment, Li Fan's clone had to hide in the immeasurable mirror, relying on the immortal artifact's body to survive. And the immeasurable mirror was not at ease either. It actively released a faint light to protect its body, while Sun Luyao vigilantly surveyed the surroundings. "Senior, the array ruins I just scanned above were clearly here. But when I got closer, I couldn't see them. Moreover, I also sensed the aura of the immortal inscriptions here. A lot. Much stronger than before," Sun Luyao emphasized. "After contacting the immortal inscriptions, have you had any memory recovery?" Li Fan asked while observing the surroundings. After the immeasurable mirror shattered, the information related to the immortal realm within it also disappeared. Even though Li Fan helped it complete a rough reconstruction, the missing records did not return. But after returning to the immortal realm, perhaps there were some variables, hence the question. Seemingly a casual question, Li Fan was actually staring intently at Sun Luyao, watching his changes. No, Sun Luyao's emotions did not fluctuate abnormally, and he honestly explained, "After being annihilated by the power of the immortal inscriptions, my consciousness was in a blank state. And those missing parts, I can't sense their existence at all." However, Sun Luyao's words suddenly stopped, as if he had fallen into some kind of thought and doubt. I don't know how to express it to Senior. In short, it's a very magical experience. Although it's true that they don't exist anymore, it's as if they instantly flew to another extremely distant world. The feeling is too mystical, I really don't know if it's my real perception, or an illusion between life and death, Sun Luyao said slowly, his tone quite dreamy and blurred. Li Fan's thoughts paused slightly after hearing his words. If the immortal realm still exists, this Gui character formula would be equivalent to forcibly opening a passage to the immortal realm. Although it's only open to specific targets. But now that the immortal realm is destroyed, the passage still exists, but the destination is gone. But according to the immeasurable mirror, this eyewitness, it is also possible that the true immortal ruins have not disappeared. After a brief stay, they were forcibly expelled. That is, the so-called old laws are difficult to tolerate. A sudden impulse surged in Li Fan's heart. Use the remaining essence of origin power to see if he could disguise himself as an immortal artifact, use the power of the Gui character formula, and explore the true immortal ruins. Once the thought arose, it was like a raging flood, difficult to suppress. It was actually the Xuanwang immortal heart mantra that spontaneously operated to suppress the desire. Li Fan instantly understood in his heart. This is the longing of mortals for immortals, the pursuit of sublimation by lower life levels. Engraved in the depths of the soul, innate and indelible. For me, it's not too risky to try with a clone, and the main body is fully prepared to return at any time. Well, it just so happens that it will take a long time for the final act to arrive in this world of watching the tigers fight from the mountain. I can plan it carefully. While Li Fan's clone pondered, he also found a way to crack the hidden method of the Xuanwang world's original Guardian Great Array. To his surprise, it was exactly the same as the method used to hide and seal the Book of Crossing Tribulations when he imparted the Dharma. That is, the superposition of space in multiple directions. In layman's terms, a line is hidden in different spatial dimensions. From a certain angle, naturally nothing can be found. Only by constantly changing the perspective, and rotating all the distributed individuals together, will the hidden array finally appear. Under Li Fan's guidance, traces of array patterns gradually reflected on the immeasurable mirror's simple and unadorned surface. They were even clearer than what was seen above the ground. It was like the mark left by a terrifying beast ruthlessly crushing, even space itself was branded with a sense of vicissitudes. The immeasurable mirror didn't feel anything, but Li Fan's clone aged almost visibly to the naked eye. And this was only because of the proximity brought about by the act of seeing. This was the first time Li Fan had seen a real, rather than theoretical, immortal level array. Even though it was just a few strokes of lines, it allowed Li Fan, an array master who claimed to be at the pinnacle of the mortal realm's arrays, to gain a lot. So that's how it is. The inexplicable turning point of this array node is unexpected, but it seems like it should be so. My previous understanding was too superficial. Wonderful, wonderful, Li Fan exclaimed repeatedly, immersed in the traces and relics of the true immortal level array. He seemed to disregard the crisis of his own aging and disappearance. And Sun Luyao of the immeasurable mirror, perhaps because he was too shocked to react, just stared blankly, allowing Li Fan's clone to weaken rapidly. Without any reminder. Just as Li Fan's clone was about to completely dissipate due to old age, a strange vitality suddenly emerged from its core. The aura of death completely disappeared, and dead trees revived in spring. Even the aura of the Xuanwang world's guardian great array could not shake the faint remnant soul that had been like a candle in the wind before. This kind of change stunned the spirit of the immeasurable mirror, Sun Luyao's senior. Li Fan was already able to move and speak in the aura of the great array. He glanced at Sun Luyao and smiled slightly. What, want to learn? This is called the profound art of life and death. Reversing life and death, without birth and without death. Sun Luyao trembled and dared not speak. After holding back for a long time, he slowly said, Senior's divine power is truly beyond the imagination of this junior. Li Fan was too lazy to settle accounts with him for the time being, concentrated all his attention, and began to study the Xuanwang original guardian great array. From the current corner of the array being spied on, the scale of the original guardian great array was unexpectedly large. If these details that have been discovered are proportionally enlarged in the model deduced by the Doomsday disintegration disk, then theoretically speaking, the range of the original guardian great array is actually dozens of times larger than the original Xuanwang world. Completely illogical. Where is the problem? Li Fan was slightly stunned, and after a brief thought, he continued to urge the immeasurable mirror to reflect the remaining array relics. As the array data of the actual original guardian great array gradually became complete, and some key array nodes appeared, Li Fan modified the deduced array model. He knew the reason why the theory and reality did not match. In the previous deduction, the guardian great array was merely a large array covering the Xuanwang world. But in reality, this original array, in the same location, folded several times in slightly different forms. Layer upon layer folded inward, compressed and changed, and then formed the true Xuanwang guardian great array. Simply stacking can increase the potential of the array by several times. And if the folded array is unfolded, it can instantly explode the power of the array's upper limit in a normal state. More importantly, if the Xuanwang world itself expands its territory, the guardian great array can also perfectly expand the array to the new territory through this continuous unfolding. Even if contact with the immortal realm is cut off for a time, as long as one grasps the control of the original guardian great array, one can also maintain the perfect state of the array through this method. The power of the Doomsday disintegration disk in the main body was released to the limit, helping the clone in the depths of Xuanwang to comprehend the original guardian great array. In addition, the faint light of the immeasurable mirror had a certain degree of analysis function. This allowed Li Fan to gradually and smoothly transform the array relics into his own knowledge. During the research process, Li Fan discovered that the original array used the technique of array folding very frequently. Any seemingly simple array structure may hide thousands or even tens of thousands of extremely complex array units. In order to ensure that the failure to analyze the array would not be caused by omissions, Li Fan had to slow down the speed of cracking. Not letting go of any details, all of them were thoroughly reflected with the immeasurable mirror. This made Sun Luyao suffer. Even though he was already used to being squeezed to exhaustion, such high-intensity work still made him miserable. It was just that Sun Luyao had a guilty conscience because he had done something wrong just now. At this moment, he could only grit his teeth and endure it. And Li Fan would not really let the immeasurable mirror disintegrate before analyzing the original guardian great array. He would still accurately save Sun Luyao with the essence of origin power before he collapsed. Time passed slowly, and most of the array analysis had been completed, arriving outside the central core area. But at this moment, Li Fan took the initiative to stop the exploration. The remaining essence of origin power was enough to support the immeasurable mirror to complete the final work. But next to this central core area, Li Fan faintly felt a sense of crisis. After careful perception, Li Fan determined that the premonition of this crisis did not come from the original Great Array itself, but from other aspects. Here, there is a restriction. Li Fan narrowed his eyes. Sun Luyao, he skillfully ordered. Sun Luyao responded, and invigorated his extremely exhausted spirit, and carefully checked the surrounding area again. Senior, apart from the array relics, no abnormalities were found. After completing the exploration, Sun Luyao couldn't wait to report. Li Fan pondered for a while, and said, check again. This time, Li Fan personally guided the faint light of the immeasurable mirror, and used the method of exploring, folding, to investigate the space outside the original array's central core again. Sure enough, a circle of alarm restrictions was discovered, which had been folded several times, completely hiding its traces in the conventional state. The aura of the alarm restriction was equally ancient. But compared to the relics of the original array, it had a somewhat weak appearance. It had already been cracked and the core power had disappeared, leaving only an empty shell. But it was this empty shell that still brought Li Fan a fatal premonition of crisis. It should be from the upper realm, just like the source of the Xuanwang original array. After careful investigation without acting rashly, Li Fan came to this conclusion. If the restriction is complete, even if I have the accumulation of more than 10 generations of Xuanwang world, I am afraid that I will not be able to do anything about it. Fortunately, such a terrifying immortal restriction has been broken by predecessors. Li Fan discovered the loophole in the restriction. For the sake of caution, he separated a wisp of divine soul to test it. After confirming that it was not a trap, he took the immeasurable mirror and entered the central core area from the restriction loophole. After a brief darkness, when the light lit up again, what appeared in front of Li Fan was no longer empty nothingness, but a strange device, consisting of countless concentric circles of different sizes. Having the same core, only the rings were distributed in different directions. Using countless to describe it was not an exaggeration. But the rings that made up this strange device could not really be counted with divine sense or eyes. Clearly it had lost its power source and was still, but it still seemed to be constantly changing its number. Concentrating on this device, the world in front of him seemed to be separating into other branches. Not an illusion, my existence is being weakened. In Li Fan's clone's heart, alarm bells rang loudly. Not only this clone, but also the main body hiding in the Yanfahue space of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, felt a terrifying crisis pressure-like substance. Li Fan's clone wisely gave up the exploration of the strange ring device in an instant. The split and the sense of crisis disappeared instantly. Li Fan tried to recall the appearance of the ring device in his sea of AA consciousness. It was found that although it could be restored, the number of device rings was fixed. And it was not consistent with the real thing seen before. There were extremely obvious but could not be pointed out differences. What made Li Fan even more horrified was that each time he recalled, the number of rings in the device was different. But intuition told him that every recall was correct. This strange scene made Li Fan think of the quantum superposition state he had heard before crossing over. This ring device seems to be a legacy of the immortal realm. Li Fan changed his method, focusing not on the ring device itself, but on what was missing from the device. Obviously, those rings were missing something. Not Li Fan's conjecture, but the existence-like murals in the surrounding space had described what the original device should look like. Endless ring device patterns constituted the whole mural. Similarly, the number of rings in these devices in the painting was also different. But all the devices had one thing in common. That is, in the center of the ring, there was a bead floating. A crimson bead that seemed to be engraved with 9 star-like patterns. 1282. Shake the uniqueness. In the rather dim mural, the 9 crimson beads were particularly striking, like eyes staring at Li Fan with an unsettling uniformity. As this thought formed in Li Fan's mind, he genuinely felt the myriad crimson beads on the mural come to life, exuding a peculiar aura. It was neither righteous nor evil, both ancient and nascent. Most shockingly, merely through the illusion left by the mural, his divine soul avatar felt a portion of itself being drawn in and assimilated. Despite trying various methods, Li Fan found himself unable to stop it. Only the essence of source energy could shield him from the influence of the 9 crimson beads. What exactly are these 9 crimson beads? If the image is this potent, the real beads would likely overwhelm even the protection of source energy. Li Fan speculated on the potential consequences of being absorbed by the crimson beads. It wouldn't inflict any real damage on a living being, but it would leave a special mark on the soul and life essence of each being absorbed. And that's just the effect of the 9 crimson beads. The ring is present, but the crimson beads are nowhere to be seen. Li Fan squinted, examining the bizarre device. Uncertainty, infinite possibilities. Marked by the 9 crimson beads. This device was, after all, part of the Xuanwang World Protection Array. Its mysteries wouldn't deviate too far from the array's primary purpose. Li Fan simplified the ring device, viewing it as part of an unknown array unit. He then integrated it into the World Protection Array model, corrected with data from the terminal disintegration disk. After tens of thousands of data iterations, Li Fan deduced the most likely function of the 9-star device. Creating the myriad forms of life. A strange glint appeared in Li Fan's eyes. According to his calculations, this central part of the Xuanwang Primordial World Protection Array used the 9-star beads to imprint all newly born beings in the Xuanwang world with a special mark. The uncertain ring then adjusted the mark within the life essence of these beings to a certain extent, thus creating differences in temperament, talent, and so on. What a profound array! Even after witnessing the Zhan Yuan Beginning Spirit Array, a celestial array capable of re-establishing earth, fire, water, and wind to recreate the world, Li Fan couldn't help but sincerely praise the principles behind the array before him. After all, this was the first time he had truly seen a powerful array capable of manipulating the form of a life. Even if it's achieved through the uncertain ring and the 9 crimson beads, it's still remarkable. From another perspective, perhaps the array's prototype in the immortal realm was even more powerful. But without the support of immortal spiritual energy, certain key array nodes lost their function and had to be replaced with these strange objects. But now, Li Fan's gaze refocused on the empty area where the 9 crimson beads should have been. The 9 crimson beads are the key. Based on my previous findings, the crimson beads were likely recalled by the Eterna incantation. But if this happened after the immortal realm calamity, and because there was nowhere to return, the crimson beads should have returned to the Xuanwang world. It was during this process that they were forcibly taken away. Such elaborate preparations suggest that the mastermind behind this isn't capable of directly using the return incantation but, like me, is borrowing power. The return incantation is different from the true immortal runes like chaos and hunger. Not only is its power expressed differently, but it also cannot be imitated to produce a degraded version. As if some invisible force was hindering it, Li Fan's current cultivation was simply not qualified to write, or even copy, it. The immortal rules are strict. Even after the immortal realm has been destroyed for so many years, the rules remain. After understanding the reasoning, Li Fan was even more curious about the current whereabouts of the crimson beads. The 9 crimson beads likely existed since the birth of the Xuanwang world. All beings native to the Xuanwang world have been forcibly imprinted by them. In other words, it's very likely that all the unique life characteristic data of Xuanwang world beings are stored in the 9 crimson beads. This deduction may sound unbelievable at first, but combined with the current exploration of the Xuanwang Primordial World Protection Array, it is the most consistent with the facts. This is the true method of immortals, incredible and worthy of the power of creation gods. With the characteristics and information of living beings recorded, it also means that if the energy and technology are available, recreating any historical figure who has appeared in Xuanwang history is not a problem. Admittedly, this method would only create beings like clones. And a person's ultimate achievement is closely related to their own experiences. But, Li Fan's mood suddenly became heavy. After discovering that beings like him were merely creations that could be easily created, modified, and replicated by true immortals, even with the return to truth a treasure, he couldn't help but feel a strange sense of unease. I treat the Xuanwang beings as playthings. True immortals must see me the same way. Li Fan laughed self-deprecatingly. Of course, this was just a sigh from Li Fan under great shock. It wasn't what he truly felt. Calming his thoughts, he returned to the previous topic. The Xuanwang world has a creation stone tablet that records everything in the world. After creating completely identical individuals, the individual's experiences can be completely reproduced according to the records on the stone tablet. The original individual is the same, the life experience is the same. The A-life created in the end will be exactly the same. The final answer of the deduction caused Li Fan to fall into silence. The discovery of the Crossing Calamity sect undoubtedly showed that the Xuanwang world had been under strict surveillance since the moment it was created in ancient times. And now, it's not just surveillance. The entire Xuanwang world is more like a huge testing ground. The content of the experiment is chilling. If the guess is correct, then the immortal realm is doing this to cultivate a unique cultivator. And after achieving the goal, they can mass-produce countless target existences based on the strictly monitored and recorded data. Faces of cultivators who left their names in the history of the Xuanwang world flashed before Li Fan's eyes. Zhan Yuan Hong, Su Bai, Shu Ke, as well as He Zheng Hao, Xiao Fan, Zhang Hao Bo. All of these Apipala can be recreated. Without unique characteristics, can Apipala still be called Apipala? Even though Li Fan has returned to truth, and can constantly return to the established anchor point, in Li Fan's heart, these people he has come into contact with all have their own unique symbols. He Zheng Hao is He Zheng Hao. Zhan Tian Wang is Zhan Tian Wang, Mr. Bai is Mr. Bai. Even if they are NPCs with names and different every time. But now, the world that Li Fan knew suddenly changed. Each NPC may have countless copies behind them. He doesn't need to press the return to truth button, these existences can complete the exchange themselves. Even if destroyed 10,000 times, as long as the original data is not lost, they will be recreated. Originally thought it was a single-player world where only he existed as a player. Now it has become an online game played by countless players. This made Li Fan feel an uncontrollable disgust. The more he thought about it, the more he felt dizzy. Everything in the world was transforming into twisted, swirling lines, colorful. Mixed with the whispers of unknown evil gods, gradually eroding Li Fan's mind. Even with the blessing of the Xuanwang Immortal Heart mantra, he couldn't maintain a stable Dao heart. Li Fan's soul avatar shook violently, like roots dispersing in water, slowly disintegrating. His body became illusory, but Li Fan just bent over and vomited like a helpless mortal. This sudden change stunned Sun Luyao. He didn't know why this mysterious and powerful senior would suddenly become like this after thinking. Li Fan vomited more and more violently. What he vomited wasn't physical filth, but his own essence, energy, and spirit. Senior. This scene made Sun Luyao feel fear from the depths of his heart. As if something extremely terrible was about to happen. Li Fan's voice gradually subsided. Cough cough. It turned into a soft cough. Then it turned into a slightly mad, low laughter. Along with the hideous laughter, there was also Li Fan's murmur. Senior, what are you saying? Sun Luyao felt hairy in his heart and couldn't help but ask. He, ha ha hey hey, ha ha hey hey hey, so I say, it's good that you died. It's best that you all died and I'm the only one who didn't. Like a whisper from the depths of the 9 netherworlds, Li Fan locked onto Sun Luyao with his divine sense as he murmured. Even though these words were somewhat incomprehensible to Sun Luyao, it still made him feel a deep, bone-chilling cold. Just as he wanted to say something, Sun Luyao was horrified to realize that the core source of the array in his body was suddenly rioting. As if in the next moment, he would be destroyed in a self-destructive riot. After the initial panic and confusion, Sun Luyao finally reacted. He looked at Li Fan in disbelief. Senior, why? Li Fan's eyes were completely different from what he had seen before. That was true indifference. In his eyes, he was as if he didn't exist at all. Inside the immeasurable mirror, the body that had just been broken and reorganized was disintegrating inch by inch. As the immeasurable mirror spirit, Sun Luyao was helpless. Realizing that he was about to die, Sun Luyao, who had experienced the taste of death again after many years, completely lost his composure. He exhausted all methods to save his life. Senior, spare me, I am your most loyal slave, I will do whatever you want me to do. Senior, I was wrong. I shouldn't have had any disloyalty, I deserve to die. Senior, spare me, I'm still useful. The Xuanwang World Protection Array ruins haven't been fully explored yet, I still have value. Sun Luyao conveyed his last thoughts faster and faster, finally crying and wailing repeatedly. Senior, let me live a little longer. Let me, poof. Like a cockroach easily crushed to death, Sun Luyao's life came to an abrupt end. The ancient mirror surface, which had been glowing with spirituality, suddenly became dim. Falling powerlessly. It's so noisy even when death is imminent, then it's better not to appear forever in the future. Li Fan's pupils were pitch black, and after turning slightly, he murmured somewhat madly. A simple sentence sentenced Sun Luyao to death. Not in this life. But in the future, life after life. As long as he is there, Sun Luyao will never appear again in the main storyline. Without Sun Luyao, there are also Sun Lufei, Sun Luchong. It's just a change of code name. For Li Fan, there is no difference at all. Sun Luyao, who died with his eyes wide open and appeared for the last time, probably never thought that he was fine before. He was helping his senior complete the exploration and analysis of the ancient primordial Xuanwang World Protection Array. And the next moment, his existence would be erased forever. And the root cause of all this was just because he saw the ugliness of Li Fan's temporary psychological collapse. Perhaps, it is not appropriate to describe it as a psychological collapse. Since obtaining return to truth and personally tasting the supreme power brought by restarting everything, there is almost nothing that can truly cause psychological harm to Li Fan. Even the so-called true immortals, or even nameless true immortals, are the same. That's right, the power of true immortals can indeed pose a life threat to him. But that's just by influencing his methods to prevent return to truth from happening, instead of affecting return to truth itself. Originally, Li Fan believed that as long as the supreme power of a return to truth one-click restart was not shaken, his psychological defense line would always be as solid as gold and would not be truly affected. Everything can't resist saying, just return to truth. But just today, Li Fan met something that could truly hurt him. Because his uniqueness was challenged. Although this uniqueness didn't actually exist for him before. It was given by return to truth. But it still made him completely unbearable. After struggling and persisting for a while, he finally broke through the defense. But Li Fan is worthy of being Li Taishi, who has experienced the reincarnation of the world and hundreds of thousands of calamities. He didn't collapse for long and quickly completed his self-regulation. That's right, those true immortals can indeed do the same to mortals as Li Fan does to mortals. But they are all dead. Dead. In this world, in the end, there is only one player left. After realizing this, Li Fan slowly returned to normal. As for the unlucky Sun Luyao, and the primordial Xuanwang World Protection Array that was only partially explored, come again in the next life. For Li Fan, it was a matter of complete indifference. 1283. The false is also true. After casually eliminating Sun Luyao, Li Fan's avatar remained standing silently in this mysterious space, his face stern and deep in thought. Still real, still real, still real, he muttered repeatedly in his heart. The surrounding scenery began to blur and dim. In an instant, it brightened up again. When the real is treated as fake, the fake becomes real. 7 large characters, radiating a calm, seemingly eternally existing light, appeared before Li Fan. It was a phrase that appeared every time he activated a still real. After hundreds of reincarnations, he was already very familiar with it. But at this moment, in the eyes of Li Fan, who had discovered the deeply hidden secrets of the Xuanwang World's primordial guardian array, these 7 characters took on a completely different meaning. Fake becomes real, fake becomes real. After a long time, Li Fan let out another eerie, low laugh. Undeniably, the tip of the iceberg displayed by the primordial guardian array revealed a certain possibility to Li Fan. A possibility that made one's heart grow cold and hard to accept. Real, real, fake, fake. Who is real, and who is fake? Yes, none of this matters at all. As long as I always control the only button, I am real. I am the only one. The madness in Li Fan's eyes gradually faded, and his eyes slowly regained their agility from the pitch black. He seemed to have transformed back into the Li Grand Tutor who once held power over the imperial court. When the cornerstone of the world's authenticity is shaken, teetering on the brink of collapse. When the boundary between reality and illusion cannot be distinguished or verified. The only thing to do is to hold tightly to that constant anchor. Still real might essentially transcend the immortal realm's arrangement for the lower realms, but it might also just be a link in the device left by the immortal realm. For the current Li Fan, this was something that could not be verified. Even though he had once tried to guide variables beyond the dark star sea to determine the specific range of influence of still real. But now that he thought about it, the extra variables outside the high wall might not have been deliberately shown to the reorganized world after still real. The truth was hard to discern. But, regardless of whether he had fallen into such a situation, what Li Fan was extremely grateful for was that the restart button, the eternal constant amidst infinite variables, had always been in Li Fan's control. So, to unlock the answer to the puzzle, all he needed to do was no different from what Li Fan had been painstakingly pursuing: longevity and freedom. Restart again and again, using the infinite variables born from the Xuanwang world, the dark star sea, and even beyond the star sea to nourish himself. To achieve transcendence. If he found someone who could compete with him for the button, he would simply kill them. When he found the ultimate of everything, the answer would naturally appear. Now, for Li Fan, in addition to the Dharma transmitter and heavenly physician, there was one more existence blocking his path forward. An unknown existence that was even more threatening, difficult to ignore, and urgently needed to be resolved. That was the mysterious person who had snatched the 9 stars red pearl, one of the key nodes of the Xuanwang primordial guardian array. The 9 stars red pearl should contain all the characteristic information of the Xuanwang creatures before the destruction of the guardian array. As long as the red pearl is in hand, it should not be difficult to deduce the same conclusions as me. Given the huge difference in strength, before finding a way to deal with it, the wise thing to do is to hide first. Or perhaps, when he is sure that the immortal realm is truly destroyed, with the artifact in hand, he will inevitably have unprecedented ambitions and secretly make other arrangements. Li Fan's gaze swept across the empty array hub here. Perhaps I can glean some clues from the other array hubs of the primordial array. However, now that the immeasurable mirror spirit had been destroyed, wanting to continue exploring was beyond his capabilities. He could only wait for the next life. Li Fan's avatar shook his head slightly, his figure turned into a black line, and left from the underground. Sun family secret chamber. An unspeakable sadness suddenly surged in his heart, and tears flowed out unconsciously. Ignoring everything, Sun Luan swiftly returned from the outside world and broke into the basement. He breathed a sigh of relief as he looked at the familiar immeasurable mirror floating quietly in front of him. Little brother. Sun Luan called out softly. Sun Luyao's figure immediately emerged from the immeasurable mirror. Brother, are you looking for me? What's wrong? Sun Luyao asked curiously. Sun Luan's spirit suddenly went into a trance. For some reason, although the image in front of him was exactly the same as in his memory, he always had an extremely unfamiliar feeling. Sun Luan was stunned for a long time. After a long while, he said blankly, it's nothing. Maybe I've been too tired recently, and I'm a little paranoid. Sun Luyao's eyes showed concern. Brother, you have to pay attention to your health. The future of the Sun family still depends on you. Sun Luan smiled. After giving some careful instructions, he left the underground secret room. What Sun Luan didn't know was that Sun Luyao didn't do what he had always done before, watching his elder brother's back disappear, seeing him off. Instead, the expression on his face disappeared instantly, and then he plunged into the immeasurable mirror without any nostalgia. At the moment of the real Sun Luyao's death, the trace of divine thought he left behind also lost its source. It was integrated into the counterfeit immeasurable mirror, becoming an existence that could only respond mechanically. Even though the degree of mechanization was slightly more realistic, it was not a true life after all. Not the real Sun Luyao. Soon after, Li Fan's avatar returned with the empty shell of the immeasurable mirror. Without a spirit, I'll create one myself. Li Fan summoned the trace of remnant thought left by Sun Luyao, carefully observed it, and then made a cold decision in his heart. This trace of divine thought contained Sun Luan's complete memories from his lifetime. His personality, his way of thinking. In theory, it was entirely possible to revive him. Although I don't have treasures like the undetermined copper ring and the 9 stars red pearl on hand. But there's no need to consider the body. It's just a real reproduction of a divine thought, so the actual operation is much easier. Recalling the many details of the formation, under the constant deduction of the final dissolution disk, a simplified version of a part of the primordial guardian array slowly appeared. Mimicry, 100 forms of sentient beings. This name is not bad. Li Fan named this formation according to the naming methods of the 3 immortal level formations he had mastered. Then he tried to start creating and reviving Sun Luyao. For safety's sake, Li Fan first divided Sun Luyao's remnant thought into multiple copies for preservation. Then he put one of them into the simplified mimicry formation. An extremely mysterious aura gradually emerged from the formation. As the formation slowly operated, Sun Luyao's figure reappeared in a radiant white light. There was more agility in his eyes, and his communication with Li Fan was very smooth. In the space of a few breaths, the two sides communicated tens of millions of times with their divine senses, without revealing any flaws that shouldn't have been there. But Li Fan still shook his head slightly and destroyed it with dissatisfaction. Too real. It's so real that it's a little fake. I was on the road for 15 hours today and couldn't hold on any longer. That's all I have. 1284. Imitate the derivative law. One by one, Sun Luyao was created, and then destroyed. In this process, Li Fan gradually developed his own unique understanding of creation. Senora A. Until the Sun Luyao divine sense that had been copied and retained was about to be completely exhausted, a timid, yet greedy voice rang out again in the underground secret chamber of the Sun family. Almost completely consistent with Sun Luyao's own words and actions. Even Li Fan, the creator, could hardly distinguish the difference. But this was only the appearance. Li Fan was very clear. The newborn Sun Luyao acted completely according to the response mode set by Li Fan, and there was no active thinking process. The gap with real life was too far. Moreover, this created thought body was not recognized by the immortal artifact, boundless mirror. That is to say, in the boundless mirror's perception, they were completely two different existences. Assimilating the myriad forms of sentient beings only creates different personalities for the beings. But if you really want to create life from scratch, you need other means. After confirming this, Li Fan shook his head regretfully. However, this does not mean that Li Fan gained nothing. In Li Fan's main consciousness C, within the terminus disintegration disk, a consciousness, or rather a virtual personality created by the simulated array, was slowly taking shape. Li Fan's setting for it was very simple. Its primary task was to increase the efficiency of array derivation and analysis. Tireless and unceasing. Before this, although Li Fan had mastered the terminus disintegration disk, to maximize its effectiveness, it not only required the amplification of the transformation stone, but also Li Fan himself had to devote a large part of his energy to preside over it personally. If there was a mechanized, simulated personality, it would definitely free up some of Li Fan's energy. Actually, this is almost equivalent to the legendary immortal artifact spirit imbuement. It's just that it uses ingenious means to achieve a slightly weaker performance. Looking at it from a longer-term perspective, it's not just the disintegration disk. Even any strange object or magic weapon can be operated in this way. It can greatly increase the power of the artifact without much cost. It's hard to say about the power. It will definitely be more handy. And it can also be customized and adjusted according to your own needs. In a sense, this is an alternative array refinement technique. While Li Fan was pondering, the simulated personality of the terminus disintegration disk officially manifested and took shape. Its appearance was that of the cultivator Li Fan found most convenient to use in his 100 lifetimes, Gao Yuan. Li Fan had once been the acting island master of Myriad Immortals Island, and Gao Yuan's ability to observe words and expressions, as well as his dedication to his duties, had left a good impression on Li Fan. He looked pleasing to the eye, so he set the simulated personality according to his appearance. As for what the real Gao Yuan was doing now, Li Fan didn't care. Master, what can I do for you? Gao Yuan said very respectfully. Organize the existing data of immortal level grade arrays, deduce the connections between them, and the common array basic units. Based on this, uniformly improve and deduce the arrays of the Xuanwang realm. All results must be recorded and preserved. At the same time, try to find possible ways to advance yourself. Li Fan issued a series of orders. The terminus disintegration disk was completely still for a moment. Then it started running rapidly again. Compared to before, it seemed more organized. Li Fan could see the feedback of the simulated personality, embodied in the data. For example, the proportion of terminus disintegration disk computing power occupied by each task, and the estimated time remaining to complete it. And when the task had results, the simulated personality would automatically organize the results and wait for Li Fan's review. Much easier to use than before. The pressure in his mind was relieved, but the efficiency of the disintegration disk's derivation did not decrease but increased. This is the crushing of methodology from the immortal realm. Before, I was like holding a firearm and only knowing how to swing it. And this is the result of actually exploring the immortal realm's arrays and gaining some insights. Thinking of this, Li Fan's thoughts paused slightly and looked at the derivation jade lying listlessly on the long table. Speaking of which, this little thing's situation is similar to mine before. But this place is heavily guarded, and I can't find a way to contact her alone. Li Fan glanced imperceptibly at Zhongshu and Hua Yui, the two Dao Integration Realm Guardians, and pondered a plan in his mind. As soon as he felt sleepy, someone came to offer him a pillow. In a few days, Li Fan waited for an excellent opportunity. Please the derivation jade to derive techniques. Isn't this a benefit we only get once after guarding for 100 years? How can it be arranged now? Li Fan looked at the Protector Hall elder, Zhao Shuan, in front of him and asked with incomprehension. Zhao Shuan smiled. Your Sun family has contributed to the Immortal Alliance. After a joint resolution by Chief Shu and all the members of the Protector Hall Elder Council, your guarding time limit will be reduced from 300 years to 200 years. But the corresponding benefits and merits will not be reduced. You can rest assured about this. Li Fan then remembered the guarantee Sun Luan had made when he came to visit before. It seems that Shu Yuan did not deceive him this time. Zhao Shuan continued to ask. After all, things happen suddenly. If Brother Sun feels that you are not ready, you can keep this opportunity to request a technique derivation. Wait to use it together in the future. I came here to inform you of this matter first. Compared with Zhongshu and Hua Yui, Zhao Shuan's attitude towards Li Fan was obviously much more polite. After all, the chief elder had personally greeted him, and his position in the Protector Hall would definitely not be low in the future. It was only natural to build a good relationship in advance. Then thank you, Elder Zhao. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan said in a deep voice, I have recently felt something in my heart, so I plan to use this derivation opportunity directly. Zhao Shuan nodded. Under the envious gazes of the other two guardians, Li Fan left his guarding seat and floated to the derivation jade lowly. The derivation jade glared at this great enemy who often squeezed and urged her cheeks puffed up with anger. I'm already working hard enough. Why do I still have Toa? The derivation jade was about to complain, but met Li Fan's serious eyes, and the words shrank back to her mouth. It seemed that Li Fan's adjustment of the derivation jade during this period was somewhat effective. However, the derivation jade still looked unconvinced on the surface, staring at Li Fan with wide eyes. Seeing this scene, the other existences in the derivation space couldn't help but smile. For a time, the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After all, they were all their own people, there was no need for extra precautions. The other guardians were all watching the show with a good mindset. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Tell me what you want quickly. The derivation jade lay weakly on the long table, saying as if resigned to her fate. Li Fan skillfully took the flying white paper, and characters quickly emerged from it. When the last character appeared, Li Fan did not hesitate at all. With a thought, the white paper turned into a stream of light and flew to the derivation jade. The whole action was done in one go, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. At first, the derivation jade was still listless. But soon, she seemed to have discovered something, and her spirit was lifted. Her chubby little hand slammed on the table and muttered, "Oh, what a mess, it's so difficult." The characters on the table scattered in an instant under her blow. You wait a moment. The derivation jade said to Li Fan. Next, the huge character light ball above her head rotated rapidly, as if trying her best to deduce. And Li Fan took the opportunity to chat with Zhongshu and Hua Yui, the two Dao Integration Realm cultivators. Although the guarding time limit has been reduced by 100 years, I don't know why, but I vaguely feel that this is not a good thing. I even feel a sense of reluctance in my heart when I think of leaving in the future, Li Fan said with some doubts. Zhongshu smiled. I know why this is. Our Zhong family's past Dao Integration Realm Guardians also held a sense of gain and loss when they left. Because after staying in the same place for a long time, it is inevitable to be contaminated with a sense of dependence. Even with our Dao Integration Realm cultivation, we cannot avoid it. Hua Yui also agreed. Yes. After hundreds of years, what the outside world has become is really a bit scary to contact. The three of them talked happily, but from time to time they all scanned the derivation jade. And this time it did seem like the derivation jade had complained, the derivation target technique was a bit difficult. The time spent had far exceeded what was generally required for Dao Integration Realm techniques. It seems that Brother Sun has gained a lot this time, Zhongshu said with some envy. Li Fan did not deny it. My beloved wife fell, and I am a father. Recently, too many things have happened. A full half of the scheduled time was exceeded before the derivation jade finally completed the derivation of the technique. Okay, take it. Perhaps because of excessive consumption, the derivation jade's attitude was much better, not as bad as before. Li Fan nodded, took the white paper, and firmly remembered the contents in his heart. Then he cupped his hands and returned to his guarding seat with a normal expression. According to the regulations, you can rest for 2 hours, Jiangshu said. I see she is a little tired, why not add another hour? After all, it was for me, a temporary decision to increase the derivation behavior, Li Fan suggested. Jiangshu and Hua Yui looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Within the scope of the permissions allowed, it was not impossible to sell a colleague's face. I didn't see that you were such a nice person, the derivation jade said softly. Without mentioning a word of thanks, she fell headfirst on the long table and fell asleep. Li Fan's eyes were calm, looking at the technique derived by the derivation jade in his mind. A simulated sentient being's technique. The effect of the technique was actually the same as that simulated, myriad forms of sentient beings array. Even because it was transformed into a technique, the effect was a little weaker. But Li Fan's purpose was not this technique. It was just taking the opportunity to pass the method of creating simulated personalities to the derivation jade under the supervision of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. And the derivation jade was not too stupid either. After realizing that this method might be of great use to her, she also took the initiative to cover up Li Fan's sneaky behavior. 3 hours later, Jiangshu appeared beside the derivation jade on time, conjured a gong, and woke the lowly. Next, it seemed that the derivation jade was immersed in the endless work of deriving techniques again. But in fact, some changes were happening silently. Inside the derivation jade light ball, a figure was slowly forming. The lowly held her head in her hands, looking at the front with a face full of excitement. Good, I didn't expect this method to really work. I have also tried it before, splitting out another self to help me work. But it was useless at all. Now there is help. The derivation jade's eyes widened, full of anticipation. Before long, the simulated personality officially appeared. The derivation jade's screams spread throughout the light ball. Why is it you? The lowly instinctively moved far away from the simulated personality. Just because for some reason, it was clearly created according to the most handsome face in the world that she had imagined in her mind. But the finished product that first appeared in front of her was actually Li Fan, that is, Sun Ang's actual appearance. Master, is there anything I can do for you? The simulated personality, which closely resembled Li Fan, did not object to the derivation jade's exaggerated reaction, but asked very mechanically and respectfully. The derivation jade then mustered up her courage and approached to experiment. After discovering that this simulated personality was very obedient and would do whatever she asked, her courage instantly grew again. She unceremoniously ordered, help me derive techniques. Never stop. Now I have accumulated almost 10 years of inventory, you must accumulate at least 50 years for me. The lowly said, her eyes shining brightly, as if she had already begun to imagine a better life in the future. 10 years of inventory. What does this mean? Just then, Li Fan's somewhat curious voice suddenly rang out, directly causing the expression on the derivation jade's face to freeze. Her fleshy little finger pointed at the simulated personality, her face full of disbelief. How is it possible? How can you have intelligence? Clearly, you are just a mechanized other Maya. It's just a trivial backdoor. Li Fan struck a very polite pose and explained. You don't have to worry, the simulated personality will indeed not have its own thoughts. The reason why it is like this now is because I have temporarily taken over the personality for the convenience of communicating with you, Li Fan said slowly. What do you want to do? In the derivation jade's big eyes, it seemed that there were tears flashing, looking pitiful. I warn you, don't mess around. I'm going to call for help. Li Fan turned a blind eye to the derivation jade's clumsy acting. He just returned the topic to that at 10 years of inventory. I understand. Actually, the time you need to complete each technique derivation is a little less than what you show. Every time you complete a derivation task, you accumulate a little spare time. This is your inventory. A. As Li Fan's words continued to be said, the derivation Jade's face slowly turned pale. I actually accumulated so much without realizing it. A total of 50 years is needed. This is no longer the category of laziness. Li Fan stared straight at the Yanfa Jew. What exactly do you want to do? 1285. Imitating the Yanfa Jew. One after another, Sun Luyao was created, and then destroyed. In this process, Li Fan gradually developed his own unique understanding of creation. Senora until the divine sense of Sun Luyao, copied and retained, was about to be completely exhausted, a timid yet greedy voice rang out again in the underground secret chamber of the Sun family. Almost completely consistent with Sun Luyao's own words and actions. Even Li Fan, the creator, found it almost impossible to distinguish the difference. But this was only the appearance. Li Fan was very clear. The newborn Sun Luyao acted entirely according to the response patterns set by Li Fan, and there was no process of active thinking. Too far from true life. Moreover, this created entity of thought was not recognized by the immortal artifact, Boundless Mirror. That is to say, in the Boundless Mirror's perception, they were completely two different existences. Assimilating the myriad forms of living beings only creates different temperaments for the created beings. But to truly create life from nothing, other means are needed. After confirming this, Li Fan shook his head with some regret. However, this did not mean that Li Fan had gained nothing. In Li Fan's main consciousness within the terminus disintegration disk. A consciousness, or rather a virtual personality created by the simulated formation, was slowly taking shape. Li Fan's setting for it was very simple. To increase the efficiency of the formation's deduction and analysis was the top priority. Tireless, never stopping. Before this, although Li Fan possessed the wondrous terminus disintegration disk, to maximize its effectiveness, it not only required the amplification of the transformation stone, but also required Li Fan himself to devote a large portion of his energy to personally preside over it. If there was a mechanized simulated personality, it would definitely allow Li Fan to free up some of his energy. In fact, this is almost equivalent to the legendary immortal artifact spirit empowerment. It's just using clever means to achieve a slightly weaker performance. Looking at it from a longer-term perspective, it's not just the disintegration disk. Even any wondrous item or magic weapon can be operated in this way. Almost without any cost, the power of the artifact can be greatly increased. It's hard to say about the power. It will definitely be more handy. And it can also be customized and tuned according to one's own needs. In a sense, this is an alternative array refinement technique. While Li Fan was pondering, the simulated personality of the terminus disintegration disk had officially manifested. Its appearance was that of the cultivator Li Fan found most convenient to use in his 100 lifetimes, Gao Yuan. Li Fan had once been the acting island master of 10,000 Immortals Island, and Gao Yuan had left a good impression on Li Fan with his ability to read people's faces and his dedication to his duties. He looked pleasing to the eye, so the simulated personality was set according to his appearance. As for what the real Gao Yuan was doing now, Li Fan didn't care. Master, what can I do for you? Gao Yuan said very respectfully. Organize the existing data of immortal level grand formations, deduce the connections between them, and the common basic units of the formations. Based on this, carry out unified improvement and deduction of the Xuanwang realm formations. All results must be recorded and retained. At the same time, try to find possible methods for self-advancement. Li Fan issued a series of orders. The terminus disintegration disk completely froze for a moment. Then it started running rapidly again. Compared to before, it seemed more organized. Li Fan could see the feedback from the simulated personality, concretized in terms of data. For example, the proportion of computing power of the terminus disintegration disk occupied by each task, and the estimated time remaining to complete it. And when the task had results, the simulated personality would automatically organize the results and wait for Li Fan's review. Much easier to use than before. The pressure in his mind was relieved, but the efficiency of the disintegration disk's deduction did not decrease but increased. This is the crushing of methodology from the immortal realm. Before, I was like wielding a firearm and only knowing how to slash with it. And all this is the harvest after exploring the immortal realm's formations and gaining some insights. Thinking of this, Li Fan paused slightly and looked at the derivation jade, who was lying listlessly on the long table. Speaking of which, this little thing's situation is similar to mine before. But this place is heavily guarded, and I can't find a way to contact her alone. Li Fan glanced almost imperceptibly at Jiangshu and Hua Yui, the two Dao Integration Realm Guardians, and pondered a plan in his mind. As if someone came to deliver a pillow when he was sleepy, Li Fan waited for an excellent opportunity in a few days. Please the derivation jade to derive techniques. Isn't this a benefit we only get once after guarding for 100 years? How can it be arranged now? Li Fan looked at Elder Zhao Shuan of the Protector Hall in front of him and asked with incomprehension. Zhao Shuan smiled. Your Sun family has contributed to the Immortal Alliance. After a joint decision by Chief Shu and all the members of the Protector Hall Elder Council, your guarding time limit will be reduced from 300 years to 200 years. But the corresponding benefits and merits will not be reduced. Rest assured. Li Fan then remembered the guarantee Sun Luan had made when he came to visit before. It seems that Shu Yuanshuan didn't fool him this time. Zhao Shuan continued to ask. After all, this matter is sudden. If Brother Sun feels that you are not ready, you can keep this opportunity to request technique derivation. Wait to use it together in the future. I came here to inform you of this matter first. Compared to Jiangshu and Hua Yui, Zhao Shuan's attitude towards Li Fan was significantly more polite. After all, the chief elder had personally given instructions, and his future status in the Protector Hall would definitely not be low. Building a good relationship in advance was only human nature. Then thank you. Elder Zhao Li Fan pondered for a moment, then said in a deep voice, I have recently felt something in my heart, so I plan to use this derivation opportunity directly. Zhao Shuan nodded. Under the rather envious gazes of the other two guardians, Li Fan left his guard post and floated to the little derivation jade lowly. The derivation jade glared at the great enemy in front of her who often squeezed and urged her, her cheeks puffed up with anger. I'm already tired enough, why do I still have Toa? The derivation jade was about to complain when she met Li Fan's serious gaze, and the words shrank back to her mouth. It seemed that Li Fan's adjustment of the derivation jade during this period had had some effect. However, the derivation jade still looked unconvinced on the surface, staring at Li Fan with wide eyes. Seeing this scene, the other beings in the derivation space couldn't help but laugh. For a time, the air was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. After all, they were all their own people, and there was no need for extra precautions. The other guardians were all watching the show with a happy attitude. Okay, I'm afraid of you. Tell me what you want quickly. The derivation jade lay weakly on the long table, saying as if resigned to her fate. Li Fan skillfully took the flying white paper, and characters quickly appeared on it. When the last character appeared, Li Fan did not hesitate at all. With a thought, the white paper turned into a stream of light and flew to the derivation jade. The whole action was done in one go, as if it had been rehearsed countless times. At first, the derivation jade was still listless. But soon, she seemed to have discovered something, and her spirit was shaken. The chubby little hand slammed on the table, muttering, what a mess, it's so difficult. The characters on the table were scattered in all directions under her blow. Wait a moment, the derivation jade said to Li Fan. Next, the huge character light ball above her head rotated rapidly, as if she was trying her best to deduce. Li Fan took the opportunity to chat with Jiangshu and Hua Yui, the two Dao Integration Realm cultivators. Although the guarding time limit has been reduced by 100 years, I don't know why, but I vaguely feel that this is not a good thing. I even feel a sense of reluctance in my heart when I think of leaving in the future, Li Fan said with some doubt. Jiangshu smiled. I know why. Our Zhang family's past Dao Integration Realm Guardians also had a sense of gain and loss when they left. Because staying in the same place for a long time, it is inevitable to get addicted to it. Even we Dao Integration Realm cultivators cannot avoid it. Hua Yui also agreed. Yes. Hundreds of years, what has the outside world become? It's really a little scary to contact A. The three of them talked happily, but they all glanced at the derivation jade from time to time. And this time, it did seem to be as the derivation jade complained, the deduction target technique was a bit difficult. The time spent had far exceeded that required for ordinary Dao Integration Realm techniques. It seems that brother Sun has gained a lot this time, Jiangshu said with some envy. Li Fan did not deny it. My beloved wife fell, and I am a father. There have been too many things happening recently. It took a full half of the scheduled time for the derivation jade to finally complete the deduction of the technique. Okay, take it. Perhaps because of excessive consumption, the derivation jade's attitude was much better, not as bad as before. Li Fan nodded, took the white paper, and firmly remembered the contents in his heart. Then, he cupped his hands and returned to his guard post with a normal expression. According to the regulations, you can rest for 2 hours, Jiangshu said. I think she's a little tired, why not add another hour? After all, it was for me, a temporary decision to increase the derivation behavior, Li Fan suggested. Jiangshu and Hua Yui looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Within the scope of permission, it was not impossible to sell a colleague a favor. I didn't see that you were such a good person, the derivation jade said in a low voice. Without mentioning a word of thanks, she fell on the long table and fell into a deep sleep. Li Fan's eyes were calm, and he looked at the technique derived by the derivation jade in his mind. A simulated sentient being's technique. The effect of the technique was actually the same as that simulating the myriad forms of living beings' grand formation. Even because it was transformed into a technique, the effect was a little weaker. But Li Fan's purpose was not this technique. He just took the opportunity to pass the method of creating simulated personalities to the derivation jade under the supervision of the 10,000 Immortals Alliance. And the derivation jade was not too stupid. After realizing that this method might be of great use to her, she also took the initiative to cover up Li Fan's ghostly behavior. 3 hours later, Jiangshu appeared next to the derivation jade on time, conjured a gong, and woke the little loli. Next, it seemed that the derivation jade was immersed in the endless work of derivation again. But in fact, some changes were taking place silently. Inside the derivation jade light ball, a figure was slowly being generated. The little loli held her head in her hands, looking ahead with excitement. Good, I didn't expect this method to really work. I've tried it before, splitting another me to help me work. But it's useless at all. Now there's hope. The derivation jade's eyes widened, full of anticipation. Before long, the simulated personality officially appeared. The derivation jade's screams spread throughout the light ball. Why is it you The little loli instinctively moved far away from the simulated personality. Just because for some reason, it was clearly created according to the most handsome face in her mind. But the initial finished product that appeared in front of her was actually Li Fan, that is, Sun Ang's actual appearance. Master, what can I do for you? The simulated personality, which looked very much like Li Fan, had no objection to the derivation jade's exaggerated reaction but asked very mechanically and respectfully. The derivation jade then mustered up her courage and approached to experiment. After discovering that this simulated personality was very obedient and would do whatever she asked, she instantly became bolder again. She ordered without any politeness, help me deduce techniques. Never stop. Now I have accumulated almost 10 years of inventory, you must accumulate at least 50 years for me. The little loli said, her eyes shining, as if she had begun to imagine a better life in the future. 10 years of inventory. What does this mean? Just then, Li Fan's curious voice suddenly rang out, directly causing the expression on the derivation jade's face to freeze. Her fleshy little finger pointed at the simulated personality, her face full of disbelief. How is it possible? How can you have intelligence? Clearly just a mechanized other Maya. It's just a trivial backdoor, Li Fan said, striking a very polite pose and explaining. Don't worry, the simulated personality will indeed not have its own thoughts. The reason why it is like this now is because I have temporarily taken over the personality to facilitate communication with you, Li Fan said slowly. What do you want to do? In the derivation jade's big eyes, there seemed to be tears flashing, looking pitiful. I warn you, don't mess around. I'm going to call for help. Li Fan turned a blind eye to the derivation jade's clumsy acting. He just returned to the topic of the 10 years of inventory. I understand. In fact, every time you complete the technique derivation, the time it takes is a little less than what you show. Every time you complete a derivation task, you accumulate a little spare time. This is your inventory. As Li Fan's words continued to be spoken, the derivation jade's face slowly turned pale. Unexpectedly, I have accumulated so much without realizing it. A total of 50 years is needed. This is no longer the scope of laziness. Li Fan stared directly at the Yanfa jade. What exactly do you want to do? 1286. The soul of the heaven and earth. Since I cannot let the Myriad Immortals Alliance become aware of my plans, I can only steal a little bit of time each time. Originally, it would have taken me a long time to accumulate enough, but now Yanfa Hui looked at Li Fan. Your method is a great help. Li Fan said. 40 years is still too long. Moreover, in order not to reveal any flaws, you must also separate a small part of your power to deal with the supervision of the Hall of Protectors while you are sleeping. Is there any way to shorten the time required further? You really want to help me? Yanfa Hui seemed a little shocked. However, looking at Li Fan's very serious expression, Yanfa Hui pondered for a moment, then flew to his side and whispered in his ear, I said just now that deriving techniques means cultivation to me. The reason why I have to sleep for 50 years to grow is because I need to sort out and absorb the gains from cultivation. If there is a way to skip this step, I'm afraid I only need to rest for 5 years. No, 10 years should be enough. I vaguely remember that there is a treasure called a celestial sound jade diwa in the world. If I could eat some more Saliva was faintly flowing from the corners of Yanfa Hui's mouth. A celestial sound jade dew. Li Fan frowned slightly upon hearing this. Are you sure this is something from the profound yellow realm? Li Fan has reincarnated hundreds of times, and also possesses the origin of the celestial profound mirror, holding the creation stone tablet. It can be said that there is almost nothing he doesn't know about the natural treasures in the profound yellow realm. But this celestial sound jade dew is indeed the first time he has heard of it. I don't know. Yanfa Hui was a little dazed when he heard Li Fan say this. But I am sure that celestial sound jade dew really exists, the little loli said confidently. Li Fan was silent for a while, then replied, I will find a way. Yanfa Hui's eyes widened instantly when he heard this, and she couldn't help but say, you are such a good person. Li Fan said, Arena you afraid that I am a member of the Myriad Immortals Alliance? That these words are all Liaza Yanfa Hui chuckled. This old lady is not stupid. You are different from the person who transmits the techniques. Moreover, I can tell at a glance who has malicious intentions and who is sincere. Li Fan smiled and did not refute. Then you should have a good rest first. I will contact you again if I have any news. The light and shadow twisted for a while, and the simulated personality returned to its original form, replacing Yanfa Hui's work tirelessly. Yanfa Hui observed for a while, and after confirming that there would be no mistakes, she happily spread out again, floating in the air and snoring loudly. Yanfa Hui's main body, even if it doesn't come from the immortal realm, must be a special cultivation world like the profound yellow realm, with a world-protecting formation. With her current ability, she is not of much help to me anymore. But if she goes a step further and can derive immortal techniques Li Fan has already tasted the sweetness brought by the crushing of several generations of formation techniques. If he can do the same in terms of techniques, future actions will be more convenient. Yanfa Hui's intuition may or may not be right. Indeed, the current Li Fan has no malicious intentions towards Yanfa Hui. He is just planning to help her get rid of the control of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. In this process, he will let Yanfa Hui acknowledge him as her master under the pretext of successfully escaping. After this life ends, he should be able to choose to keep Yanfa Hui. In this way, the profound yellow realm will unprecedentedly have two of the same heavenly wonders. And with decades more of derivation experience, the Yanfa Hui that Li Fan retains should be the slightly stronger of the two. According to the law of the survival of the strong and the elimination of the weak that Li Fan explored before, the Yanfa Hui of the Myriad Immortals Alliance will disappear inexplicably at that time. The one in Li Fan's hands will complete sublimation and break through after fusion. A perfect plan. The premise is to successfully make Yanfa Hui acknowledge him as her master. Before that, it doesn't hurt to indulge her a little. Even if he doesn't achieve this goal in this life, with the experience of living with her day and night for hundreds of years and the secrets he has learned, it will not be difficult to make Yanfahui acknowledge him as her master in the future. Of course, the disintegration disk and Yanfahui are both tools. To truly achieve enlightenment and find a way to transcend, I still have to rely on myself. Li Fan's heart was clear. Before finding a way to get rid of the shackles of the technique inheritance cultivation system, it is better to continue walking forward. After all, with the advantage of continuous reincarnation and rebirth, step-by-step cultivation is much easier than creating the world from scratch. After the profound yellow realm undergoes a change, it will be the soul of heaven and earth. With my current strength, even if I devour hundreds of souls of heaven and earth, it may not lead to a qualitative improvement in strength. After all, each change for survival during the profound yellow realm's destruction may not be worse than the soul of heaven and earth of the profound yellow realm during the current peaceful period. In this life, use the Holy Emperor to test the true strength of the technique inheritance and heavenly physician. In the next life, by taking this step, strive to shorten the gap between each other. Even achieve parity. Relying on ordinary souls of heaven and earth is definitely not enough. Thanks to the close connection between the Holy Emperor and the profound yellow heavenly Tao in this life, Li Fan was able to learn more secrets of the heavenly Tao. The soul of heaven and earth is born to lead the heavenly duty and is a manifestation of the profound yellow laws. Like scarlet flame and ink kill, they are just souls of heaven and earth with a single attribute. In very special circumstances, the profound yellow realm will spontaneously evolve a composite attribute of souls of heaven and earth. Once, Li Fan, by chance, used the heavenly Tao White born from the holy embryo, which was among them. As the profound yellow grand heavenly venerate, Mr. Bai, although he has fallen, still left an immortal mark in the world. Heavenly Tao White is the profound yellow composite soul of heaven and earth, using this mark as a container to be born into the world. Heavenly Tao White not only inherited the characteristics of the profound yellow grand heavenly venerate's mark, but also has the characteristics of the soul of heaven and earth. Therefore, he can fuse many powers of the soul of heaven and earth between gestures, achieving a harmony between heaven and mana. The heavenly Tao White in this state can be said to be strong. With one glance, the technique inheritance can instantly raise a state to the ground. But heavenly Tao White can block the technique inheritance for a moment, and its strength can be seen. If it is used as a material when advancing to harmony, it will definitely greatly increase its combat power. Buddha, just this one is not enough. Li Fan vaguely understood that the same soul of heaven and earth may not have the same effect in the new cultivation method. But the profound yellow realm is not just one profound yellow grand heavenly venerate. Nor is there only one heavenly venerate mark. It's just that Mr. Bai is the last generation of profound yellow grand heavenly venerate, the closest to the current era, and the easiest to a summona. If I can summon all the past profound yellow grand heavenly venerates in the form of the soul of heaven and earth and turn them into resources for my advancement to Harmonia. A faint light flashed in Li Fan's eyes. Under normal circumstances, the profound yellow realm can only support one grand heavenly venerate's soul of heaven and earth, which is the limit. The scene I envisioned is theoretically impossible to achieve. But I really exist. Every time I reincarnate, I summon a grand heavenly venerate's soul of heaven and earth and try to seal it and keep it. After gathering them all, I will refine and swallow them at the same time. The flowing light of transformation Tao Stone was running, and future possible scenes were constantly evolving in Li Fan's mind. Feasible. But it must be planned slowly. Compared with seeking a breakthrough in the dark center of the star sea, this method is more secure. But the two can be done in parallel. Speaking of which, the Holy Emperor in this life can be regarded as half a profound yellow grand heavenly venerate in a sense. If he falls, I wonder if he can leave a mark in the world. Just as Li Fan's main body was planning for the future in the Yanfahui space. The faceless Holy Emperor of Great Qi finally found traces of the possible hiding place of the Law King of the Profound Heaven sect in the clues recorded on the Creation Stone tablet. When the Profound Heaven King was here, the members of the Profound Heaven sect were shrouded in a layer of mysterious power, affecting and distorting the records of the Creation Stone tablet. But when the Profound Heaven King disappeared, this concealment did not directly dissipate. This is also one of the reasons why the 10 immortal sects of the past have always been strictly guarding against the Profound Heaven sect, fearing that it would make a comeback. However, as time passed, especially after the great calamity of incompatible cultivation methods descended, this concealment power seemed to be affected in some way. It finally faded away. Li Ping came outside the ruins of the Purple Firmament sect. His gaze penetrated layers of obstacles and came to the ground below. He saw a figure sleeping there. Mo Ruben, the Law King of the Profound Heaven sect. The faceless Holy Emperor recalled Mo Ruben's deeds before he was persuaded by the Profound Heaven King to join the Profound Heaven sect. Mo Ruben was the most outstanding disciple of the Nine Refinements Temple, an ancient immortal sect, known as the most talented disciple in 1,000 years. The peerless genius most likely to ascend to become an immortal. The Nine Refinements Temple's techniques were famous in the ancient Profound Yellow Realm for their unique and treacherous techniques. The profound meaning of the sect-guarding technique A9 Revolutions Immortal Sola is said to be to refine a total of 9 reincarnated immortal souls with one's own different experiences in the mortal world. After the technique is completed, devour all 9 immortal souls together and condense the supreme immortal soul. Break the shackles of immortal techniques and attain enlightenment and ascend to become an immortal. At that time, Mo Ruben had already completed the condensation of the first 8 immortal souls. He was only one step away from the success of the last immortal soul. But at this most critical moment, he suddenly saw the scene of Zan Yuanong breaking the heavenly tribulation and ascending. His Tao heart was greatly shaken, and the 9th immortal soul was damaged. He finally calmed down and repaired the immortal soul. But he learned that Zan Yuanong, the Profound Heaven King who had clearly ascended successfully, had actually returned to the lower realm. The immortal realm suffered a great calamity, the immortal path was not obvious, and there was no possibility of ascension. Mo Ruben could no longer maintain his Tao heart, and spat out a mouthful of blood, and the 9th immortal soul directly collapsed. The first 8 immortal souls also had varying degrees of damage. Moreover, Mo Ruben's immortal soul injury had a tendency to worsen over time. Because the immortal path was broken, Mo Ruben, who had always regarded ascending to become an immortal as his goal, had no motivation to cultivate at all. The former genius became depressed. Even the persuasion of the elders of the sect was useless. Mo Ruben became depressed and increasingly decadent. Until the Profound Heaven King, Zan Yuanong, stood in front of Mo Ruben. The picture gradually became blurred, and his thoughts returned to reality. The faceless Holy Emperor did not directly awaken Mo Ruben, but carefully observed him first. The aura of the technique seems to no longer be the 9 Revolutions Immortal Soul. It should be the technique that the Profound Heaven King brought down from the immortal realm. I don't feel that he has suffered very serious injuries. Rather than healing, Ida's more like he waiting. Li Ping was thoughtful. With a gentle flick, a slight energy fluctuation without any hostility, like a breeze, pierced through space and reached the place where Mo Ruben was. Mo Ruben's eyelids twitched slightly, and he was about to be awakened from his slumber. Just then, Li Ping seemed to have noticed something, and the arm that he had just swung stopped abruptly. The surrounding calm caused Mo Ruben to fall into slumber again. But unlike just now, Mo Ruben inadvertently changed his posture. Along with it, his expression and posture also became different. The faceless Holy Emperor stared for a while, and vaguely saw some clues. This is the effect of the 9 Revolutions Immortal Soul. Even if he no longer practices this technique later, as the foundation of cultivation, it inevitably has an impact on him. Even if it doesn't lead to the splitting of different personalities, it will cause him to sometimes act according to completely different principles. The reason why the 9 Revolutions Immortal Sola of the 9 Refinements Temple was feared by the cultivators of the Profound Yellow Realm at that time was because each immortal soul was cultivated with a completely new consciousness, starting from scratch. And only when the experiences suffered by the immortal soul and the difference value of the previously condensed immortal soul reach a certain level, can the immortal soul be successfully refined. Obviously, the more you go to the back, the greater the difficulty of cultivation. Some 9 Refinements Temple cultivators even took the initiative to commit many extreme crimes in order to successfully refine the immortal soul, just to create a suitable cultivation environment. In contrast, Mo Ruben almost succeeded in condensing the 9 immortal souls only by relying on his own comprehension. He can indeed be called an amazing genius. It's a pity. The faceless Holy Emperor shook his head and sighed. Now that he knew Mo Ruben's characteristics, the Holy Emperor naturally became more vigilant. This kind of lunatic-like existence may seem calm on the surface. But it is very likely that he will make a completely different decision from before in an instant. The Holy Emperor continued to emit slight energy fluctuations, slowly awakening Mo Reuben. After a long while, he couldn't detect how Mo Reuben opened his eyes. But Li Ping was sure that when Mo Reuben said this, he had been observing himself for a while. The aura on your body is a bit familiar. This is also the reason why I didn't directly attack, Mo Reuben continued. Li Ping keenly noticed that a crack like a mirror silently formed in the center of the two. At this moment, Li Ping's figure disappeared into thin air. Only the voice echoed, what exactly happened in the battle that destroyed the Profound Heaven sect? Did the Profound Heaven King die or not? Mo Reuben put away his little tricks and showed an interested look. I know something. But why should I tell you? After saying this, his face instantly darkened. Want to deal with Brother Zhan Yuan. You are recording death. The sky above the purple firmament sect seemed to suddenly darken. Pieces of mirror surface appeared, sealing the space. Face your heart. Let me see, why are you similar to Brother Zhan Yuan? Mo Reuben said seemingly incoherent words. And in the reflection of countless mirrors, the hidden figure of the faceless Holy Emperor slowly appeared. 1287. The scene of the immortal world in the past. 7K, please vote for the monthly ticket. Along with countless mirrors, there were also Mo Reuben's faces, each with a different expression. They hid behind the dark and blurry mirrors, collectively spying on the faceless Holy Emperor in the arena. With Li Ping as the center point, the mirrors corresponded in pairs. Flecks of light shot out from one of the mirrors, projecting onto the opposite side. The lines of light formed in this way were like tangible shackles, applied to Li Ping's body. Streams of light appeared in the mirror world, like heavy chains, accelerating Li Ping's progress in being pulled into the real world. Completely revealing his figure and surrounded by layers of mirrors, the faceless Holy Emperor did not show much panic. He looked at the lines on his body, both intangible and tangible, reaching out to touch them. But like illusory bubbles, they passed through his palm, once again tightly binding and entangling his body. How foolish! This action, for some reason, seemed to enrage Mo Reuben. He roared, and the lines that were originally like bright light suddenly turned pitch black. Rustling whispers emanated from these black chains. One could even vaguely see faces resembling Mo Reuben, wandering and wailing on the surface. Hiss 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 The black chains had the ability to corrode with darkness. In the blink of an eye, the clothes on Li Ping's body were dissolved. Just as they were about to touch Li Fan's skin, a dazzling golden radiance suddenly erupted. A golden armor with distinct edges and corners suddenly descended, completely enveloping the Holy Emperor's enormous 3 body. Beneath the surface of the armor, golden light flowed continuously, as if it had its own spirituality. The golden light protection blocked all the erosion of the black chains. Li Ping stretched out his right hand, grabbed the chains wrapped around his body, and then tore them away fiercely. The sound of mirrors shattering kept coming. A vortex suddenly formed in his chest. Li Ping stuffed the torn black chains into the vortex. Boom boom. Like a raging fire, the vortex, as if it had been added with a large amount of fuel, bloomed with a soul-stirring brilliance. And on those burned black chains, countless faces of Mo Reuben simultaneously issued vicious curses. So, it turns out they are the cultivator personalities you devoured. As the vortex in his chest continued to engulf the black chains, the Holy Emperor also learned the details of these resentful faces from the images that constantly emerged in his mind. Instead of practicing the proper 9 revolutions Immortal Sola, you changed to learn this kind of evil ways. Li Ping shook his head with some regret. This sentence seemed to touch Mo Reuben's inverse scale. His figure, in an instant, truly became as if stained with thick black ink, dark and deep. A rift was born between him and Li Ping. That was a mirror reflecting reality and illusion. Mo Reuben and Li Ping faced each other from afar, separated on both sides of the mirror. At the moment this rift appeared, Li Ping suddenly felt something in his heart. The Mo Reuben on that side seemed to have disappeared. The image in front of him was just some kind of projection formed on the other side of the mirror based on his own existence. With a thought, Li Ping, protected by the golden armor, instantly appeared hundreds of miles away, leaving the scope of the Zishao sect ruins. But soon, the Holy Emperor discovered an extremely strange scene in front of him. The rift in front of him actually teleported along with him, and its position relative to him did not change at all. And Mo Reuben was constantly grinning, coldly looking at him from the other side of the mirror. It seemed that some kind of extremely mysterious power had locked Li Ping and Mo Ruben together. No matter how he changed his position, he could not get rid of it. Even more frightening was that Li Ping vaguely realized that the appearance and aura of Mo Ruben on the other side of the mirror were quietly changing. His body slowly swelled, and his facial features became increasingly blurred. Mo Ruben was transforming into the faceless Holy Emperor. Evil ways. You are truly ignorant and fearless. What is evil? What is righteous? Righteousness and evil are not, only immortality is eternal. A 10,000 tribulations undying demonic heart immortal Arta, how can you judge it? Mo Ruben laughed loudly, full of mockery, let you, become me. Things on both sides of the mirror became more and more similar. The distance between the Holy Emperor and Mo Ruben was also gradually approaching. Seeing that he was about to completely slide to the other side of the mirror, Li Ping suddenly unloaded his golden armor. He stared indifferently at Mo Ruben not far away. Become me. Just you. I am the Holy Emperor of Heavenly Mandate. Purple golden luck appeared from the void, like a dreamlike veil, instantly weaving into a auspicious cloud dragon robe, spontaneously wearing on Li Ping's body. The voice of the faceless Holy Emperor, like thunder from the 9 heavens, echoed on one side of the mirror. The roar echoed, causing even the rift that separated the present world from illusion to stir up bursts of ripples. Creaking sounds of being overwhelmed were faintly heard, and even more cracks appeared in the world on the other side of the mirror. It seemed that it would shatter at any time. Are you worthy? Li Ping asked coldly. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Mo Ruben's expression truly changed for the first time, breaking away from the state of imitating the faceless Holy Emperor. Behind Li Ping, he seemed to see the miniature image of the entire Xuanwang realm. Even behind that cluster of Xuanwang light, there seemed to be a more brilliant galaxy hidden. In a flash, the world turned upside down. The weight of the world pressed on him. Ding! The rift mirror shattered, and in a chain reaction, countless mirrors surrounding and sealing the space instantly exploded into thousands of pieces. Mo Ruben spat out a mouthful of blood, but his reaction could not be said to be slow. Taking advantage of the disturbance caused by the shattering of the mirror, his figure became illusory, and in an instant, he had already appeared thousands of miles away. Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, how is that possible? Mo Ruben's face was full of disbelief. His expression suddenly changed again. Damn, Xuanwang Heavenly Tao is really unreliable, I have to hurry up. Just as he was talking to himself, a tall figure in front of him quietly blocked his path. My question has not been answered, and you want to leave? A trace of fear flashed in Mo Ruben's eyes, and he snorted coldly. What Holy Emperor of Heavenly Mandate, incarnation of Heavenly Tao, are just pawns. If you don't want to die, why don't we cooperate? What do you think? Although you are strong, you are still a bit weaker than Big Brother Xuanyuan. Even he was plotted against and met with misfortune, you will definitely not be able to avoid Ida. Mo Ruben's words made Li Ping's heart move, and he stopped his attack. But when Mo Ruben finished these words, Li Ping's expression suddenly changed. Reaching out to grab Mo Ruben in front of him, that figure exploded like a bubble, scattering in the air. It was just a blindfold. The real Mo Ruben actually escaped under Li Ping's nose, who knows when, and where to. The Holy Emperor did not feel angry because he was being played. The real immortal art is indeed extraordinary. A 10,000 tribulations undying demonic heart immortal art A. Not right. After pondering for a moment, Li Ping looked at the cat treasure sleeping on his shoulder. In the brief battle with Mo Ruben just now, the other party did not seem to notice the existence of the cat treasure. Moreover, that killing move that could copy and replace him did not reflect the existence of the cat treasure. Can't arouse the cat treasure's interest. It seems that this so-called immortal art is also somewhat unworthy of its name. Although Mo Ruben escaped at this moment, he did not actually escape Li Ping's control. While Mo Ruben was trying to replace Li Ping was also slowly pulling him into the net of origin power essence. Even if he breaks free for a while, as long as he follows the broken golden fine net that still remains in the air, he can follow the vine and find his trace. In his perception, Mo Ruben was still fleeing quickly. Li Ping was not in a hurry to catch up, but prepared to play a long game and catch a big fish. The words he said just now are hard to tell whether they are true or false. But one thing is certain, he will definitely go to find King Xuantian. Or something related to the Xuantian sect of the past. Just wait. Li Ping knew that to deal with an existence like Mo Ruben, who had survived from ancient times, he must have sufficient patience. Moreover, the battle with Mo Ruben just now also gave the Holy Emperor a substantial understanding of the strange techniques of the Xuantian sect. After being prepared, the next time they meet, he will not be allowed to run away so easily. The fluctuations of the battle just now seem to have attracted the attention of other strong men. Perhaps people from the Myriad Immortals Alliance will come to check soon, and Li Ping is preparing to leave this place first. I didn't expect that Mo Ruben would hide in the Zishao sect ruins. According to the records on the stone tablet, after the Immortal Dao 10 sects destroyed the Xuantian sect, in order to cut off future troubles, they almost searched the whole world. The large and small sects were also like this. This Zishao sect was carefully checked back then, but he still managed to hide. The power of the Xuantian sect's techniques, let's not talk about it for now. But it is quite strange and difficult to defend against a. Not like orthodox Immortal Dao. Li Ping commented in his heart. Divine thoughts swept across the Zishao sect ruins thousands of miles away, and the figure of the faceless Holy Emperor slowly disappeared into the air. But the next moment, Li Ping appeared again. Because just in the moment he pondered, Li Ping discovered some strangeness. The perspective suddenly rose, and a miniature landscape map of the Xuanwang realm appeared in front of Li Ping. This place is the Linglang prefecture of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Thousands of years ago, it was a part of the original Xuanwang realm. The Xuanwang realm was dissected and transformed. This Linglang prefecture was fused with other immortal cultivation realms. Buddha. Li Ping gradually became serious. A piece of the original Xuanwang realm's puzzle is missing. Having mastered the information on the creation stone tablet, and being closely connected with the Xuanwang heavenly Dao. In the process of restoring the dissected and reorganized original Xuanwang realm, Li Ping vaguely realized that a large area of the former Zishao sect scope had disappeared in the new Xuanwang realm map. Or rather, it has not disappeared. It still exists in some corner of the current Xuanwang realm. But I am influenced by some kind of power, making me subconsciously ignore its existence. After drawing this conclusion, the aura on Li Ping's body suddenly became solemn. The original Xuanwang realm and the current Xuanwang realm's maps were constantly separated, reorganized, and compared in his sea of consciousness. After a long while, he finally found another area of the former Zishao sect. That is the area of Taishu Mountain in the current Taihua prefecture. What is the area? Li Ping did not easily go to investigate, but first pondered about this power that could influence him. Past events flashed through his mind one by one. The Holy Emperor vaguely realized something. However, Li Ping hesitated very rarely. He stood still in the air for a long time, and only after a long time did he make up his mind. No matter what kind of facts, if you don't have the courage to face Tama, how can you save the Xuanwang realm? The Holy Emperor shook his head slightly, and his figure flickered. Before long, he had already arrived at Taishu Mountain. However, the secret discovered here was somewhat different from what he had expected. Deep valley under Taishu Mountain. Li Ping discovered an underground secret room buried in silt. The aura emanating from the secret room made even him, the incarnation of the heavenly Dao, feel vaguely uncomfortable. What made him even more concerned was that the cat treasure, which had been sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly woke up and looked around. As if it had found some delicious food, Li Ping could feel extremely excited emotions from it. But after locking onto the target, the cat treasure suddenly lost all its energy, like a deflated balloon, and lazily fell into a deep sleep again. However, Li Ping's attention never left the target. What is this? A statue. Like him, it has no face. Although it looks like an ordinary object, without any spiritual power fluctuations. But Li Ping felt unprecedented pressure from the stone statue. Even when facing the remaining disasters in the Dark Star Sea before, he had never felt like this. The faceless statue seemed to have a magical power. Li Ping slowly approached it. Two empty faces faced each other from a distance. For some reason, a burst of impulse suddenly surged in Li Ping's heart. He wanted to communicate with this statue. In the Yanfahui space, Li Fan's breath stagnated slightly. The images that could originally be sensed from the Holy Emperor's clone had become extremely blurred. But after the Holy Emperor, by chance, discovered the statue of the faceless true immortal buried under Taishu Mountain again. Affected by the instinctive sense of fatal crisis, this connection became clear again. Li Fan closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to reverse the clone's intention. Although he could escape from the true immortal's net once, he could escape a second time. But it would still be troublesome to completely get rid of it after multiple reincarnations. It's better to avoid it if possible. However, the Holy Emperor's will was unexpectedly firm. Perhaps he sensed something in the equally empty face. He still walked slowly towards the faceless true immortal statue. Standing in front of the statue, motionless. At this moment, even though the Holy Emperor was his clone, Li Fan could not figure out what the Holy Emperor was thinking. So, this is the Xuantian Immortal. After a long time, Li Ping discovered the source of this statue in the records of the Creation Stone Tablet. The faceless true immortal worshipped by the Xuantian sect. Li Ping stroked his empty face, the aura around him fluctuating. Interesting. Li Ping couldn't determine if there was a real connection between him and this faceless true immortal. However, he could vaguely sense the extraordinary nature of this statue. Very cautiously, he didn't choose to touch it himself. Li Ping summoned the most ordinary sacred army puppet and moved the statue to the dark void outside the great Qi small world. He laid down layers of formations, sealing the statue. He only stopped when the sense of crisis in his heart gradually faded. The reason he was so cautious was because of the familiarity he had confirmed after being in contact with the statue for some time. And the source of this familiarity was not only because the statue was eerily faceless like him. More so, it was from an image. The scene he sensed in the center of the dark star sea, from the vast consciousness of the star sea's origin. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? The figure that gradually disappeared in that wanton laughter was extremely similar in feeling to this statue in him. Is it the same person? Or not? It was just a fleeting glimpse of a flash, and Li Ping couldn't confirm it at all. If I have the opportunity, I'll go to the center of the star sea again. If that vast star sea consciousness personally identifies it, it should be clear. Li Ping had such thoughts flash through his mind. Perhaps, I can try again. However, the reserves of clear void-flowing crystals were almost exhausted in the last operation. Moreover, Li Fan looked again at the faceless statue heavily sealed by formations in the void. Although it had no eyes, it seemed to be staring at him. If the culprit of that year was really this faceless true immortal, being implicated by the furious star sea consciousness, I'm afraid that even if a puppet body goes there, the main body here will be affected. Compared to the entire dark star sea, the Xuanwang world is truly like a drop in the Oceania. Before Li Ping's eyes, a scene suddenly flashed of the Xuanwang world being torn apart by violent energy in an instant. He couldn't help but suppress his previous thoughts. After a long silence, the figure of the Holy Emperor disappeared. When he reappeared, he placed another object next to the faceless true immortal statue. It was the remains of the one beginning sect that he had collected and sealed under the Great Rift Valley in floating light state. The remains were just ordinary objects, but the great mage's remains inside, as well as the hidden annihilation wind disaster, made the Holy Emperor have to treat them with caution. The one beginning sect remains and the faceless true immortal statue faced each other from afar in the void. A premonition flashed in Li Ping's heart. If there were no formation seals blocking Tama, I'm afraid an extremely terrifying disaster would break out on the spot. Immortal. The rampant laughter of what does it have to do with Maya faintly echoed in Li Ping's ears. He snorted coldly in his heart, and once again cast thousands of formations with his hands, strengthening the cages of the two. He wouldn't feel safe placing these unstable factors buried in the Xuanwang world anywhere else. Only by guarding them himself would it be the safest. Li Ping thought so and continued to tirelessly strengthen the formation seal. And on his shoulder, Cat Treasure had woken up at some point. Its clear eyes stared at the void in front. It stretched its paw to its mouth and licked it. Li Fan's main body breathed a sigh of relief. As the faceless true immortal statue was sealed, the connection between him and the clone became blurred again. Even weaker than before. Is the Holy Emperor clone more vigilant? Li Fan shook his head secretly, not very concerned. However, this matter also reminded me. Although I myself am hiding here, watching the great changes in the Xuanwang world. But the Holy Emperor, as the protagonist of this era, is bound to face those transcendent beings. It may not be like the true immortal of the immortal ruins before, following the connection between the clone and the main body to find me. I still need to prepare. However, being in the important place of the myriad immortal alliance, it is not very free to act, and it still needs to be considered in the long term. Big idiot. Just as he was thinking, he vaguely noticed that the derivation Jade Little Lowly was constantly calling out to the simulated personality. With a thought, he replaced it again and appeared inside the character light sphere. Really, you only responded after calling you for so long. Derivation Jade pouted, her face full of displeasure. Are you done sleeping? Li Fan didn't respond directly, but asked with some surprise. Derivation Jade put her hands on her hips. How can it be enough after only this long? However, I remembered some things from before while I was dreaming. See if it's helpful to you. The little loli clapped her hands, and the scene inside the light sphere suddenly changed. On the boundless grassland, a solitary stone stood alone. Suddenly, the earth began to shake. Large patches of green grass were also stimulated by something and began to grow wildly. In an instant, it became more than a person tall. It even lifted the solitary stone on the grassland from the ground. An arc of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light arc was colorful, and you could vaguely see lightning and thunder and storm gathering within it. Around the colorful light arc, the space presented a strange twist from time to time. It was as if an invisible transparent object appeared there. More and more invisible objects gathered, and they all surrounded the light arc, as if waiting for something. The wind and thunder became more and more violent, and the rolling black clouds even had a tendency to penetrate the light arc. Although from outside the light arc, the storm was already very terrifying. But when it spread outside the light arc, the true horror was revealed. A pitch-black lightning bolt suddenly struck the ground from the light arc. Boom, boom, boom. The world was divided into two halves because of it, and deep cracks were drawn in the space, which could not be healed for a long time. And on the grassland, the continuous green grass was ignited. The raging fire spread rapidly. But then, an even more bizarre scene appeared. The burned ashes fell one after another, turning into nutrients to nourish the green leaves. The green grass grew wildly again, and the growth rate actually offset the burning rate. The grassland trembled, and under the raging fire, something seemed to be awakening. And above the high sky, the invisible people around the light arc did not care about what was happening below. They just gathered more towards the inside of the light arc. There were even disputes over positions. Constant loud roars and collisions sounded. The storm brewed to the extreme, and suddenly fell into stillness. The rolling black clouds disappeared without a trace in an instant. Within the colorful light arc, in the clear sky for thousands of miles, an extremely mysterious character was impressively listed. The moment the character appeared, the supreme Daozan sound seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Colored auspicious clouds came from the horizon and gathered towards the character. Drizzling raindrops fell from the sky. The rain, like the auspicious clouds in the sky, was a soul-stirring color. The cracks between heaven and earth were repaired. The flames on the grassland were also extinguished with the fall of the raindrops. The continuous green grass greedily absorbed the rain from the sky. But their bodies were shrinking. Colorful light lit up, and figures of various shapes were conceived in it. But the sound of fighting and roaring above the high sky seemed to be even louder. However, Derivation Jade's memories were coming to an end. The surrounding pictures gradually became blurred, and only the solitary stone on the grassland could be seen being dissolved by the rain. The picture faded, and Li Fan returned to the Derivation Jade character light sphere. But he was immersed in the scene just now and couldn't extricate himself. How is it? Do you have any clues? Derivation Jade asked expectantly. Li Fan savored the scene just now for a long time before asking, those raindrops, shouldn't they be the immortal sound Jade you mentioned? Derivation Jade raised her head and put her hands on her hips, saying with confidence, it should be it. I have this memory in my mind since I was born. But as I slowly grew up, I forgot about it. Fortunately, I took a good nap before, otherwise I don't know when I would have remembered it. I have a hunch, if you can give me some more of this thing. Li Fan interrupted Derivation Jade's reverie. What about the characters in the colorful light arc? Why can't I see them at all? Derivation Jade pouted. I said it's something in a dream. It's already very difficult for me to remember these things, how can I even remember the characters clearly? Li Fan stared at Derivation Jade, trying to distinguish the truth from the words. You don't believe me? Derivation Jade said extremely aggrievedly. Li Fan chuckled. You are not stupid. I just don't believe that you wouldn't have realized that the picture you just showed is very likely to be the legendary scene of the immortal world. Even the immortals are vying to snatch the characters. It's okay for you to hide something. Hearing this, Derivation Jade was even more aggrieved. I really can't remember. You also know that it's an immortal character, how can it be so easy to remember? Besides, I was so young at the time Derivation Jade gestured, with tears in her eyes. How can I remember it? Li Fan didn't believe the little loli's nonsense and directly offered conditions. Derivation Jade's tears stopped immediately. Her big eyes turned, as if she was thinking. After a while, she said softly, well, maybe I can remember something if I eat enough, Derivation Jade licked her lips, staring at Li Fan. Eat. Li Fan lowered his head. Can you also eat things? Derivation Jade said with a puffed up face. What are you talking about? I'm actually a human too, it's been several thousand years since I've tasted the taste of delicious food, I tasted it again in my dream this time, so I was woken up by the craving Li Fan transformed a crispy roasted pigeon with fragrant aroma in his hand. Will this do? Derivation Jade rolled her eyes. I want the real thing, not the fake one. I can have as many of these as I want, Saying that, the little loli waved her hand, and the surroundings were immediately filled with various delicacies. Even if it's similar, the fake is still fake, and it can't become real Derivation Jade shook her head, full of regret. For some reason, Derivation Jade suddenly felt that the expression on Li Fan's face had changed slightly in an instant. Then look at this dish, how is it? What appeared in Li Fan's hand was an ordinary fried rice. Derivation Jade dismissed it at first, but under Li Fan's gaze, she still took it and tasted it. 1288. Ketchmo Ruben, 7K, please vote for the monthly ticket. At first, Yan Fahue was still a little cautious. But when she actually tasted a bite, the expression on her face instantly became extremely wonderful. Then she began to swallow it in big gulps. Woo-oh, so good a woo-oh. In no time at all, she had eaten the entire plate of fried rice. Afterwards, she touched her slightly swollen belly, still wanting more, and her face was full of surprise. Your fried rice is just like the real thing. How did you do it? As she spoke, Yan Fahue burped again. Li Fan smiled and said, when falsehood is taken for truth, the truth becomes falsehood, when truth is taken for falsehood, the falsehood becomes truth. Truth and falsehood, how can they be so easily distinguished? As long as you have enough understanding of the essence of things, then you can also create things that are extremely illusory yet seem real. Yan Fahue plopped down on the ground. Have only ever eaten fried rice, have never made it. And the same goes for other delicacies, it seems there is no hope of being self-sufficient. Buddha She sized up Li Fan. You wouldn't happen to have been a cook before, would you Li Fan's face twitched, avoiding the question and changing the subject. Are you full yet? Did you remember the immortal character? Yan Fahue hurriedly shook her head. One dish isn't enough at all. Can you give me more? Li Fan snorted coldly, but still waved his hand gently, and a stove, cooking utensils, and ingredients appeared in front of him one after another. As the kitchen fire flickered, one fragrant delicacy after another was continuously presented. Yan Fahue watched with saliva dripping from her mouth, and she didn't refuse any of them, stuffing them all into her mouth. Burpa. After a delicious meal, the little loli's belly, already full, was round like a ball, and she lay directly on the ground in a rather unladylike manner. You know what, although you're not very good looking, your cooking skills are really good, Yan Fahue praised. Li Fan responded indifferently. It's just that when I was immortal, I relied on this skill to do some small business. It's not worth mentioning. Yan Fahue narrowed her eyes contentedly, savoring the taste that had just lingered on the tip of her tongue. Then she said, am a little sleepy, I want to take a nap. You can look at it yourself. As she spoke, Yan Fahue was already snoring loudly, fast asleep. And in the character light sphere, the crisscrossing strokes formed a huge character, occupying the entire sky. The profound sounds of the great Tao, once heard in the illusion, faintly rang out again. It was just intermittent, as if it were an illusion. Li Fan raised his head and looked up at this character, without moving. It wasn't until it slowly dissipated that he revealed a thoughtful expression. It is indeed a true immortal seal script. However, because of the loss of Yan Fahue's memory, it is impossible to fully understand the meaning of this true immortal seal script. Even the character she presented has already deviated slightly from the real true Immortal seal script. A Buddha A. Li Fan used his hand as a pen, trying to write in the air. But every time he paused at a crucial point, shaking his head slightly. The structure of the strokes, the style of the turns, and the various details of the brushwork are all extremely similar to the hunger, chaos, and other characters I saw before. But it is even more beautiful, even more naturally perfect. The difference between the original and the imitation is so great. The many true Immortal seal scripts that Li Fan had encountered before were already very perfect in his eyes, and he could not find any flaws. Every place showed the vast and sacred power of a true Immortal. But the problem is that everything pales in comparison. Compared with this inscription Tao Immortal's true relic in Yanfa Hui's memory, those that wreaked havoc on the dark star sea of chaos were as simple as a child's graffiti. But Li Fan discovered that this difference only appeared when the two were presented and compared in his mind at the same time. If Li Fan only reproduced a single hunger, chaos, etc. character, he would still instinctively feel that it was perfect and flawless. This was a very contradictory and wonderful experience. After repeated attempts, Li Fan came to a conclusion: the true Immortal seal script is like a vast ocean to him. By himself, he can only be trapped in it and unable to see the whole picture. But if there is an inscription Tao Immortal's true relic as a comparison, it is like an immovable anchor, or like an eye in the sky. It allows him to shake himself free and open his eyes to see the real scene. By emulating the inscription Tao Immortal's true relic, Li Fan reorganized the hunger, chaos, and other true Immortal seal scripts he had mastered. As expected, the effect was excellent. Although at first glance, it still looked no different from before. But Li Fan was very sure that the power of these true Immortal seal scripts, which had been improved according to the original, had expanded by at least 1/3. It's a pity that this inscription Tao Immortal's true relic is also incomplete. Moreover, it has been passed through Yanfa Hui's memory, and it is still somewhat distorted. After a long while, Li Fan woke up from his epiphany and let out a long sigh of relief. Based on the clues currently available, true Immortal seal scripts can be divided into 3 categories. The first is the chaos word art type, which brings various disasters and destruction. The second is the return word art, which is an immortal realm edict. Finally, there is Thissa A. The raindrops that fall when the character appears in the world can be called Immortal Sound Jade Dew. It is also accompanied by the birth of the profound sound of the great Tao, attracting the true Immortals to fight for it. I am afraid that it is closer to the legendary 2 words inscription Tao A. Li Fan's thoughts surged, and he couldn't help but try again to compare and repair the missing inscription Tao characters. The result was predictable, it could only be in vain. The immortal realm is destroyed, where will the inscription Tao Immortal's true relic be now? Li Fan couldn't help but think. Just as Li Fan's main body was inquiring about the secrets of the former immortal realm from Yanfa Hui, and thus had some insights, the faceless Holy Emperor Li Ping finally completed the final blockade of the faceless true immortal stone statue in the Yishi sect ruins. And in his perception, Mo Ruben, who had been fleeing rapidly before, had not moved for a long time. This location is. Li Ping pondered for a moment, but did not directly pursue him. Instead, he summoned the skillful craftsman Hermit. This place, it is said that it was transformed after the death of the heart of that giant beast, and it is the place where the earth energy of the 9 mountains prefecture converges. I have been there once, but I didn't find anything special, the skillful craftsman said, sensing the picture transmitted by the Holy Emperor, shaking his head slightly. The location pointed to by the Holy Emperor was a swamp in the 9 mountains prefecture, the lair of the spirit origin sect. It's just that the spiritual energy is a little more concentrated than other places, but there is really nothing special about it, the skillful craftsman asserted. How much do you know about that heavenly beast? Li Ping asked again. The skillful craftsman shrugged. If it were Reina tea for some local cultivators from the 9 mountains prefecture in my sect, I probably wouldn't even know the legend that the 9 mountains were transformed from the corpses of giant beasts after death. So that thing is called the heavenly beast. Have learned something new. However, if you are interested in that place, there is a nascent soul cultivator in my sect named Shen Yuro. You can summon him to ask. The skillful craftsman explained the reason to Li Ping. It turned out that Shen Yuro's family had made a living by excavating underground objects in the 9 mountains for generations. The chaotic land of the 9 mountains has buried countless cultivators since ancient times. It can even be traced back to the period when the Immortal Dao Ten sects ruled. The Shen family has accumulated a lot of capital by relying on this skill. However, after all, it is a shady business. Since Shen Yuro joined the Spirit Origin sect, he has abandoned this ancestral skill. I seem to have heard him say before that Shina's ancestors once dug up a strange building near that swamp. Ida's just that it was empty inside, with only some strange statues placed there. After his ancestor left dejectedly, he became seriously ill and almost lost his life. Li Ping's heart moved, and he flipped through the creation stone tablet. Sure enough, he found the information of this Shen family ancestor. But there was no record of the discovery of the ruins in the swamp of the Nine Mountains Prefecture. Li Ping then left Daki and came to the Spirit Origin sect. Still disguised as the leader of the Spirit Origin sect, he summoned Shen Yuro to inquire about the details. Shen Yuro was a little surprised by the summons of this sect leader who had not shown his face for a long time. He said very cautiously, "This matter is indeed a bit strange. Since that time I accidentally entered, my ancestor has contracted some strange diseases. For example, the scene of that underground building often reappears in dreams, and for example since then, all the clansmen of our Shen family have become men with women's faces and women with men's faces. Yin and yang are reversed." Shen Yuro seemed to have accepted the reality and said very calmly. Li Ping's divine sense swept over Shen Yuro's body and found no trace of foreign power influencing her. It was as if things were meant to be this way. "Do you still have the exact location of that structure?" Li Ping asked. Shen Yuro's face showed distress. "To prevent any clansman from accidentally entering again, my ancestors did not disclose its specific location. However, there are paintings depicting the structure's interior." As she spoke, Shen Yuro conjured a painting with a flick of her fingers. In each of the four corners stood a stone statue. Each was a headless figure, making different gestures, as if in prayer. And in the center of the four statues stood a bare, smooth pillar. The surface of the pillar was very smooth, without any carvings. But strangely, the shadow of the pillar cast on the ground seemed to be a ferocious beast, bearing its fangs and claws. As if it would come to life at any moment with the change of light and shadow. According to my ancestors, within this structure, one would constantly hear the pounding of a violent heartbeat. And if one were to look along this pillar, it would feel like falling into an abyss, surrounded by endless darkness. Shen Yuro added. Li Ping stared at the four headless figures in the painting. Even without their heads, he could vaguely discern that their style was very similar to the faceless true immortal statues he had encountered beneath Mount Taishu. It should undoubtedly be a product of the Profound Heaven sect. Borrowing their image, yet severing their heads. This pillar, that smooth pillar was undoubtedly the core of this strange structure. But judging solely from the painting, it was impossible to discern any clues. After dismissing Shen Yuro, Li Ping quietly arrived at the Great Marsh of Nine Mountains. It was theoretically unreasonable for such a large-scale swamp to appear in the continuous Nine Mountains. Many cultivators had explored this area, hoping to discover some secrets. But they all found nothing. Standing in the center of the Great Marsh, Li Ping only sensed a fishy, rotten stench. He didn't detect anything unusual. If he hadn't clearly sensed that Mo Rubin was hiding Haria. Mo Rubin probably hadn't noticed Li Ping's approach yet. Although he was moving within a small area deep in the swamp, he hadn't left this region. After setting up a formation around the area, Li Ping submerged into the swamp, slowly approaching the sensed location. Gurglia. Suddenly, his figure abruptly stopped. Just now, Li Ping faintly heard a squirming sound. With his current cultivation level, he could almost rule out the possibility of it being a hallucination. Therefore, Li Ping looked around. The viscous, foul-smelling swamp mud was pulsating with life-like regularity. Li Ping suddenly had the feeling that the entire swamp had suddenly come to life. A trap, this thought flashed through Li Ping's mind, but he quickly dismissed it. The swamp's attention was not on him. The Holy Emperor continued to conceal his presence, following the feeling in his heart, which was also the source of the swamp's life rhythm. Before long, he discovered the strange structure that Shen Yuro's ancestor had encountered. Viewed macroscopically from the outside, the structure was clearly shaped like a blank face. And that tall, smooth pillar was located at the position of the blank face's brow. Like a third eye protruding high, gazing at the sky from underground. Such a bizarre sight caused Li Ping's heart to clench. The structure blocked him from spying inside. He could only rely on the mark he had left on Mo Reuben to confirm that the other party was indeed busy with something inside. The Holy Emperor did not enter rashly. Instead, he quietly laid down a net of source power essence around the perimeter. He then surrounded the area with layers of formations, completely sealing it off. He even summoned the power of the Zanhuang Heavenly Tao to seal the surrounding earth vansa. Even after taking so many measures, Li Ping still felt a lack of confidence for some reason. After pondering for a moment, Li Ping awakened Mao Bao on his shoulder and took out an object from its stomach. It was a treasure obtained from the fishing pond, an exotic treasure that could seal space. The treasure looked rather unremarkable, just a simple ring. But the golden white light flowing on it faintly indicated the terrifying power hidden within. Binding Void Ring, refined by annihilating all living beings in a ring-shaped world and merging it into the ring. It not only possesses the weight of the entire world itself but also the weight of billions of living beings. Once bound, even my actions will be greatly affected. Although the refining technique was an outright evil method, Li Ping was not a pedantic person, so he used it without any psychological burden. He gently tossed it out, and the binding void ring flew towards the top of the featureless face-shaped structure. In the blink of an eye, it expanded several times, enveloping the entire surrounding area. Watching the gradually hidden golden white ring, the Holy Emperor pondered for a moment and then laid down one last measure. With everything prepared, Li Ping flew towards the interior of the structure. "You've come. I've been waiting for you for a long time." As soon as he entered, he heard Mo Reuben's voice echoing in his ears. Li Ping focused his gaze but could not see his physical form. However, at the base of the smooth pillar in the center of the structure, the wandering shadow seemed to be a human figure. Confronting Li Ping, it seemed to reveal a mocking expression. "I've been by Brother Xuanyuan's side for so long. Even if I haven't stepped into the semi-immortal realm, I wouldn't be completely ignorant about it. Moreover, you're using a plan that was abandoned and rejected by Brother. Red dust immortal power, though strong, is ultimately harmful," Mo Reuben sneered. Li Ping knew that the red dust immortal power Mo Reuben was referring to was the source power essence he had condensed using the faith of the Nether clan. Taking shortcuts would inevitably come at a price. But what he sought was not ascension to immortality but the Zanhuang world. Within the scope of what he could achieve, seeking the most powerful force was not wrong. Ignoring Mo Reuben's words, the Holy Emperor examined the details of the structure. "Remnants of the Profound Heaven sect?" he asked. Mo Reuben seemed to be waiting for something and did not attack. He replied, "Heh, rather than saying it's the Profound Heaven sect, it's better to say it's a backup plan I left behind privately. Brother Xuanyuan is too idealistic. And too confident in himself. I am different." The shadow under the pillar seemed to be stimulated by something, and it began to move around more rapidly. "I once had the same mindset as Brother Xuanyuan, believing that I was a natural protagonist, and as long as I did something, there was no possibility of failure. But later, I was severely hit, and my cultivation level regressed every day. I even had to face the ridicule of those scraps that I never even noticed before. I realized." Mo Reuben's shadow suddenly surged from the ground, floating in midair, glaring fiercely at Li Ping. "I'm not some protagonist. I'm just an insignificant character flowing through the long river of history in this world. A small character naturally has to pave the way for failure. So, I hid it from Brother Xuanyuan and built this place." Mo Reuben manifested a shadowy arm, pointing at the 4 headless stone statues around him, and said with a sinister smile, "Look at these statues. They are genuine true immortals, and they even saved Brother Xuanyuan's life. The people in the sect, including Brother Xuanyuan himself, respected them very much. But didn't I cut off their heads?" Mo Reuben's maniacal laughter echoed throughout the secret chamber. Li Ping calmly said, "Aren't you afraid of the true immortal's retribution?" Mo Reuben laughed even harder. "You people don't understand at all. Don't even mention cutting off their heads. Even if I peed and pooped on their statues, the true immortals wouldn't care. How could mortal matters enter the eyes of true immortals? Immortals only care about what they care about." Li Ping just listened silently, neither agreeing nor refuting. "I know that where immortal power reaches, it's as if a true immortal is personally present. But even true immortals don't have infinite power. How could they waste their power on these small statues?" After laughing, Mo Reuben slowly regained his composure. "Unless something that true immortals care about appears around the statues." Before he finished speaking, the shadow that Mo Reuben had transformed into shrank back into the smooth pillar. The ground of the building vibrated slightly, and the pillars began to bloom with a faint luster, as if something was gestating within. I don't know who you are. But I'll give you a piece of advice. Mo Rubina's voice came from within the pillar, as if through layers upon layers of obstacles, becoming somewhat unclear. Do not enter the true immortal realm unless absolutely necessary. Li Ping faintly felt that the four faceless statues around him seemed to have come to life. Even with their heads chopped off, they were still able to watch the scene. However, their gazes were not on Li Ping. Instead, they were all focused on the radiant pillar. Logically speaking, even if it wasn't the true Immortal's power descending personally, but merely a gaze transmitted across countless time and space, it should have been unbearable for mortal cultivators. However, the faceless Holy Emperor, who was situated among the four statues, did not feel any pressure. The power is being extracted and absorbed. Li Ping's heart trembled slightly. In his sight, four strands of power with the same nature, intertwined into lines, completely encircled the smooth pillar, wrapping around it again and again. Stimulated by this power, the pillar's light became even more dazzling. The surface seemed to be melting, revealing the true appearance inside. This is a bare flagpole. The flag had long disappeared, leaving only a white jade pole engraved with intricate patterns standing tall. An object from the immortal realm. Feeling the increasingly chaotic energy fluctuations around him, Li Ping retreated slightly, but his gaze remained firmly locked on the white jade flagpole. Not only the gazes of the true immortal statues, but even the essence of source power I arranged outside, which is also red dust immortal power, is faintly being mobilized by this flagpole. At this moment, Mo Rubina's voice sounded again. Back when Brother Xuanyuan returned from the immortal realm, he really brought back a lot of good things. Not to mention those cultivation methods, even immortal artifacts were everywhere to be picked up. It's just a pity that they said it was contaminated with calamity, and most of them were sealed away, not allowing us to use them. Energy formed a substantial vortex around the command flag. In the constant trembling, the flagpole seemed ready to break through the void and leave at any moment. Alright, it's been many years since I have talked to anyone. It feels good to say so much in one breath. We'll have a chance to meet again in the future. I am going to do serious business now. Mo Rubina's words slowly disappeared. Brilliant light erupted from the flagpole, obscuring all prying eyes around. In the next moment, the spirit flag was about to escape from this place. But Li Ping had been tracking it for so long, naturally he couldn't just let him leave with a few words from Mo Rubin. The formation and the net of source power essence exploded suddenly. Golden interwoven threads appeared from the void. The airtight net blocked the flagpole. Even the space was completely sealed off. Red dust immortal power dares to compete with true immortal power. Mo Rubina's mocking voice came. Under the blazing light at the front end of the white jade flagpole, the golden source power actually melted slowly like snow. Li Ping remained unmoved, using the remaining source power essence like moths to aflame while activating the formation to intercept. Mortal formations are worthy Toa. Mo Rubina's tone showed surprise for the first time. Because the formations that Li Ping was using had already far exceeded his understanding. It even slowly pulled back the white jade flagpole, which was about to pierce through the void. In Mo Rubina's perception, the surroundings were like filled with blocking mediums, hindering the flagpole's progress. Has the formation of the Xuanwang realm developed to this extent? The exquisite degree is actually not below the floating starry sky grand formation. Although shocked in his heart, Mo Rubin did not slow down his momentum to leave. A white light erupted again from the flagpole. The white light swept past, and everything blocking the front was completely dissolved. The flagpole also easily broke free from the multiple obstacles. And Mo Rubin, for some reason, no longer had mocking words. He just silently wanted to leave. Decree. At this moment, Li Ping's cold voice sounded. The sky-binding ring appeared in the void, locking the white jade flagpole firmly. Useless. 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 Just a mere realm artifact. Damn it. Damn it. You are really like a fly, so annoying. Mo Rubina's tone was significantly different from before. Rambling, even a little manic. For the first time, something other than white light appeared in the white jade flagpole. It was a human-shaped outline. The figure held a long knife, flew out gracefully, and lightly slashed at the sky-binding ring. Clang! The golden white ring, containing hundreds of millions of living beings in an entire immortal cultivation world, broke in the middle. However, releasing the white figure obviously consumed a lot of the white jade flagpole's power. The light became much dimmer. Damn na a. Mo Rubina's vicious curses echoed. But he did not stay to find trouble with Li Ping. Instead, he continued to head towards the intended destination very resolutely. I told you, you can't stop me. In the flashing light, the white jade flagpole turned into a thin line, shaking off all restraints and about to leave. At this moment, an ancient song suddenly and abruptly sounded. The sound was not loud, but it overwhelmed the vibrating sounds of Mo Rubin and the white jade flagpole. A pitch-black door quietly opened on the path where the white jade flagpole was heading. And Li Ping, who had not personally taken action, flashed at this moment and came to the tail of the white jade flagpole. Golden armor protected his body, and behind the Holy Emperor, the phantom of the Xuanwang realm also emerged. Go in. Boom, boom, boom. Li Ping kicked hard on the tail of the white jade flagpole, causing the flagpole, which was originally eager to leave, to suddenly dart forward. Not having time to avoid it, it flew straight into the pitch-black door. Li Ping also followed closely, flying in. He closed the passage along the way, not forgetting to take with him the few loyal Nether clan people who risked their lives to set up the ritual and open the passage to the Sea of Shadow. Within the Sea of Shadow, a piece of pitch-black silence. Even the white jade flagpole, as bright as the sun in the outside world, could only illuminate a small limited area around it here. And Mo Rubin, who had been very talkative, was now as if he was mute. Speechless for a long time. Wait, where is this this is After a long time, he finally spoke blankly. Now, we can talk. The light of the white jade flagpole slightly dispelled the darkness of the Sea of Shadow, enabling Li Ping and Mo Rubin to temporarily communicate using language. Mo Rubin seemed not to have heard Li Ping's words at all. He showed his figure from the white jade flagpole, looking around in unimaginable ways. His expression was both anticipation and fear. Here, is there the aura of King Xuantian? After a brief silence, Li Ping asked. The three words King Xuantian seemed to trigger some kind of switch. Mo Rubin suddenly came back to his senses. He stared at Li Fan. How would you know about this place? Moreover, you can open the passage here. Mo Rubina's tone was very dangerous, as if Li Ping's answer was slightly wrong, and he would never die. Nearly 10,000 years have passed since you fell asleep. Nothing is impossible. Li Ping's attitude was very indifferent. Not only me, but even the largest immortal cultivation organization today, the Myriad Immortals Alliance, has also mastered the opening of the passage here. Moreover, they are stealing power here. Haven't you felt it? Li Ping asked. As soon as these words came out, Mo Rubina's expression changed again. He looked towards the distance, and the aura on his body fluctuated violently. How dare they? Should be killed. Kill. Mo Rubin roared angrily. 1289. The scenery of the immortal realm in the past 7K, please give me a monthly ticket. Accompanying the countless mirror surfaces were countless faces of Mo Rubin, each with a different expression. They hid behind the dark and blurred mirror surfaces, collectively spying on the faceless Holy Emperor in the arena. The mirror surfaces corresponded in pairs, with Li Ping as the center point. Specks of light shot out from one mirror surface and were projected onto the opposite one. The lines of light formed in this way were like tangible shackles, applied to Li Ping's body. The rays of light appeared in the mirror world, like heavy chains, accelerating Li Ping's progress in being pulled into the real world. The faceless Holy Emperor, who had fully revealed his figure and was surrounded by layers of mirrors, did not show much panic. He looked at the lines on his body, which were both intangible and tangible, and reached out to touch them. But like a phantom bubble, they passed through his palm and tightly bound around his body again. How foolish. For some reason, this action seemed to anger Mo Rubin. He roared, and the lines that were originally like bright light suddenly turned pitch black. Rustling whispers emanated from these black chains. One could even vaguely see faces resembling Mo Rubin on the surface, wandering and wailing. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The black chains had the ability to corrode with darkness. In the blink of an eye, the clothes on Li Ping's body were dissolved. Just as they were about to touch Li Fan's skin, a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out. A golden armor with distinct edges and corners suddenly descended, completely enveloping the Holy Emperor's 33-foot-tall body. Beneath the surface of the armor, golden light flowed continuously, as if it had its own spirituality. The golden light protection blocked all the erosion of the black chains. Li Ping stretched out his right hand, grabbed the chains wrapped around his body, and then tore them off fiercely. The sound of mirror shattering was constantly heard. A vortex suddenly formed in his chest. Li Ping stuffed the torn black chains into the vortex. Boom, boom, like a raging fire, the vortex, as if having been added a lot of fuel, bloomed with a soul-stirring light. On those black chains that were being burned, countless faces of Mo Reuben uttered vicious curses in unison. So, these are the personalities of the cultivators you devoured. As the vortex in his chest continued to devour the black chains, the Holy Emperor also learned the details of these resentful faces from the images constantly emerging in his mind. Instead of practicing the A9 Revolution's Immortal Sola, you changed to learning this kind of evil trick. Li Ping shook his head with some regret. This sentence seemed to touch Mo Reuben's reverse scale. In an instant, his figure became as dark and deep as if it had been stained with thick black ink. A crack was born between him and Li Ping. It was a mirror reflecting reality and illusion. Mo Reuben and Li Ping faced each other from a distance, separated on both sides of the mirror. At the moment when this crack appeared, Li Ping suddenly had a feeling. The Mo Reuben on that side seemed to have disappeared. The image in front of him was just some kind of projection formed on the other side of the mirror based on his own existence. With a thought, Li Ping, protected by the golden armor, instantly appeared hundreds of miles away, leaving the scope of the Zishao sect ruins. But soon, the Holy Emperor discovered an extremely strange scene in front of him. The crack in front of him actually teleported along with him, and its position relative to him did not change at all. And Mo Reuben was constantly grinning, coldly looking at him from the other side of the mirror. It seemed that some kind of extremely mysterious power had locked Li Ping and Mo Reuben together, and no matter how he changed his position, he could not get rid of it. What was even more creepy was that Li Ping vaguely realized that the appearance and aura of Mo Reuben on the other side of the mirror were quietly changing. His body slowly swelled, and his facial features became more and more blurred. Mo Reuben was transforming into the faceless Holy Emperor. Evil tricks. You are really ignorant and fearless. What is evil? What is righteous? Righteousness and evil do not exist, only immortality is eternal. How can you judge the 10,000 tribulations indestructible demon heart immortal Arta? Mo Reuben laughed loudly, full of sarcasm, let you become me. The things on both sides of the mirror became more and more alike. The distance between the Holy Emperor and Mo Reuben was also gradually getting closer. Seeing that he was about to completely slide to the other side of the mirror, Li Ping suddenly unloaded his golden armor. He stared coldly at Mo Reuben not far away. Become me. Just you. I am the Holy Emperor of Destiny. Purple golden luck appeared from the void, like a dreamlike gauze, instantly weaving into an auspicious cloud dragon robe, spontaneously wearing on Li Ping's body. The faceless Holy Emperor's voice, like thunder from the 9 heavens, echoed at one end of the mirror. The roaring echo stirred up waves in the crack that separated the present world from illusion. The sound of creaking and overburdening faintly came, and the world on the other side of the mirror showed cracks. It seemed that it would shatter at any time. Are you worthy? Li Ping asked coldly. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves. Mo Reuben's expression changed for the first time, deviating from the state of imitating the faceless Holy Emperor. Behind Li Ping, he seemed to see a miniature image of the entire Xuanwang realm. Even behind that group of Xuanwang light, there seemed to be a more dazzling galaxy hidden. In a flash, the world turned upside down. The weight of the world pressed on him. Ding! The cracked mirror shattered. In a chain reaction, the countless mirrors surrounding and sealing the space instantly exploded into thousands of pieces. Mo Reuben spat out a mouthful of blood, but his reaction was quick. Taking advantage of the disturbance caused by the shattering of the mirror, his figure became illusory, and in an instant, he had appeared thousands of miles away. Xuanwang Heavenly Tao, how is that possible? Mo Reuben had an unbelievable expression on his face. His face suddenly changed again. Damn it, the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao is really unreliable, I have to hurry up. Just as he was talking to himself, a tall figure in front of him quietly stood in his way. My question has not been answered, and you want to leave? A trace of fear flashed in Mo Rubin's eyes, and he snorted coldly, "What holy emperor of destiny, what incarnation of heavenly Tao, are just pawns? If you don't want to die, why don't we cooperate? What do you think? Although you are strong, you are still a little worse than Brother Xuanyuan. Even he was plotted against and encountered misfortune, you will definitely not be able to avoid it." Mo Rubin's words made Li Ping's heart move, and he stopped his attack. But when Mo Rubin finished these words, Li Ping's expression suddenly changed. He reached out and grabbed Mo Rubin in front of him, but that figure exploded like a bubble and scattered in the air. It was just a blindfold. The real Mo Rubin had somehow escaped under Li Ping's nose, and he didn't know where he had escaped to. The Holy Emperor was not angry because he was tricked. The real immortal art is indeed extraordinary. A 10,000 tribulations indestructible demon heart immortal arta. That's not right. After pondering for a moment, Li Ping looked at the cat treasure sleeping on his shoulder. During the brief battle with Mo Rubin just now, the other party didn't seem to notice the existence of the cat treasure. Moreover, the killing move that could be copied and replaced did not reflect the existence of the cat treasure. It doesn't arouse the cat treasure's interest. It seems that this so-called immortal art is somewhat unworthy of its name. Although Mo Rubin had escaped at this moment, he had not actually escaped Li Ping's control. While Mo Rubin was trying to replace Li Ping was also slowly pulling him into the net of source power essence. Even if he broke free for a while, as long as he followed the broken golden net that was still left in the air, he could follow the vine and find his trace. In his perception, Mo Rubin was still fleeing quickly. Li Ping was not in a hurry to catch up, but prepared to take a long line to catch a big fish. What he said just now is difficult to distinguish between true and false. But one thing is certain, he will definitely go to find King Xuantian. Or something related to the Xuantian sect of that year. Just wait. Li Ping knew that to deal with an existence like Mo Rubin, who had survived from ancient times, he must have sufficient patience. Moreover, the battle with Mo Rubin just now also enabled the Holy Emperor to have a substantial understanding of the treacherous techniques of the Xuantian sect. With some preparation, he would not be so easily run away next time they met. The fluctuations of the battle just now seemed to have attracted the attention of other strong people. Perhaps people from the Myriad Immortals Alliance would come to check soon, and Li Ping prepared to leave this place first. I didn't expect Mo Rubin to hide in the Zishao sect ruins. According to the records on the stone slab, after the immortal Dao 10 sects destroyed the Xuantian sect that year, they almost searched the world in order to cut off future troubles. The large and small sects were also like this. This Zishao sect was carefully checked that year, but he still escaped it. The power of the Xuantian sect's techniques is not to be discussed for the time being. But they are quite treacherous and difficult to defend against. Unlike orthodox immortal Dao, Li Ping commented in his heart. His divine sense swept over the Zishao sect ruins thousands of miles away, and the figure of the faceless Holy Emperor slowly disappeared into the air. But the next moment, Li Ping reappeared. Because just in the moment when he was thinking, Li Ping discovered some strange things. His perspective suddenly rose, and a miniature landscape map of the Xuanwang realm appeared in front of Li Ping. This place is the Myriad Immortals Alliance's Linglang Prefecture. Thousands of years ago, it was a part of the original Xuanwang realm. The Xuanwang realm was dissected and transformed, and this Linglang Prefecture was fused with other immortal cultivation worlds. But Li Ping gradually became serious. A piece is missing from the puzzle of the original Xuanwang realm. He had mastered the information of the creation stone tablet and was closely connected with the Xuanwang heavenly Tao. In the process of restoring the dissected and reorganized original Xuanwang realm, Li Ping vaguely realized that a large area of the former Zishao sect's range had disappeared in the new Xuanwang realm map. Or rather, it has not disappeared. It still exists in a corner of the current Xuanwang realm. But I was influenced by some kind of power, so that I subconsciously ignored its existence. After drawing this conclusion, the aura on Li Ping's body suddenly became solemn. The map of the original Xuanwang realm and the current Xuanwang realm was constantly separated, reorganized, and compared in his sea of consciousness. After a long time, he finally found another area of the former Zishao sect. That was the area of Mount Taishu in Taihua Prefecture today. What's there? Li Ping did not easily investigate, but first pondered about the power that could influence him. Past events flashed through his mind one by one. The Holy Emperor was vaguely aware. However, Li Ping hesitated very rarely. He stood still in the air for a long time, and after a long time, he made up his mind. No matter what kind of facts, if you don't have the courage to face them, how can you save the Xuanwang realm? The Holy Emperor shook his head slightly, and his figure flickered. Before long, he had arrived at Mount Taishu. However, the secrets discovered here were somewhat different from what he had expected. Deep valley under Mount Taishu. Li Ping discovered an underground secret room buried in silt. The aura emanating from the secret room made even him, the incarnation of the heavenly Tao, feel vaguely uncomfortable. What made him even more concerned was that the cat treasure, which had been sleeping on his shoulder, suddenly woke up and looked around. As if it had found some delicious food, Li Ping could feel extremely excited emotions from it. But after locking on the target, the cat treasure suddenly lost all its energy, like a deflated balloon. It lazily fell asleep again. However, Li Ping's attention never left the target. What is this? A statue, like him, without a face. Although it looked like a mortal thing, without any spiritual power fluctuations. But Li Ping felt unprecedented pressure from the statue. Even when facing the remaining disasters in the Star Sea in the Dark Star Sea before, he had never been like this. The faceless statue seemed to have a magical power. Li Ping slowly approached it. Two void faces faced each other from a distance. For some reason, a surge suddenly rose in Li Ping's heart. He wanted to communicate with this statue. In the Yanfahui space, Li Fan's breath stagnated slightly. The picture that could be sensed from the Holy Emperor's clone was extremely blurred. But after the Holy Emperor accidentally discovered the statue of the faceless true immortal buried under Mount Taishu, this connection became clear again due to the instinctive sense of fatal crisis. Li Fan closed his eyes and concentrated, trying to reverse the clone's intention. Although he could escape from the true immortal's net once, he could escape a second time. But it would still be a troublesome thing to completely get rid of it after multiple reincarnations. It's better to avoid it if possible. However, the Holy Emperor's will was unexpectedly firm. Perhaps he sensed something in the equally void face. He still walked slowly towards the faceless true immortal statue. Standing in front of the statue, motionless. At this moment, even though the Holy Emperor was his clone, Li Fan couldn't figure out what the Holy Emperor was thinking. So, this is the Xuantian Immortal. After a long time, Li Ping discovered the source of this statue in the records of the Creation Stone Tablet. The faceless true immortal worshipped by the Xuantian sect. Li Ping touched his empty face, his aura fluctuating constantly. Interesting. Li Ping couldn't judge whether there was a real connection between himself and this faceless true immortal. However, he could vaguely sense the extraordinariness of this statue. Very cautiously, he didn't choose to touch it himself. Li Ping summoned the most ordinary saint soldier puppet and moved the statue to the dark void outside the great Qi small world. He laid down layers of formations to seal the statue. He only stopped when the sense of crisis in his heart slowly faded. The reason he was so cautious was because of the feeling of familiarity he had confirmed after being in contact with the statue for some time. And the source of this familiarity was not only because the statue was strangely faceless like himself. More of it came from an image. The scene he sensed in the center of the Dark Star Sea, from the vast consciousness of the Star Sea's origin. What does it have to do with me? What does it have to do with me? The figure gradually disappearing in that unrestrained laughter. It was strikingly similar in feeling to this statue and him. Is it the same person? Or not? It was just a fleeting glimpse of a flashing picture, and Li Ping couldn't confirm it at all. If I have a chance, I will go to the center of the Star Sea again. If that vast Star Sea consciousness personally identifies it, I should be able to figure it out. This thought flashed through Li Ping's mind. Perhaps, I can try again. However, the reserve of clear void flowing crystal has been almost exhausted in the last operation. And Li Ping looked again at the faceless statue heavily sealed by formations in the void. Although it had no eyes, it seemed to be watching him. If the culprit of the past was really this faceless true immortal, and was implicated by the furious Star Sea consciousness, I'm afraid that even if a puppet body goes there, the main body here will be affected. Compared to the entire Dark Star Sea, the Xuanwang realm is really like a drop in the Oceania. A picture of the Xuanwang realm being torn apart by violent energy in an instant suddenly flashed before Li Ping's eyes. He couldn't help but suppress his previous thoughts. After a long silence, the figure of the Saint Emperor disappeared. When he reappeared, he placed another item next to the faceless true immortal statue. It was actually the remains of the one beginning sect that he had collected and sealed under the Great Rift Valley in Floating Light Province before. The remains were nothing special, but the Grand Mage's remains inside, as well as the hidden wind calamity that could be erased, made the Saint Emperor have to treat it with caution. The one beginning sect remains and the faceless true immortal statue faced each other from afar in the void. A premonition flashed in Li Ping's heart. If there were no formation seals to block Tama, I'm afraid an extremely terrifying disaster would erupt on the spot. Immortal a. The rampant laughter of, "What does it have to do with me?" faintly echoed in Li Ping's ears. He snorted coldly in his heart and cast thousands of formations again. He reinforced the cages of the two. He wouldn't feel at ease placing these unstable factors buried in the Xuanwang realm anywhere else. Only if he personally guarded them would it be the safest. Thinking like this, Li Ping continued to tirelessly strengthen the formation seal. And on his shoulder, Cat Treasure had awakened at some point. Its clear eyes stared at the void in front. It stretched its paw to its mouth and licked it. Li Fan's main body couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As the faceless true immortal statue was sealed, the connection between him and the clone became blurred again. Even weaker than before. Is the Saint Emperor clone more vigilant? Li Fan shook his head secretly, not very concerned. However, this matter has also reminded me. Although I myself am hiding here and can watch the great changes in the Xuanwang world, the Saint Emperor, as the protagonist of this era, is bound to confront those transcendent existences. It's possible that he won't be like the true immortal of the immortal ruins before, following the connection between the clone and the main body to find me. I still need to prepare. However, being in the heart of the myriad immortal alliance, it's not very free to act and needs to be considered in the long term. Big idiot. Just as he was thinking, he vaguely noticed that the deduction jade little lowly was constantly calling out to the simulated personality. With a thought, he replaced it again and appeared inside the character light sphere. Really, it took you so long to respond after calling you for so long. Deduction jade pouted, her face full of displeasure. Are you done sleeping? Li Fan didn't respond directly, but asked with some surprise. Deduction jade put her hands on her hips. How can it be enough after only this long? However, I remembered some things from before when I was dreaming. See if it's helpful to you. The little lowly clapped her palms, and the scene inside the light sphere suddenly changed. On a boundless grassland, a solitary stone stands alone. Suddenly, the earth began to shake. Large patches of green grass also seemed to be stimulated by something and began to grow wildly. In an instant, it became more than a person tall. It even lifted the solitary stone on the grassland from the ground. An arc of light suddenly appeared in the sky. The light arc was colorful, and one could vaguely see lightning and thunder and storm gathering within it. Around the colorful light arc, the space occasionally presented a strange distortion. It was as if there was an invisible transparent object there. More and more invisible objects gathered, and they all surrounded the light arc, as if waiting for something. The wind and thunder became more and more violent, and the rolling black clouds even had a tendency to penetrate the light arc. Although from outside the light arc, the storm was already very terrible. But when it spread outside the light arc, the real horror appeared. A jet black lightning bolt suddenly struck the ground from the light arc. Boom, boom, boom. The world was divided into two halves because of it, and deep cracks were drawn in the space, which could not be healed for a long time. And on the grassland, the continuous green grass was ignited. A raging fire spread rapidly. But then, an even more bizarre scene appeared. The burnt ashes fell one after another, turning into nutrients to nourish the green leaves. The green grass grew wildly again, and the speed of growth actually offset the speed of being burned. The grassland trembled, and under the raging fire, something seemed to be awakening. And above the high sky, the invisible people around the light arc did not care about everything that happened below. They just gathered more towards the inside of the light arc. There were even disputes over the position. There were constant loud roars and collisions. The storm brewed to the extreme, and suddenly fell into stillness. The rolling black clouds disappeared without a trace in an instant. Within the colorful light arc, in the clear sky for thousands of miles, an extremely mysterious character was impressively listed. At the moment when the character appeared, the supreme Daozan sound seemed to resound between heaven and earth. Continuous colorful auspicious clouds came from the horizon and gathered towards the character. Drizzling raindrops fell from the sky. The rainwater, like the auspicious clouds in the sky, was a heart-stirring colorful color. The cracks between heaven and earth were repaired. The flames on the grassland also extinguished as the raindrops fell. The continuous green grass greedily absorbed the heavenly nectar. But their bodies were constantly shrinking. Colorful lights lit up, and figures of various shapes were conceived in them. But the sound of fighting and roaring above the high sky seemed to be even louder. However, Deduction Jade's memory was coming to an end. The surrounding pictures gradually became blurred, and only the solitary stone on the grassland could be seen, being dissolved by the rain. The picture faded, and Li Fan returned to the Deduction Jade character light sphere. But he was immersed in the scene just now and could not extricate himself. How is it? Do you have any clues? Deduction Jade asked expectantly. After Li Fan savored the scene just now for a long time, he asked, that raindrop, shouldn't it be the immortal sound Jade you mentioned? Deduction Jade raised her head and put her hands on her hips, and said with a justified tone, it should be it. I have this memory in my mind since I was born. But as I slowly grew up, I forgot it. Fortunately, I took a good nap before, otherwise I don't know when I will remember it. I have a hunch, if you can give me some more of this thing. Li Fan interrupted Deduction Jade's reverie. What about the character in the colorful light arc? Why can't I see it clearly at all? Deduction Jade pouted. I said it was something in a dream. It's already very difficult for me to recall these, how can I even remember the characters clearly? Li Fan stared at Deduction Jade, trying to distinguish the truth from the false in her words. You don't believe me? Deduction Jade said extremely aggrievedly. Li Fan chuckled. You're not stupid. I don't believe that you didn't realize that the scene you just showed is very likely to be the legendary scene of the immortal world. Even immortals are vying to grab the Charaktras. It's okay for you to hide something. Hearing this, Deduction Jade was even more aggrieved. I really can't remember it. You also know that it's an immortal character, how can it be so easy to be remembered? Besides, I was so young at the time. Deduction Jade gestured with her hands, her eyes filled with tears. How can I remember it? Li Fan didn't believe the little loli's nonsense and directly made a condition. Deduction Jade's tears stopped immediately. Her big eyes rolled around, as if she was thinking. After a while, she said in a low voice, well, maybe I can remember something if I eat a little more. Deduction Jade licked her lips and stared at Li Fan. Eat. Li Fan lowered his head. Can you also eat something? Deduction Jade said angrily. What are you talking about? I'm actually also a person. It's been several thousand years since I tasted delicious food. I tasted it again in a dream this time, so I was woken up by the craving. Li Fan changed a crispy pigeon with a fragrant aroma in his hand. Will this work? Deduction Jade rolled her eyes. I want the real thing, not the fake thing. I can have as much as I want of this kind. Saying that, the little loli waved her hand, and the surroundings were immediately filled with all kinds of delicacies. No matter how similar, the fake is still the fake, and it can't become the real thing. Deduction Jade shook her head, full of regret. For some reason, Deduction Jade suddenly felt that the expression on Li Fan's face had changed slightly in an instant. Then look, how about this dish? What appeared in Li Fan's hand was an ordinary fried rice. Deduction Jade dismissed it, but at Li Fan's wink, she still took it and tasted it. 1290. Destroy the world and seek business, 7K, please follow the monthly ticket. I'm just afraid that true immortal remains might come back to life. As soon as Mo Rubin said these words, whether it was Li Ping's illusion or not, the depths of this sea of gloom seemed to become even colder. It felt as if some unknown existence had suddenly fixed its gaze upon him, and a chill rose within his heart. The Holy Emperor, with a solemn expression, surveyed his surroundings, but found no sign of any lurking presence. His gaze returning to the corpse of Fang Dingay from the Great Tao sect, Li Ping asked, having become like this, can he still come back to life? Li Ping was naturally not asking about Fang Dingay, but about the true immortal whose immortal body had transformed into the Sea of Gloom and whose will had become the fallen immortal realm. Mo Rubin also scrutinized the corpse not far away, and said softly, let me tell you a story. Our 9 Refinements Temple once enshrined an ancestral master's stone statue, said to have been personally crafted by the Nine Refinements ancestor, the Myriad Method Supreme. This stone statue was venerated for thousands of years. Whenever disciples in the temple had doubts on their cultivation path, as long as they sincerely prayed to it, most would receive a response from the unseen. Therefore, for so many years, the incense never ceased. Then one day, tribulation clouds suddenly enveloped the sky above the Nine Refinements temple, and bolts of divine lightning struck down, targeting the ancestral master's stone statue. A figure broke out of the stone statue and soared straight into the heavens. This person's strength was terrifying, enough to instantly obliterate a Tao harmonization expert. The nine heavens' divine lightning couldn't harm him at all. He laughed incessantly in the lightning, and it seemed he was about to withstand the tribulation and ascend. Mo Reuben paused again at the crucial point of his story. After waiting for a long while without the Holy Emperor urging him, he took a deep breath and continued. The fragments of the ancestral master's stone statue, which had been scattered all over the ground, actually gathered together silently again, approaching the person undergoing the tribulation. Catching him off guard, it swallowed him back into the stone statue. This time, no matter how the figure struggled, he could no longer escape the stone statue's embrace. And the stone statue, along with that figure, broke through the sky and ascended. After listening to this somewhat mystical story, Li Ping couldn't help but frown slightly. Mo Reuben asked, "Who do you think, of these two who ascended together, is our Nine Refinements Temple's ancestral master?" Li Ping pondered for a moment, and replied, "The figure in the stone statue needs to face the ascension tribulation. Should be him. He couldn't ascend in life, so he took the form of a stone statue, receiving offerings from his disciples, accumulating for thousands of years, attempting to ascend." Mo Reuben smiled slightly. "Wrong. Our Nine Refinements Temple's ancestral master, the Myriad Method Supreme, has a clear record of ascending to immortality in full view of everyone. However, what only the successive heads of the Nine Refinements Temple know is that the Myriad Method Supreme fell for unknown reasons in the second year after entering the immortal realm." Li Ping was stunned upon hearing this. Mo Reuben continued contentedly, "However, the stone statue he personally crafted had a contingency plan left behind by him, so that even if his divine soul was destroyed in the upper realm, he could use the stone statue to be reborn." Li Ping frowned again. "Then who is the figure in the stone statue?" Mo Reuben chuckled. "He is our Nine Refinements Temple's third-generation head. This person disobeyed the ancestral master's teachings and wanted to establish his own rules. After a round of internal strife, he was seriously injured and failed, and disappeared from then on. I didn't expect him to have been hiding in the ancestral master's stone statue all along, and even cultivated to the point of ascension in one fell swoop. But he still ended up working for someone else for nothing. The Myriad Method Supreme, ascending to immortality for only a year, with no foundation to speak of, could use the stone statue to be reborn. Not to mention that true immortal. Look at this sea of gloom, and you can imagine how powerful he was in life. To put it bluntly, don't use the perspective of his cultivators to speculate about the methods of immortals. There is a real difference like heaven and earth." Perhaps because they had been communicating with each other for a while, Mo Reuben's emotions stabilized a lot, and he said with some feeling. Li Ping remained silent. He felt that there were inaccuracies in what the other party said about the Myriad Method Supreme using the stone statue to be reborn, and the conflict between the Nine Refinements Temple's third-generation head. But after all, it was ancient secret news, and now that they were deep in dangerous territory, it was not the time to investigate deeply. Then should we continue to go deeper? Fang Dingyi's tragic death doesn't seem like something an ordinary cultivator could do. Li Ping changed the subject. "Let's go in and take a look first. If the true immortal has been resurrected, so many years have passed, it's definitely impossible for him to still be staying in the same place," Mo Reuben said, bypassing Fang Dingyi's remains and continuing to dive into the darkness. Passing through 3 defensive formations, some originally belonged to the Spirit Gathering Ascension Array, and some were set up by later arrivals. With the combined efforts of Li Ping and Mo Reuben, after some effort, they finally reached the control center of the Spirit Gathering Ascension Array. Along the way, they did not find the corpses of the other 4 fallen longevity realm experts. The control center, clearly at the deepest part of the gloom, was like a transparent observation deck. Through the array formation's physical barriers surrounding this place, resembling panoramic glass, Li Ping and Mo Reuben were able to see the entire sea of gloom. Even though it had been magnified countless times, they could still clearly see the outline of the sea of gloom, which resembled a human appearance. Mo Rubin was clearly not here for the first time, and was not distracted by the magnificent scene before him, but came to the center of the observation deck. His expression changed slightly. One good news and one bad news. Which one do you want to hear first? Mo Rubin asked. After a moment of silence, Li Ping replied, tell me the good news first. The good news is that the fallen true immortal did not use the remains to be reborn, Mo Rubin said in a faint voice. What about the bad news? Mo Rubin chuckled, you'll know when you come and see. Li Ping slowly walked to the position where Mo Rubin was. The scene before his eyes suddenly changed, and the high observation deck seemed to be falling rapidly. The scene of the sea of gloom below quickly approached and magnified. Suddenly rushing into his eyes, reaching deep into his divine soul. Boom! The surrounding scene changed, and it seemed that he had left the sea of gloom and come to a completely new unknown place. Don't move, Mo Rubin's voice sounded in his heart, and Li Ping felt a little relieved, looking around. He saw the other 4 fallen longevity realm experts. Maintaining the posture of the last moment of their lives, but unlike Fang Dingay, their faces were covered with a layer of gray, and their specific appearance could no longer be seen. It could only be vaguely seen that they had tried their best to resist the terrifying power that was devouring them. Li Ping tried to find the culprit who had caused the fall of these 5 longevity realm experts. The gray vine-like substance extending from the feet of the 4 longevity realm corpses, spreading and entwining together, attracted Li Ping's attention. In Li Ping's observation, these gray vines were definitely lifeless, just dead objects aggregated from pure energy. But for some reason, when facing them, Li Ping felt like he was being watched by a venomous snake. What is this? Asking when he didn't understand, Li Ping had no psychological barriers. This is the will to survive. The true immortal remains will to survive. Mo Rubin slowly answered Li Ping's question after a long while. Will to survive. Li Ping carefully savored the meaning of these 4 words. True immortals cannot be judged by common sense. When Brother Zhan Yuan modified the true immortal remains, he had this concern. In order to prevent him from being resurrected, he also made many additional arrangements. But I didn't expect. Although Li Ping couldn't see Mo Rubin's figure, he could sense that he was staring intently at the gray will to survive that permeated this place. According to common sense, it is impossible for the true immortal remains, which have turned into the sea of gloom, to still give birth to such a strong will to survive. Hearing Mo Rubin's words, Li Ping also seemed to be thoughtful, unless someone deliberately triggered it. That's right, this person is not simple, Mo Rubin commented. First, it's not simple to be able to break the restrictions left by Brother Zhan Yuan. Second, it's not simple to be able to trigger the true immortal remains will. And third, it's amazing to be able to retreat completely after triggering the will to survive. Don't underestimate these things. Even if you and I are not careful and are targeted by them, I'm afraid it will be difficult to escape death. We can only end up like these 5 empty shells. Li Ping frowned slightly, he still had some confidence in his own strength. Mo Rubin did not argue with Li Ping, but continued to explain in a low voice, the will to survive of a person who was originally dead is ignited again. It's like grasping the last straw, the power that suddenly erupts. Instinctively devouring all the life it can come into contact with and turning it into its own resources for resurrection. Only someone with Brother Zhan Yuan's strength can barely resist. Although you and I look strong, we are still far behind. Li Ping was silent. Mo Rubin continued. Fortunately, the person who triggered it did not destroy Brother Zhan Yuan's arrangement. After this will to survive sucked dry these 4 longevity realm experts, it could no longer find an object to absorb, and then fell into silence again. If it escapes from the sea of gloom, I'm afraid the entire Xuanwang realm will become its food. Li Ping immediately became extremely solemn. But then again, Brother Zhan Yuan's methods are not so easy to be cracked. The person who triggered it, who you call the transmitter, he did not directly destroy the restrictions of the sea of gloom. He didn't even change it, and even added his own methods. However, he has the control array magic tool and knows the restrictions here like the back of his hand, so he can progress freely. Mo Rubin seemed to have thought of something, and the aura he condensed suddenly became unstable. Let's get to work. Just when Li Ping was worried that Mo Rubin would become crazy and out of control, Mo Rubin instantly calmed down again. He transmitted a large amount of information into Li Ping's mind. This is the Spirit Gathering Ascension Array. Li Ping immediately saw the mystery. Strictly speaking, it is the Spirit Gathering Ascension Array after Brother Zhan Yuan's revised version. The original version of the Ascension Array was created by a great demonic Tao cultivator. This one is a real peerless fierce demon. He was born humble, and his own cultivation talent was not enough, and reaching the golden core realm was already the limit. But he created this fierce array. As long as the array is shrouded, everything in it will be refined into the purest energy. He first started with small mortal worlds, from weak to strong, and didn't know how many worlds of living beings he exterminated before finally ascending to the immortal realm. After he came to the immortal realm, the first thing he did was to improve the array and wanted to repeat his old tricks in the immortal realm. Such a character, in the immortal realm catastrophe, was like a fly, dying as soon as he died. All the treasures accumulated in his life were cheaper for Brother Zhan Yuan. But Brother Zhan Yuan despised his legacy. Mo Reuben said with a sneer. So violent and brutal, can he also attain the Tao and become an immortal? Is the immortal tribulation in his world different from that of the Xuanwang realm? Li Ping asked with a frown. Because in Li Ping's memory, in the Xuanwang realm, the difficulty of the heavenly tribulation that such a villain needs to face when transcending the tribulation is more than dozens of times that of ordinary people. There is simply no possibility of successfully transcending the tribulation. Therefore, he asked this question. No matter how strong the heavenly tribulation is, there is a limit in the lower realm. Just be stronger than it. What's more, good and evil are actually uncertain. Li Ping could clearly feel that as Mo Reuben spoke, he fell into some kind of confused state again. What do you need me to do? Li Ping transferred Mo Reuben's attention at the right time. Your array formation attainments should not be much weaker than Brother Zhan Yuan. The control center of the spirit gathering ascension array here cannot be moved rashly. If possible, add another layer of array formation and press this place further into the sea of gloom. Then, cut off the connection between the array control magic tool in the hands of the Myriad Immortals Alliance and the Great Array, Mo Reuben said as he came back to his senses. Li Ping nodded, observing the surrounding array formation details while comparing it with the Ascension Array formation diagram that appeared in his mind. Worthy of being the profound Heaven King, he can be called the most amazing and talented person in the Xuanwang realm for 10,000 years. As a fellow array formation master, after feeling the wonderfulness of the array formation here, Li Ping couldn't help but feel a sense of sympathy for the other party. The essence of source power from the prayers of the Yu clan people, after being absorbed and transformed by the Sea of Gloom, that is, the true immortal remains, is condensed in the depths of the array formation. It seems to be just an accumulation without any rules, but Li Ping vaguely saw that through some means, the power that can contend with the true immortal can be burst out all at once. Promoting the Xuanwang realm to escape the control of the true immortal in the immortal ruins. Using a mortal array to drive the power of a true immortal is amazing. Li Ping did not find the shadow of the original great array of the Xuanwang realm inside the array formation of the Sea of Gloom. This array formation should have been built by the profound Heaven King alone. Even the fallen true immortal is enough to explain Zhan Yuan Hong's transcendent array formation attainments. To reinforce the array formation, some materials are needed to assist. Li Ping observed for a period of time, and said thoughtfully. I have them here, Mo Reuben said immediately. Seeming to have been prepared, after the two returned to the array formation center from the hiding place of the will to survive, he took out a pile of materials. Li Ping tapped them lightly, all of them were needed to reinforce the array formation. Don't look at me with that kind of eyes, I borrowed your face. As a Dharma king of the profound heaven sect, even if I'm fleeing in a panic, it's normal to carry supplies that can make a comeback, right? Speaking of which, why are you all so faceless? Could it be that you have something to do with the true immortal who saved Brother Zhan Yuan back then? I'm timid, don't scare me. Li Ping ignored Mo Reuben's crazy talk and began to concentrate on arranging the array formation. With the profound Heaven King's previous example as a reference, Li Ping only needed to follow suit. It was not difficult for him. As the array formation slowly took shape, the observation deck, where they were seemed to be getting higher and higher. Mo Reuben nodded with great satisfaction, and after Li Ping finished, he took out another pile of materials. Deepen it further, completely suppress the true immortals will to survive deep within the Sea of Shadow. Li Ping also agreed with this. Without complaining, he continued to work. When the materials were used up, the scene of the Sea of Shadow in his field of vision was only half the size of what he had initially seen. In that case, it should be safe enough. If no one maliciously disturbs it, Mo Reuben said softly, standing next to Li Ping and looking at the Sea of Shadow below. Considering Xuanwang's safety, it's better to be cautious. I'm going to set up a protective formation here. This wasn't asking for Mo Rubin's opinion, but a notification of a decision already made. Mo Rubin shrugged. Suit yourself. So many years have passed, and no one else has come to this damned place except us. Who are you setting up the formation to defend against? If that will to survive really breaks free, your little formation won't be enough to stop it. Li Ping ignored Mo Rubin's sarcasm and very seriously added the strongest blockade formation he could currently set up. Alright, next is to sever the hand extended by the Myriad Immortals Alliance, Mo Rubin urged after Li Ping finished. The power of shadow being extracted is limited now. If the Sea of Shadow shrinks to a certain extent, the will to survive might sense the vibrant Xuanwang realm. I can't imagine what that would be like. When Li Ping was reinforcing the formation here, he noticed that there were two thin, intermittent lines extending from the formation's core. He didn't know where they led. Cut off the connection between both control artifacts and the core. Li Ping asked Mo Rubin. The other one, he's probably already dead. Cut it off then, Mo Rubin said after a moment of silence, nodding. Li Ping then modified the formation core. The process went very smoothly. The spirit-gathering ascending immortal formation let out a soft hum, then seemed to restart. It was dark for a moment, then became bright again. Li Ping stood at the formation core, sensing the opening in the Sea of Shadow that had been cut by the Myriad Immortals Alliance. Boom, boom, clouds rolled, stirring up waves of invisible tides. The clouds that wandered within the Sea of Shadow were swept up, growing larger and larger. By the time they reached the cracked wound, they had transformed into a terrifying tidal wave. It slammed fiercely against the Myriad Immortals Alliance's device. Dozens of Immortal Alliance cultivators who were conscientiously supervising the extraction of shadow power were silently swallowed up. They vanished without a trace. Amidst the violent tremors, the crack was closing. Faced with this sudden change, the Myriad Immortals Alliance didn't want to give up. The eye-shaped control artifact reappeared in the closing crack. The golden abacus rapidly moved, trying to turn the tide. However, this time, it couldn't have any effect. It could only watch helplessly as the crack in the Sea of Shadow healed. The dust settled. Li Ping and Mo Rubin both watched this scene, speechless. Although it took some effort, they finally cut off the Myriad Immortals Alliance's goal of extracting shadow power, which was achieved. And they also learned many secrets of the Xuantian sect from ancient times. Li Ping's heart was at peace. He felt that the connection between himself and the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao was becoming closer. However, he was also very clear that being able to mobilize the power of the spirit-gathering ascending immortal formation so easily was not only because his formation skills were indeed outstanding, but more because of Mo Rubin's help. Without the formation diagrams he transmitted, it would not have been possible to break the restrictions left by the Xuantian king in a short period of time. And more importantly, it was the demonic mask that Mo Rubin had separated and attached to his face. It was because of the existence of this mask that he could move freely in the deepest part of the Sea of Shadow. He wasn't even attacked or suffered backlash from the Great Formation when changing the key structure of the formation. In a sense, Mo Rubin's mask had even higher authority than the two eye-shaped control artifacts. Among the 12 Dharma kings of the Xuantian sect back then, where would your strength rank? Li Ping suddenly asked. Mo Rubin was stunned. Then he sneered. To tell you the truth, among the 12 of us, my strength was the worst. Although you can barely beat me, you can't win against the others. Li Ping naturally didn't believe it. Mo Rubin snorted coldly. In our era, talents emerged in large numbers. Peerless geniuses were like carps crossing the river, countless. It was an indisputable great age of cultivation. If the immortal path hadn't suddenly been cut off, it wouldn't have been impossible for a large number of ascenders to appear in a short period of time. Li Ping was silent. In the records of the Creation Stone Tablet, because the relevant information of those who ascended to immortality was all erased, he had no way of judging the truth or falsehood of Mo Rubin's words. However, judging from the various performances of the 12 Dharma kings before joining the Xuantian sect, Mo Rubin's words may have been somewhat exaggerated, but they were consistent with certain facts. You were all so strong, how did the immortal Tao 10 sects win back then? Even without the Xuantian king, the 12 of you joining forces would have been difficult for the immortal Tao 10 sects to defeat, right? Li Ping asked the question that had been weighing on his mind for a long time. HMPH, Mo Rubin directly snorted coldly. After a long silence, he said somewhat vaguely, in short, we lost, and I won't deny it. The people of the immortal Tao 10 sects weren't useless either. Moreover, Mo Rubin's tone suddenly became extremely cold. Someone pretended to be acting but suddenly betrayed us. Without confirming who the traitor was, none of us dared to trust anyone. In addition, Big Brother Xuanyuan disappeared inexplicably. Each of them claimed that their talent was no less than Xuanyuan Hong's, but they were just unlucky and didn't ascend at the right time. When the real thing came, they realized that without Big Brother Xuanyuan leading them, they were just a rabble. On the other hand, the Immortal Dao 10 sects were really fighting desperately, because they knew that if things didn't work out, death would await them. Mo Rubin suddenly laughed, but I'm relieved now. As the saying goes, the heavenly Dao is fair. Didn't the Immortal Dao 10 sects get destroyed by this myriad Immortals alliance later? Ha 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 ha, good riddance. Good job, Xuanwang Realm. Mo Rubin patted Li Ping on the shoulder and praised him. Actually, the core figures of the Immortal Dao 10 sects are probably still alive and well, Li Ping suddenly said. They're just living in seclusion and not showing themselves to the world. Mo Rubin grabbed Li Ping's shoulder and exerted force. HMPH, Humpha, after suddenly learning this news, Mo Rubin not only didn't become furious but instead gradually laughed wantonly. So they didn't die. It's even better that they didn't die. This way, I can take revenge myself. So many years have passed, they shouldn't be as united as they were back then, right? Mo Rubin flashed away from Li Ping's side, his figure suddenly becoming much darker. It's time to go. I was originally going to find Big Brother Xuanyuan, but I accidentally came here first. But it's okay, at least I've eliminated one wrong answer. Li Ping felt that the demonic mask on his blank face was about to come off. The surrounding darkness invaded uncontrollably. Whispers from the depths of his soul sounded, corroding Li Ping's consciousness. Knowing that this wasn't a place to stay for long, Li Ping followed Mo Rubin and returned from the depths of the Sea of Shadow. Speaking of which, where was your original destination? You even needed to use that immortal artifact command flag? Li Ping asked. Mo Rubin remained silent. When passing by the ethereal shell of Fang Dingay, the sect leader of the Great Dao sect, he suddenly said to Li Ping, "Search his body, you might find some treasures." Li Ping stared at Mo Rubin. Mo Rubin rolled his eyes at Li Ping. This person was able to resist the devouring of the will to survive and escape all the way here before dying, which is enough to show his strength. Experts definitely have good things on them. This is what Big Brother Xuanyuan taught me. Moreover, if there are any relics on him that can be preserved under the erosion of the true immortals' will to survive, they must be amazing treasures. Don't you want to try? Mo Rubin tempted him. Li Ping looked again, and finally shook his head slightly. The deceased is gone, let him rest here. There are so many treasures in the world, are you going to search for them all? Insatiable greed will cloud your mind and lead to disaster. Calling you stupid is really true, Mo Rubin sneered. However, he didn't search Fang Dingyi's body either, but just let him lie quietly in place. After some traveling, the two returned to the place where they had come from. The white jade flagpole was still stuck in place. It was just that the range covered by the light emitted by the erosion of the power of shadow was a circle smaller than before. As expected of a second-hand product that has been reforged, it's really useless, Mo Rubin criticized without any politeness. Because of your disturbance, I have to go find other arrangements I left behind back then. I don't know if they're still there after so many years. If not, I'll come and find you. Mo Rubin looked at Li Ping and said coldly. Li Ping then summoned the Shadow Clan people and reopened the door to the outside world. I can help you find the Xuantian king together. I need his help, Li Ping said very sincerely. Mo Rubin took the lead and flew into the passage, laughing loudly. You don't think that just because I went to the Sea of Shadow with you, I'll completely trust you, right? Back then, which of the other 11 brothers and sisters didn't go through life and death together? The facts tell me that no one can be trusted. Mo Rubin's icy voice slowly became lighter. By the time Li Ping returned to Nine Mountains Prefecture, he could no longer find Mo Rubin's trail. However, the Holy Emperor didn't pursue him. This Xuantian sect Dharma King was not his enemy. 1291. The True Immortal Hidden in the Dark Sea, 7K, please subscribe and please give me a monthly ticket. The palpable killing intent swept towards the Holy Emperor, only to be dissolved into nothingness by the strands of golden light before him. After Mo Rubin's rage subsided somewhat, Li Ping said calmly, I can see that the anger in your heart isn't genuine. Still acting in front of me? Or have you become so immersed in the act that even you can't distinguish reality? Watch closely, this is what true anger looks like here. The Holy Emperor abruptly took a step forward, a powerful force erupting from the tip of his toes, sweeping wildly outwards. The light of the white jade flagpole swayed incessantly, like a willow in the wind. However, this surging energy rapidly diminished after leaving the range of the light circle and entering the Sea of Shadow. The silent Sea of Shadow rippled slightly, erasing all disturbances. It was as if it were comforting the raging Holy Emperor. I don't need you to teach me. I understand this place better than you. Mo Rubin's figure suddenly flashed behind Li Ping. A shadow hid beneath the white light of the white jade flagpole, like a venomous snake, baring its fangs at Li Ping's neck. Cracks instantly appeared on the surface of the Holy Emperor's golden armor, and from the hole in the center, a black line darted out, heading straight for Li Ping's neck. But just as it was about to succeed, Li Ping stopped it with an outstretched palm. Li Ping looked at the ball of shadow, bound and wriggling in the center of his hand, and said in a cold voice, "Another personality. This Onia resembles you quite a bit." After saying that, he didn't crush the shadow that had launched the sneak attack, but instead released it back to Mo Rubin's side. However, Mo Rubin himself abandoned even the immortal artifact, the white jade flagpole. Taking advantage of the conversation, he had already disappeared from the spot. Li Ping shook his head slightly, that kick of his earlier wasn't for nothing. Following the remaining sensation, he rapidly advanced through the Sea of Shadow, chasing after Mo Rubin. Mo Rubin's direction seemed to be the fissure where the myriad Immortals Alliance was extracting the power of shadow. Daring to spout nonsense in front of me just because you obtained some clever trick. Am I not aware that this Sea of Shadow encompasses everything, and even the emotions of cultivators will stir up ripples that are then concealed by the shadow? And you claim to see through my heart? Dozens of Mo Rubin's faces, hidden in the darkness, floated over from time to time, mocking and ridiculing Li Ping. Their tones were all different, but without exception, after delivering their lines, they spontaneously dissolved into the Sea of Shadow. Since these demonic faces weren't launching attacks, Li Ping simply ignored them, allowing them to mock him, and only focused on quickly approaching Mo Rubin. The demonic faces continued to chatter. What do you mean by the real me? I am the #1 genius of the 9 Refinements sect, the first person expected to ascend to immortality. I am also one of the 12 Dharma Kings of the Profound Heaven sect, assisting Zhan Yuanong in building the Profound Heaven sect's great cause and unifying the Zhanhuang realm. Even so, should I always show the same face? Should the chief genius always be steady and reliable? Should the 12 Dharma Kings always plan carefully before acting? Wrong, wrong, wrong. Laughter and curses are me, unruliness is me, unrestrainedness is also me. Control the demonic face with an immortal heart, and display the appropriate posture according to the situation. If they're acting, then play along. If they're terrified, then intimidate them thoroughly. If they're irredeemably evil, then join forces with them. As for narrow-minded good people like you, you should be harshly awakened. What do you think you are? You haven't even stepped into the realm of immortals, yet you dare to dream of saving the world. Dozens more faces split off around them, unleashing a torrent of abuse at the Holy Emperor, all of it extremely unpleasant. But the Holy Emperor didn't show the slightest emotional fluctuation. His gaze seemed to pierce through layers of darkness. In the distance ahead, the face of Mo Rubin himself was just as calm as his. Huffa! The waves of the Sea of Shadow blocked Mo Rubin's progress. He suddenly stopped and looked up at the distant sky. A gash rhythmically spewed out the power of shadow. The intermittent muffled sound was like a heavy heartbeat. It's truly damnable. With such a group of vermin dragging us down, how can we possibly succeed? Another shadowy face appeared above Li Ping's head. This time, the words were no longer like the previous crazed rage. However, Li Ping could hear that hidden within the calmness was genuine killing intent. I once tried to mobilize the power of the Sea of Shadow to close that gap. However, I was blocked by an eyeball. As the owner of that eyeball, the Profound Heaven King. The Holy Emperor came to Mo Rubin's side, placed his hand on his shoulder, and transmitted his voice. Mo Rubin didn't turn his head, but a face suddenly appeared on the back of his head, looking at Li Ping with great contempt. Would Brother Zhan Yuan do such a thing? Li Ping wasn't annoyed and asked, following his words, then why is that eyeball able to mobilize the power of the Sea of Shadow? The face on the back of Mo Rubin's head disappeared. Do you know what the essence of this Sea of Shadow is? A formation. After pondering for a moment, Li Ping replied. As expected, you're quite foolish. Mo Rubin sneered, a formation is just an appearance. What truly creates this accumulation of shadow and allows the Zhanhuang realm to resist the suction from the ruins of the Ascension Passage Isa? Mo Rubin suddenly paused when he reached the crucial point. Do you want to know? He asked, somewhat teasingly, his tone flippant. I do, Li Ping said frankly. Seeing Li Ping so serious, Mo Rubin suddenly seemed to lose interest. His tone instantly returned to normal. The only thing that can contend with a true immortal is the power of a true immortal. What caused the cataclysm of the Dark Star Sea was an enlightened true immortal. So what could generate enough power to allow the Zan Huang realm to escape? Naturally, it would be another true immortal. As soon as these words came out, they were like a thunderbolt, resounding in the mind of the faceless Holy Emperor. The surrounding shadow seemed to come alive in an instant, all of it spying on him. A true immortal is indeed a true immortal. But a deceased true immortal. Isn't that right? However, the Holy Emperor, who had suddenly learned such a secret, seemed to have expected it long ago. He calmly asked in return. Mo Rubin shrugged. It's really boring to talk to you smart people. That's right, the foundation of the entire Sea of Shadow is the corpse of a true immortal. Li Ping wasn't surprised by this result. The Sea of Shadow could absorb the faith of the Shadow Clan and transform it into the essence of source power. But it didn't care if its believers changed their faith. Once the true immortal's web was formed, it existed in substance, and it wouldn't be shifted by will. Once caught in the web, escape was impossible unless one could unleash the power to tear apart the true immortal's web. Those weak Shadow Clan people naturally didn't possess such power. The only logical explanation was that the master of the true immortal's web had already died. The shackles were gone. True immortal, Li Ping repeated these two words. The Zan Huang realm, a fallen true immortal. Isn't it amazing? A mere lower realm actually had a true immortal fall here. But it's also fortunate that the Zan Huang realm is hiding a true immortal's corpse, otherwise, even the most skilled housewife couldn't cook without rice. Brother Zan Yuan wouldn't have had a good way to save the Zan Huang realm. Li Ping then introduced Mo Rubin to the existence of the fallen immortal realm. Oh, I didn't expect that there would actually be a successor heavenly venerate who would be willing to share this true immortal remnant with the world. After hearing this, the aura on Mo Rubin's body became unstable again. It's hard to imagine that there's anyone in the world more foolish than Brother Zan Yuan. It's realia. He's already fallen, Li Ping added. Mo Rubin instantly became calm again. After a long time, he finally said, good riddance. Good riddance. Although he said that, Li Ping somehow felt that his expression was somewhat sad. So Li Ping asked the question he had always wanted to ask. Did the profound Heaven King actually die or not? Mo Rubin turned his head and stared blankly at Li Ping. You're asking me, but who am I supposed to ask? Probably not dead. I'm also looking for him. Brother Zan Yuan is such a strong person, even if he was ambushed by a villain, he wouldn't just die like that. After saying that, he didn't give Li Ping a chance to continue the conversation and directly turned back. The Dark Sea is based on the spirit-gathering ascension formation, with the remains of true immortals as its bones, and the bloodline of the primordial Grand Celestial Venerable as its ropes. It creates something from nothing, nurturing a power strong enough to contend with the suction of a true immortal. However, it is ultimately just a dead thing. Without the core to control it, it has been reduced to nourishment for others. So, never die. What if you were a true immortal in life? After death, even ants can bully you. Mo Rubin once again gazed at the device in the distance where the Myriad Immortals Alliance was extracting the power of the Dark Sea, his tone mocking. The bloodline of the primordial Grand Celestial Venerable. Li Ping's mind flashed with the strange appearance of the Yu clan, and his heart stirred. No wonder, only these people can communicate with the Dark Sea. Buddha The direct bloodline of a true immortal, needless to say, is incredibly noble. But now, they have become like this, neither human nor ghost. Mo Rubin seemed to see through Li Ping's thoughts and said coldly, there is no need to sympathize with these people. If you lived in that era and personally experienced how the Grand Celestial Venerable bloodline enslaved others, you would probably be the first to rise up in revolt. If it weren't for Brother Xuanyuan's intervention back then, wiping out all their claws, these superior beings would still be lording over others for who knows how long. Becoming like this now can be considered their karmic reward. Mo Rubin sneered. Li Ping did not argue with Mo Rubin on this issue. The Dark Sea actually uses the remains of true immortals to condense dark immortal power and resist the immortal ruins. Then, what exactly is the eye that the Myriad Immortals Alliance controls? He asked softly. A Immortal ruins. A seeming to disapprove of this term, Mo Reuben let out another sneer. However, this time he did not dwell on these minor details, but directly answered Li Ping's question. That is just a magical artifact that Brother Xuanyuan refined back then to control the Dark Sea. After all, he can't watch over this place all the time, and the Dark Sea is too important in the entire escape plan, so he wanted us to assist. There are 3 in total, given to different Dharma kings. I just don't know whose hands this thing in the Myriad Immortals Alliance's hands belongs to. A hint of killing intent flashed in Mo Reuben's words. Li Ping nodded slightly. Is there any way to affect the artifact's control over the Dark Sea? Unless your formation skills are even better than Brother Xuanyuan. Mo Reuben was about to mock him, but suddenly remembered the level of formation mastery that the Holy Emperor had displayed during their previous exchange. The words that were about to come out were swallowed back. Perhaps a try can be made in the core hub of the Spirit Gathering Ascension formation, Mo Reuben said. He shifted his gaze away from the crack in the Dark Sea and turned to the other side. Li Ping followed his gaze and sighed. This formation is indeed incredibly profound. I pride myself on my formation skills, but in this darkness, I can't see any traces of formation principles. That's the effect of the true immortal corpse. Mo Reuben bluntly pointed out the error in Li Ping's words. If it weren't for the dispersing power of the true immortal remains, you should be able to do it. The faceless Holy Emperor was rendered speechless. Follow me. Mo Reuben called out, then slightly identified the direction, his figure transforming into a black line and disappearing into the darkness. Li Ping followed closely behind. The closer they got to the so-called core of the Dark Sea, the more an inexplicable sense of unease welled up in Li Ping's heart. He even had some vague flashes of images. Among them was a scene where Mo Reuben was left with only a shell of a body, lying quietly in this Dark Sea. Wait. With a jolt of fear, Li Ping called out to Mo Reuben. Although somewhat displeased, Mo Reuben still stopped temporarily. You better really have something to say. Li Ping did not care about the other party's attitude, and after pondering for a moment, he said, what kind of power can instantly kill you? As if hearing an extremely funny joke, faces flew out from Mo Reuben's body, coming before Li Ping and shouting loudly. Instantly kill me. With the demon heart undying and the immortal body unceasing, as long as there is a personality, I will not truly die. Even if it's a true immortal. A true immortal should be able to do it. Mo Reuben's main body suddenly said, and the noisy faces instantly fell silent. Actually, with Brother Xuanyuan's strength, he could also do it with a calculated attack. Mo Reuben's main body analyzed very rationally. I feel that there is something wrong with the formation hub ahead. After hearing Mo Reuben's conclusion, Li Ping directly expressed his concern. Unexpectedly, Mo Reuben did not refute this time. He suddenly said something seemingly completely unrelated. The entire Dark Sea is built on the corpses of true immortals. In our era, this place was far from being as vast as it is now. It seems that the bloodline of the Grand Celestial Venerable has reproduced very well over the years. Although it has been shrinking a bit recently, it doesn't affect the overall picture. Spirit Gathering Ascension Spirit Gathering. In fact, this place can also be seen as a masterless true immortal body that has been cultivating for nearly 10,000 years. The body is full of pure true immortal power. It's just this true immortal power is cultivated based on the remains of true immortals. So, theoretically speaking, only that deceased true immortal can use them. Theoretically speaking. Mo Reuben repeated these 3 words. But there are countless mysterious techniques in the world, and who knows if there is some way to break this shackle. The faceless Holy Emperor looked into the distance at this boundless Dark Sea. Such majestic energy, if it could be controlled, I'm afraid it could instantly unleash power comparable to a true immortal. A child carrying a cauldron, the result is being crushed to death by the cauldron. Mo Reuben shattered Li Ping's fantasy. He continued to walk towards the core of the Spirit Gathering Ascension formation. I was wondering, is it possible that Brother Xuanyuan was seriously injured and hid here? If there is anyone in the Xuanwang world who is most likely to absorb the power of this Dark Sea, then it must be him without a doubt. He seemed to be talking to himself, and also seemed to be explaining to Li Ping the reason why he had to go there regardless of the danger. It doesn't matter, with me by your side. With the two of us working together, even if we encounter a crisis, escaping shouldn't be a problem, Li Ping said frankly, also following closely behind. Oh, what a fool. That's why good people die quickly. Mo Reuben did not appreciate Li Ping's kindness, mocking him. Li Ping's attention, however, was focused on the surroundings. Darkness gathered here, becoming increasingly thick. After learning that the essence of this darkness was the power of true immortal corpses, Li Ping felt completely different being in it. However, what made him a little strange was that Mao Bao, who was usually very greedy for immortal level energy, seemed to not sense such a huge amount of energy at all at this moment. It was still sleeping soundly on his shoulder. It hadn't even opened its eyes once. Interesting. Li Ping increased his vigilance in his heart. Not long after, Mo Reuben stopped. This should be it. He looked around and said. Should. Li Ping was a little puzzled. Such ambiguous words should not have come from the mouth of Mo Reuben, the Dharma king of the Xuantian sect. Someone has been here. And they have modified the formation. Mo Reuben's tone became unprecedentedly serious. Li Ping even heard a faint expectation and excitement in it. However, after looking around, he looked at Li Ping again. This formation is a bit complicated. The implication was to ask the Holy Emperor for help. Li Ping shook his head slightly. The power of true immortal remains permeates this place. I can't sense any traces of the formation. Mo Reuben snorted. Watch closely. A shadow face instantly flew out of his body, heading towards Li Ping. Li Ping did not feel any malice, so he did not dodge. This shadow demon face of Mo Reuben mischievously floated and attached itself to Li Ping's blank face. Before he could express his displeasure, Li Ping's attention was attracted by the spectacular scene that suddenly lit up before him. The dark and silent dark sea suddenly shed its mysterious veil, revealing the true face hidden beneath. Like thick clouds accumulating in the sky, evolving into their own distinct forms. The power of gloom gathered piece by piece, making Li Ping and Mo Reuben feel as if they were high above in the sky, in the kingdom of clouds. The aggregates of gloomy power moved slowly yet extremely quickly. When they approached each other, they devoured each other, transforming into new shapes. And in the very center of this sea of gloom, the oldest clouds of gloom, which had been deposited for tens of thousands of years, emanated an aura that made Li Ping's heart tremble. These ancient aggregates were truly like terrifying ancient beasts, quietly resting in the depths of the sea of gloom. As expected of the power of a true immortal, the energy contained in each of these clouds, if unleashed, would far exceed a full-force strike from a Changsheng realm cultivator. What great power! Li Ping exclaimed in his heart. Li Ping also noticed that the Wangxian Alliance's device for extracting the power of gloom was actually absorbing the clouds that floated around in the sea of gloom. Moreover, the Wangxian Alliance seemed to be able to distinguish the size of the clouds, as they did not act on the larger aggregates. Their targets were mostly concentrated on the smaller, free-floating individuals. Now you see it, right? Mo Reuben's voice interrupted Li Ping's thoughts. Li Ping came back to his senses from the shock and carefully examined it again. Sure enough, he discovered traces of formations around these aggregates. However, before starting to decipher them, Li Ping first asked a question. The floating starry sky formation, in my previous deductions, consists of 4 secondary formations. Golden chains used to lock and capture the immortal cultivation world outside the star sea, the squared beast eye that serves as an observation station, the sea of gloom used to escape the suction of the immortal ruins, which is also the spirit-gathering ascension formation. What is the remaining one? With the help of Mo Reuben's demon mask, Li Ping only stared at Mo Reuben's main body. Mo Reuben shrugged and replied very naturally, how would I know that? The crossing array was almost entirely built by Brother Xuanyuan alone. We only had the opportunity to get close and see it after he completed the construction of the array. Different Dharma kings are responsible for different areas. I'm just a little familiar with this place. Li Ping didn't find any loopholes in Mo Reuben's words. However, he didn't easily believe it either. Putting aside this matter for the time being, Li Ping focused on analyzing the formation here. After all, he really wanted to personally meet the legendary Xuantian king. The formation is a bit old, and there are some differences from the style that has been passed down in the Xuanwang world. There also seem to be traces of being triggered. Could it be that there was a fight here? It can only be considered a heterogeneous thing. It's not particularly complicated. It's not even close to the threshold of an immortal level formation. After observing for a while, Li Ping came to this conclusion. Will casting spells here cause a riot of the power of gloom? Before breaking the formation, Li Ping cautiously asked Mo Ruben. Mo Ruben unexpectedly sneered and said, "Have you been promoted to the realm of true immortal? Don't think about these nonsense things. If you can cause a riot of the true immortal power here, then the first thing I should do is run away immediately." With Mo Ruben's reply, Li Ping had no more scruples. One hidden formation after another was separated and arranged in front of him, interlocking, combining, and decomposing. Before long, Li Fan found the flaw in the formation here. Go this way. Leading the way in, it did not trigger the formation's counterattack. So neat, you still have some skills. Mo Ruben rarely praised. The scene inside the formation seemed no different from before entering. However, judging from Mo Ruben's expression, they should not have gone to the wrong place. Here is the original central core formation of the Spirit Gathering Ascension Array. Following Mo Ruben's words, Li Ping looked around. The ancient aggregates of gloomy power from the outside world were absorbed here. Turning into wisps of blue smoke, they disappeared. There is no true immortal power remaining. The essence of energy is still deeper in the formation, Li Ping said thoughtfully. The power part of the Ascension Array, once closed, cannot be entered again. But the main control area is not closed. Be careful. Mo Ruben skillfully continued to delve deeper inside. Li Ping walked slowly, observing the surroundings, and memorizing all the details of the formation. Although only a small part of the formation was revealed, with his current level of formation, he could infer the source of the formation from a glimpse of the whole. Interesting, there are actually traces of fighting. Mo Ruben, who was leading the way, suddenly stopped. He looked at a corner of the formation. Li Ping also saw a sword light from the slightly damaged traces of the formation. Changsheng realm, Li Ping judged, suddenly becoming vigilant. And, not a weak Changsheng realm, Mo Ruben added. After saying that, he quickened his pace and continued to travel inside. From a visual point of view, the positions of the two seemed to have remained unchanged. The ancient aggregates above, below, and in all directions did not move relative to them. But Li Ping could clearly feel that even with the blessing of Mo Ruben's demon mask, the surrounding environment was getting darker and darker. Deep in the sea of gloom, the familiar, all-encompassing sense of darkness came again. Compared to the gloom on the periphery, this was even more suffocating. Li Ping felt that even the operation of his own cultivation was hindered. Even the essence of source power could not be avoided. When the darkness swallowed the last trace of light, and he could only barely sense the surrounding scene with the help of Mo Ruben's demon mask, Li Ping suddenly felt that Mo Ruben in front of him had suddenly stopped moving. A cold aura faintly came. Li Ping slowly approached and discovered the reason why Mo Ruben had stopped. Not far ahead, a skeleton was lying quietly. Or, it would be more appropriate to say an empty shell. He didn't know how long he had been dead, but his face was still lifelike, and it was very clear to see the horror and disbelief on his face before he fell. And his seemingly still full body was actually empty inside. Nothing was left. Changsheng realm, Mo Ruben communicated with Li Ping through the attached demon mask. Moreover, the clothes on his body look a bit familiar. Mo Ruben suddenly felt a surge of killing intent. Dao Dao sect, Fang Dingge. After observing carefully for a while, Li Ping confirmed the identity of this person from the records of the Genesis stone tablet. So it's here, Li Ping suddenly realized. At the same time, the sense of vigilance in his heart rose to an unprecedented level. Who is it? Mo Ruben asked concisely. In your era, thousands of years later, the head of the Dao Dao sect when the great calamity descends. In order to hunt down Xuanfa, who is now the creator of the Wangxian Alliance, 6 Changsheng realm cultivators took action together, but the results were all unknown. Neither alive nor dead, but Xuanfa survived. At that time, Xuanfa was only in the Hedao realm. Li Ping briefly introduced the ins and outs of the matter to Mo Ruben. 6 Changsheng died here. Mo Ruben was no longer calm. He retreated slightly, his expression solemn. I hope it's not what I guessed, Mo Ruben murmured to himself after a long while. Did Xuanfa use the power of this spirit-gathering ascension array to kill those 6 Changsheng? Li Ping asked. If that's the case, it would be the best result, Mo Ruben's faint voice came. I'm just afraid that the true immortal remains will come alive. 1292. Blue Feather Tiandu Secret, 7K. Guan Xingshou spoke eloquently in the flying boat, initially a bit awkward, but becoming more confident as he spoke. It was as if what he had comprehended was the natural law of the star sea. The law of the star sea can almost be seen as a higher-level replacement for the law of Xuanwang. So, the key to our breakthrough is to find the A star CY corresponding to the path we cultivate in this desolate star sea. Fellow cultivators who have achieved the Tao integration stage, I believe your aptitudes are definitely not weak. As long as you dispel the fear of the star sea in your hearts, and instead maintain a normal state of mind, just like when you were in the Xuanwang world, and quietly comprehend, I believe it won't be too difficult to achieve this. A. Guan Xingqiu explained in detail how he sensed his own star sea way. As he spoke with enthusiasm, a terrified voice suddenly interrupted him. It was Zimu, one of the survivors. Old Guan, what if the corresponding path I cultivate no longer exists in the star sea? Zimu stared intently at Guan Xingqiu. Does it mean that the road ahead is cut off, and it is impossible to take another step forward? Guan Xingqiu was silent. The other Tao integration cultivators present also had different expressions after hearing this. Some were pale, while others were rejoicing. Because they also discovered that perhaps due to various disasters that destroyed the immortal realm in the past, the law of the star sea was broken, incomplete, and fragmented. It wasn't that their aptitudes were insufficient to sense the star sea way they belonged to. But rather, this path had disappeared from the star sea. Perhaps, we can try to sense other laws. After all paths under the heavens lead to the same destination. Seeing some despair spreading, Guan Xingqiu quickly suggested after pondering for a moment. But he was refuted mercilessly. If it were cultivators below the Tao integration stage, or cultivators from other worlds, perhaps they could do this. But we, these Xuanwang Tao integration cultivators, have all devoured the soul of heaven and earth, and our bodies are one with the law. HMPH, how easy is it to change to another path? In that case, among us, the one most likely to achieve the highest level is probably Brother Lan Yu. A Tao integration cultivator named Qing Shuang suddenly said inexplicably. The flying boat fell into silence, and everyone's eyes were focused on Lan Yu. Lan Yu himself did not refute this. Because among all the Tao integration cultivators present, or even in the entire Xuanwang world, he was the most special. He was the only ancient method Tao integration cultivator. Not being bound to the principles of Xuanwang heaven and earth also meant that Lan Yu could use any law in this silent star sea to comprehend the Tao and break through. I say, Brother Lan Yu, you haven't shown any signs of breaking through for so long, could it be because you have too many choices and are dazzled? Congratulations in advance, fellow Taoist Lan. Alas, new law, alas, celestial venerable, For a time, everyone reacted differently. Lan Yu's expression was serious, and he just perfunctorily dealt with everyone. But in his heart, he was really puzzled. Because he hadn't sensed the star sea way in the void. Could it be that my aptitude is so poor? Or is it that I am too old and have lost all my spirituality? Lan Yu was a little dazed for a moment. I seem to remember. Ai, Wu Fukcho, seemed to indeed have unremarkable aptitude. Lan Yu was slightly stunned, his thoughts seemed to return to his youth. At that time, the immortal Tao was prosperous, and the 10 sects stood tall. He was just a member of the countless ordinary cultivators under the rule of the 10 sects. His talent was mediocre, and he had no special encounters. Originally, the Golden Core stage should have been his limit. But that day, a moment of curiosity completely changed his fate. Fellow Taoist, what's going on with such a big commotion ahead? Wu Fukcho looked at the blocked airspace ahead, and the flying boats of various styles, comparable in size to cities, flying overhead one after another, and couldn't help but inquire curiously. Shish, keep your voice down. If you disturb the 10 sects revering teacher Ceremonia, you don't know how you'll die. The awe-inspiring gazes of others made Wu Fukcho even more curious. A full half-day later, the 10 sects, Grand Parade fleet finally passed, and the airspace was restored to traffic. But Wu Fukcho looked at the direction the 10 sects were leaving, and was reluctant to leave for a long time. After some inquiries, he learned that this so-called a revering teacher Ceremonia was a grand ceremony held every 100 years by the immortal Tao 10 sects to thank the heavenly capital Grand Master for the grace of bestowing the law. All important figures of the 10 sects would attend. Wu Fukcho didn't know who the heavenly capital Grand Master was. But the illustrious reputation of the immortal Tao 10 sects that ruled the cultivation world was like thunder to his ears, even though he, Wu Fukcho, was a wild rogue cultivator. The 10 sects are already so remarkable, how powerful is the Grand Master who bestowed the lot of the 10 sects? If I am fortunate enough to gain his appreciation. Wu Fucho's mind was shaken. At the same time, an unprecedented ambition suddenly arose in his heart. After thinking again and again, he finally couldn't get rid of the demonic thoughts entangling his heart. He headed towards the legendary Heavenly Capital. After a lot of hard work, he arrived outside Heavenly Capital, but his heart full of hope instantly turned into foam. Heavenly Capital was nowhere to be seen, only a Source Tao Palace standing in the mountains, looming in the clouds. At the foot of the mountain, it was crowded with young cultivators like him, holding a glimmer of fantasy, wading through mountains and rivers to seek opportunities here. Wu Fucho was suddenly a little confused. He knew Heavenly Capital was the Grand Master's palace. What was this Source Tao Palace? I don't even know Source Tao Palace. Where did this bumpkin come from? Source of all laws, the head of all paths. Even the direct disciples of the Immortal Tao 10 sects have to queue up obediently here. Think carefully. What kind of person is the Grand Master? How can you ordinary people easily see him? If you want to see the Grand Master's face, you must first enter the Source Tao Palace and pray sincerely. If you can enter the Grand Master's eyes, he will naturally guide you to Heavenly Capital. What? You also want to go in? Easy to say, pay 1,000 high-grade spirit stones, and you can go there to queue up. Wu Fucho was pushed out by the swarm of latecomers, dejected. 1,000 high-grade spirit stones are enough to buy a good nascent soul cultivation technique. If he had so many spirit stones, would he still need to rush here from thousands of miles away to seek an opportunity? Although he was short of money, Wu Fucho didn't plan to leave just like that. Because he found that there were many people like him who couldn't afford to pay and couldn't go up the mountain. Wu Fucho spent half a month getting to know them, and then got an important message. The so-called Source Tao Palace was just built by the 10 sects later. It has no actual relationship with the real Heavenly Capital. The real source of the Tao refers to this large area below Heavenly Capital. It's just that the 10 sects circled a large part of it and built the Source Tao Palace. But they didn't do it completely, and left a place at the foot of the mountain. The Grand Master hasn't appeared for many years. Saying that it's easier to enter the Grand Master's eyes on the mountain is just seeking comfort. Yes, the Grand Master hangs high in the 9 heavens. In his eyes, what's the difference between the top of the mountain and the foot of the mountain? Curled up and squatting on the ground, Wu Fucho also settled down at the foot of the Source Tao Palace. This stay lasted for 20 years. Some people came, some people left. Some people died with regret, and some people cursed the Grand Master out of resentment and were beaten to death alive. Wu Fucho also changed from a young man to a middle-aged man. He didn't know what made him able to keep guarding here. Perhaps for a mediocre person like him, it's the same wherever he goes. While squatting, he didn't waste his cultivation all these years. However, without a source of spirit stones, he could only eat and drink. Although the spiritual energy in the Source Tao land was strong, it couldn't stand so many people absorbing it at the same time. Not only did he not make any progress, but he also had a faint sign of regression. When things got to this point, Wu Fucho also resigned himself to his fate and no longer held any unrealistic fantasies. Anyway, he was an orphan since he was a child, drifting and without support. He had stayed at the foot of the Source Tao Palace for more than 20 years, and he was already accustomed to the scenery here. He vaguely regarded this place as his hometown. Whenever young people came here full of hope, begging for the Grand Master's grace, he would smile silently. As if he saw himself back then. But he didn't expose the fantasies of these young people. Because anyone who did this was cleaned up by the people of the 10 sects. However, the mystery of the world lies in this. Just when Wu Fucho had completely forgotten about the Grand Master's gratia. On this day, thousands of colorful rays of light suddenly bloomed in the sky. Under the Source Tao Palace, thousands of cultivators were stunned on the spot. I don't know who shouted first, the Grand Master is showing his spirit. Then, in a mood of extreme excitement and panic, a crowd of cultivators knelt down here. Only Wu Fucho stood there blankly because his brain was blank. Bold, how dare you disrespect the Grand Master? A sword light, accompanied by a roar, flew from afar. Seeing that Wu Fucho was about to be beheaded, at this moment, a blue feather slowly floated down from the air. The white sword light came first. The speed was extremely fast. The blue feather fell later. It swayed slowly, extremely slowly. However, a strange scene happened. In full view of everyone, this blue feather actually took a step ahead of the white sword light and fell on Wu Fukcho. The sword light was late, but it didn't cut off Wu Fukcho's head. It just passed through his body and killed the 3 cultivators kneeling behind him on the spot. As for Wu Fukcho himself, under the shroud of Lan Yu's light, he slowly rose into the air uncontrollably. Amidst the exclamations of the crowd, he kept going up. Crossing the Source Tao Palace on the top of the mountain, flying over the clouds, and in a blink of an eye, he came to the front of a purple gold dojo. Wu Fukcho was like in a dream. After standing for a long time, he came back to his senses. His body trembled with excitement, and he even forgot his manners, and directly pushed the door in. Unlike the imagined holy heavenly capital, it was empty here. Quiet and dead, only a faint sound of chanting came from inside. Wu Fukcho followed the direction of the sound and carefully came to the depths of the dojo. The simple and elegant purple gold wooden building exuded bursts of fragrance. Wu Fukcho knelt down and saluted. After a long time, he didn't see any response, so he mustered up his courage and pushed the door in. The scene inside the wooden building came into view. A blurred figure was sitting cross-legged, chanting words. Behind him, a boy in a blue and white Taoist robe stood with his eyes closed. The boy had red lips and white teeth, a delicate face, and it was impossible to tell whether he was male or female. However, Lan Yu noticed that this boy seemed to have had a fight with someone. The Taoist robe on his body was a little damaged, and there were faint blood stains attached to it. Wu Fukcho didn't dare to act rashly, and kowtowed again. But neither the figure nor the boy showed any expression. This figure should be the heavenly capital Grand Master. After a long time, Wu Fukcho mustered up his courage to get up, and also learned the appearance of the virtual shadow, sitting cross-legged. Carefully listening to the other party's constant chanting. Gradually, he seemed to understand something. The blue feather that had disappeared after falling on him suddenly appeared in his dantian. A transforming feather skill in the endless epics of heaven and earth, countless worlds rise and fall, like feathers falling in the void. A transforming the body into feathers, synchronizing with the world, can flow with the epic, life and death are uncertain, crossing disasters, eternal transcendence. Wu Fukcho listened with fascination, sometimes frowning, sometimes rejoicing. This a myriad tribulations transforming feather skill was too profound for his small foundation establishment cultivator. But even if he caught a glimpse of one corner of it, it made him feel enlightened, and his realm in his body climbed repeatedly. Wu Fukcho was immersed in it, not knowing how long had passed. Suddenly felt the light and shadow shaking in front of him, waking him up. I saw the boy who had been standing with his eyes closed waving at him. Although he didn't speak, Wu Fukcho understood that he was driving him away. Even with thousands of reluctance, Wu Fukcho had to retreat silently. Before leaving the purple gold wooden building, he also politely closed the door. Before the door closed, a stream of light flew out from it. Wu Fukcho subconsciously took it, and found that it was a ring-like miniature building. A magic weapon, martial arts arena. There is also a storage function. Wu Fukcho looked slightly happy after checking it out. He kowtowed and worshipped inside again, 3 times, before leaving heavenly capital. At this time, he realized that after he left the purple gold wooden building, he could no longer hear the voice of the cross-legged virtual shadow. A sense of loss welled up in his heart, and Wu Fukcho even suddenly had the urge to return. But after all, that was the Grand Master of the Immortal Tao 10 sects, and he ultimately didn't dare to act rashly and left the scope of the heavenly capital. When he returned to the world, he was shocked to find that the Source Tao Palace at the foot of the mountain had disappeared for some reason. Even the surrounding terrain has changed greatly, as if there had been a great battle here. Wu Fukcho searched for a long time before finding a living cultivator nearby. From the other party's respectful attitude, Wu Fukcho was horrified to realize that he had unknowingly become a top powerhouse in the Xuanwang world, a cultivator in the Tao integration realm. And time had long passed hundreds of years. The rule of the Immortal Tao 10 sects was no longer as solid as gold, and an organization called the Myriad Immortals Alliance rose up. A fellow Taoist Lan Yu. Guan Xingshou's voice woke Lan Yu from his memories. Yes, I was originally a mediocre person who achieved Tao integration by luck. Over the years, the flattery of my disciples and subordinates almost made me forget this fact. Lan Yu's heart suddenly felt a sense of relief. If my aptitude wasn't so terrible, I wouldn't have only cultivated the magnificent a myriad tribulation feather transformation arta to the integration realm. Without the Grand Magistera's guidance, I haven't made any progress in thousands of years. Lan Yu shook his head inwardly, returning his thoughts to reality, and looked at Guan Xingqiu. I trust your judgment. Since the murderer is hiding among us, we just need to gather in one place and wait for him to reveal his flaws. Lan Yu paused and added, this person couldn't wait to commit murder as soon as he broke through. If Ida's not for psychological reasons, Ida's because his cultivation technique requires him to sacrifice other cultivators with blood after breaking through. He definitely won't stop. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded in agreement with Lan Yu's judgment. To protect themselves, this group of myriad Immortals Alliance integration cultivators stayed in the main hall of the going to the Venerable a flying ship, constantly monitoring each other. However, the murderer's cunning completely exceeded their expectations. 9 days later, after everyone controlled the flying ship and successfully passed through a surviving catastrophe in the void, another corpse appeared on the flying ship. Lan Yu and Guan Xingqiu exchanged glances, confirming the fall of a purple Buddha. The pressure in their hearts instantly increased. Old Guan, we were together this time, right? You have the highest strength among us, did you notice which bastard did it? Facing everyone's expectant gazes, Guan Xingqiu shook his head helplessly. A commotion broke out in the hall. Everyone, calm down. We were all focused on dealing with the void catastrophe just now, so we were caught off guard and ambushed by the murderer again. What do we do now? We'll die if we don't avoid the catastrophe, but we'll be assassinated if we do. AHMPH, in my opinion, we don't need to bother trying to avoid any catastrophes anymore. We might as well all die together. Brother Shu, don't say such angry words. There are still so many of us. No, I want to leave this ship. While everyone was discussing, a sudden, sharp scream suppressed all other sounds. Lan Yu and the others looked over and saw that Qing Shuang, who had been relatively calm, suddenly seemed to have suffered a psychological breakdown. His expression was crazed, and his eyes flashed with madness. While muttering to himself, he was about to rush out of the hall and leave the flying ship. Stop him! Guan Xingqiu shouted angrily. Only Lan Yu and a few others took action. Being inside the flying ship, and fearing damage to the ship, everyone was restrained in their movements. For a time, they were unable to deal with this Qing Shuang who seemed to have gone mad. Just as they were in a stalemate, Qing Shuang suddenly stopped moving. The expression on his face also froze, standing blankly in place. Before everyone could react, Guan Xingqiu's expression changed, and he immediately flew forward to check. He's dead. After a moment, he turned his head and said with an extremely ugly expression. A chill instantly enveloped everyone. Compared to the initial murders, the murderer's methods seemed to be getting more and more skillful. Dealing with the void catastrophe could be used as an excuse just now, but now everyone was indeed watching with concentrated attention. But the murderer was still committing murders unscrupulously. How could they defend against this? The flying ship fell into a deathly silence. I think what Qing Shuang said before his death wasn't without reason. Sun Luchang spoke, breaking the silence. Judging from the current situation, the murderer's strength is increasing too quickly. Perhaps before long, after slaughtering some more, he won't need to act secretly anymore. Instead, he'll appear directly and kill us one by one openly. Staying on the ship is definitely a dead end. It's better to abandon the ship and seek survival in the void. Sun Luchang's words also resonated with the other integration cultivators. That's right, the speed of this going to the Venerable a flying ship is extremely fast. As long as we leave separately every once in a while, the relative distance in the star sea will be very far. The star sea is vast, even if he has heaven-defying abilities, he definitely won't be able to catch us all in one fell swoop. Moreover, this place is still within the range of the immortal ruins' gravitational pull. As long as we follow the direction of the pull, we can return to the Xuanwang world. In addition, everyone has the sky clarity flowing crystal magical artifact issued by the Immortal Alliance, so returning safely isn't a problem. You said one thing, I said another. They slowly reached a unified opinion. In the end, more than half of the people chose to give up and disembark midway. Guan Xingqiu looked at Lan Yu, seeking the opinion of this oldest integration cultivator. Lan Yu sighed slightly. A life is the most important thing. It's understandable that they made this choice. To avoid more casualties, Lita decide like this. Old Lan, arena tu leaving. Lan Yu shook his head. My lifespan is already approaching its end, so returning is just waiting for death. It's better to seek a glimmer of hope in the void. Upon hearing this, everyone was shocked. After expressing their blessings, they left the flying ship one after another and returned to the Xuanwang world. To die in the middle of the Star Sea exploration was somewhat cowardly. But it was better than losing their lives. After some commotion, only 5 people remained on the flying ship. Lan Yu, Guan Xingqiu, Sun Luchang, Xu Guanai, and Zimei. Guan Xingqiu looked at Xu Guanai with some surprise. You didn't leave? Xu Guanai chuckled. I think Ida's safer on the flying ship now that a large group has left. Besides, no matter what, I still want to see that Zhanshang Immortal ship with my own eyes. Xu Guanai looked at Sun Luchang. Brother Sun, Ida's was a bit strange, right? Weren't you the loudest when everyone was clamoring to leave earlier? Why did you stay instead? Sun Luchang was a little embarrassed. My strength is too weak. I'm afraid it'll be difficult to return to the Xuanwang world on my own after leaving the flying ship. Staying here is safer. Everyone was speechless upon hearing this. They could see that what Sun Luchang said was indeed true. Unlike them, who volunteered, Sun Luchang was forcibly arranged by the Immortal Alliance to be on the flying ship, and his strength was at the bottom of the group. Sun Luchang moved closer to Guan Xingqiu and Lan Yu. You too, do you think there is a murderer among us? The remaining 4 people looked at each other, their expressions somewhat subtle. Before the murderer's identity was revealed, no one dared to guarantee anything. Since everyone has decided to stay, then our original route remains unchanged. After a moment of silence, Guan Xingqiu said loudly, we can reduce the space of the going to the Venerable flying ship to speed up our journey. By the way, Xingqiu, why is this flying ship called a going to the Venerable? I always feel that this name is a bit ominous. After hearing Guan Xingqiu's words, Lan Yu frowned and asked, as if he had thought of something. Guan Xingqiu was slightly stunned, and then replied, I don't know, it was the decree personally issued by the transmitters. I guess it should mean a going to see the heavenly Venerable. As soon as these words came out, Lan Yu frowned even more tightly. He looked up at the flying ship and raised a question that made the remaining 4 people present feel terrified. Besides us, are there other people on this going to the Venerable flying ship? Probably not. Guan Xingqiu said hesitantly. At this time, Zimei, who had been silent, suddenly spoke. Perhaps. This ship is alive. Sun Luchang was startled and quickly asked. Fellow Taoist Z, where did you hear this? Zimei said softly. I comprehend the Tao of the Star Sea, and I see the integration lives in the flying ship withering like ants. Therefore, I have made some breakthroughs. In my perception, this flying ship Ida's like it has its own life. Zimei's words made everyone feel a chill down their spines. Guan Xingqiu said with some hesitation. If Ida's true, then the Immortal Alliance would definitively Speaking of this, Guan Xingqiu suddenly stopped. The golden falling star divine sword bloomed with golden light above his head. Guan Xingqiu gathered all the black threads extracted from the assassinated integration cultivators. Like living worms, the threads merged together and became thicker. Previously, he had contacted every cultivator present with this murder weapon, and no one had any connection with it. But the only thing he had missed was the ship itself. The last 5 people on the flying ship looked at each other and instantly reached a consensus. They formed a formation to surround the black thread in the center. Old Guan, go to the flying ship's control center. Shu Guanai said in a deep voice. This sentence seemed to anger the black thread, which frantically slammed into the seal that trapped it. The 5 integration cultivators worked together to lock it firmly. They came all the way to the center of the going to the Venerable flying ship. Guan Xingqiu took a deep breath and opened the flying ship's main control formation. In the center of the formation, the phantom of the going to the Venerable flying ship floated. As if guided by the darkness, the black thread surrounded by everyone floated uncontrollably towards the phantom in the main control formation. The faces of the 5 people turned pale at the same time. Boom! At this moment, the flying ship suddenly shook violently. The thick black thread suddenly erupted with several times its previous impact force, instantly breaking free from everyone's restraints. It returned to the phantom of the flying ship. At this point, the truth was already clear. The culprit who killed several integration cultivators was actually the flying ship they were riding. This was simply an unimaginable conclusion. Even now that the truth was in front of him, Guan Xingqiu still couldn't believe it. "Aya," he said through gritted teeth. As the nominal commander of this operation, appointed by the Immortal Alliance and having control over the going to the Venerable flying ship. This creation that was originally under his control was actually killing his colleagues right under his nose. It was simply blatant humiliation. Swoosh! The falling star divine sword was unsheathed, pointing directly at the phantom of the flying ship. In the next moment, Guan Xingqiu was about to cut the flying ship in two with one sword. At this moment, a cold voice suddenly echoed in the space. The ultimate mission objective of this trip, to meet the heavenly Venerable. After deduction, mission probability, low. Searching for solutions. After deduction, converting each integration cultivator on the flying ship into the flying ship's energy will increase the mission success probability by only. The flying ship's constantly flashing voice made everyone feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. And what followed, the dozens of corpses floating out of the screen, made them even more furious. It was those integration cultivators who had already disembarked. 1293. Starry Sea Reunion, 7K. A large number of Tao harmonization corpses floated haphazardly, like kites attached to a string. The expressions on their faces still held the joy of escaping the calamity. Damn it! Looking at these faces that were so lively just a moment ago, now completely frozen, Guan Xingqiu could no longer bear it. The fallen star divine sword transformed into a golden ray, slashing straight ahead. A cyan figure suddenly appeared, blocking the sword's light. Ice crystals, blooming like flowers, appeared at his fingertips, and the surrounding air seemed to freeze. The fallen star divine sword was also frozen in midair. This is Azure Frost. Shu Guanai looked at this familiar yet unfamiliar figure and cried out in surprise. It turned out that the one who cast the spell to block the fallen star divine sword was none other than Azure Frost, who had been drained of his essence and had already fallen. However, Guan Xingqiu narrowed his eyes, unable to hide the shock in his heart. Old Guan, be careful, this Azure Frost is not Ji Wantao himself, but the soul of heaven and earth. Shu Guanai also saw the clue in an instant and reminded loudly. The remaining 5 Tao harmonization experts suddenly tensed up again. After careful observation, they discovered that the appearance of this soul of heaven and earth Azure Frost was no longer the original blurry face, but was very similar to the appearance of Azure Frost Immortal Ji Wantao before his death. What made them even more terrified was that a thin line extended from behind the new soul of heaven and earth Azure Frost, leading into the void. The thin line was exactly the same as the fierce weapon that they had previously discovered the flying ship used to kill Tao harmonization experts. As they confronted the flying ship, a large number of thin lines stretched out from the void. Familiar faces seemed to float out of the shadows. Surrounding the 5 survivors, Sun Luchang's face turned pale, and his body trembled. How is this possible? It's one thing to die, but the soul of heaven and earth can actually be extracted and refined. What kind of sorcery is this? Zimei was thoughtful. This place is far away from the Xuanwang realm, and the laws of returning to the heavens have naturally lost their effect. If certain special methods are adopted, it may not be impossible to disguise it as the heavenly Tao and accept these souls of heaven and earth. Shu Guanai smiled bitterly. Old Guan, it seems that we are doomed this time. I, Old Shu, may not be afraid of 1 or 2 souls of heaven and earth, but so many, and there's also this terrifying flying ship. Guan Xingqiu's eyes flashed with determination. Then let's destroy this monster first. Wait, just as the fallen star divine sword was about to pierce through the deck of the flying ship, Lan Yu suddenly stopped him. Lan Yu strode forward, standing between a group of souls of heaven and earth, and said in a deep voice, "Query the current probability of completing the mission." The floating souls of heaven and earth all froze. After a moment, the cold voice of the Wang Zun flying ship came. The current mission feasibility is extremely high. Current energy reserves, sufficient. Energy replenishment plan aborted. One voice after another echoed, and those floating, expressionless souls of heaven and earth were dragged back into the void by those thin lines. The seemingly desperate crisis vanished into thin air. Sun Lucheng touched the cold sweat on his forehead and breathed a long sigh of relief, still a little unbelievable. It's solved just like that. Lan Yu's expression did not relax at all. It's only temporary. It seems that as long as we don't run away when there is sufficient energy, it won't attack us. Guan Xingqiu nodded and said coldly, but when its energy is not enough, it will definitely hunt and absorb us. HMPH, to think that we are all important ministers of the Immortal Alliance, but now we have become the food of instruments in this cold void. How ironic. Zimei did not speak, but her expression was also serious. Only Shu Guanai showed a wry smile. I didn't expect to live a little longer. It's a bonus. Everyone, relax. This guy swallowed so many Dao harmonization experts at once, maybe he can persist in seeing Celestial Venerable himself. Furthermore, they were ambushed before. With the 5 of us working together and guarding against it, we might be able to successfully escape from this ghostly place. Shu Guanai conveyed this sentence through divine sense. I have the heavenly capital martial arts arena. If I deploy the martial arts arena barrier, it should be able to delay for a lot of time, Lan Yu said. This place is not suitable to stay for long after all. How about we recuperate for a while and then break out together? If we don't leave, we will definitely die. Let's fight. ... As they communicated with each other, time passed slowly. When they had all recovered to their best state, their actions were smoother than they had imagined. Not only did no souls of heaven and earth come out to stop them, but even the Wang Zun flying ship itself was like paper, easily torn to pieces. Out! Sun Lucheng was stunned. No. Guan Xingqiu looked at the surrounding void with a cold expression. We are still inside the flying ship. We are imprisoned. The fallen star divine sword instantly burst out with an incomparably dazzling light, trying to illuminate this dark space. But just like the real starry sky void, this place seemed boundless. The brilliance of the fallen star was like a firefly, extinguished in an instant. Go! Guan Xingqiu was still unwilling to give up, summoning the fallen star divine sword to fly rapidly into the darkness. But unexpectedly, it never returned and was completely swallowed by the darkness. The others also discovered something was wrong and used their own methods. But without exception, they could not escape from this void cage. That damn thing never intended to let us go from the beginning. We were planning to escape, but it took a step ahead and ambushed us. Sun Lucheng said hatefully. This place seems to be some kind of formation. It's somewhat similar to the 2 instruments microdust formation in ancient legends, Shu Guanai said after observing for a while, suddenly realizing. Then he said with some regret, it's a pity that I don't understand formations, otherwise I could try to break the formation. I don't understand either. ... Everyone was silent, and then they all focused their attention on Lan Yu. This veteran Dao harmonization expert, who has lived for thousands of years, should know a little bit about formations, right? In the expectant eyes of the other 4, Lan Yu shook his head helplessly. I do know a little bit about formations, but the level of this formation is far above me. I can't see through it, Lan Yu said truthfully. In an instant, everyone was a little desperate. A deathly silence enveloped the few people. The formation here is an absolutely secluded space, and I cannot detect the exit. But if the Wang Zun flying ship wants to kill us again, it will definitely open a gap. At that time, that will be our opportunity, Lan Yu suddenly said after a while, igniting everyone's hope. I will deploy the martial arts arena, and everyone will go in to hide, to prevent the flying ship from attacking again. As he said this, a ring-shaped building appeared in the dark void. With no better way, everyone had to fly into it. As the gap closed, the 5 looked at each other, and a surge of fighting spirit surged in their hearts. Old Lan, can you control this magic weapon? Now is not the time to spar. If you waste your energy, what will we do when the flying ship attacks? Damn, old Guan, why are you attacking me? Shu Guanai shouted loudly. Even though the 5 tried to suppress the restlessness in their hearts, they could not help but attack each other. Lan Yu explained helplessly. This treasure was personally passed down by the great Dharma master back then. Entering it will force one to practice martial arts until they leave. This is the nature of the treasure and cannot be controlled. The reason why I didn't take out this thing before was because of this. But I can adjust the intensity of the martial arts practice. I have already adjusted it to the lowest level. Everyone, don't suppress your fighting spirit, Just attack casually and maintain a state of battle. With the supplies we brought, we don't have to worry about energy consumption. After a period of frantic fighting, everyone finally slowly adapted. While sparring lightly, they communicated peacefully. This warm-up is also good, at least it can ensure that we are always in the best state to attack, Shu Guanai said with a wry smile. Sun Luchang sighed. I haven't fought with anyone like this for a long time. Fellow Taoists, please be gentle. Guan Xingqiu returned to the topic. Under this desperate situation, we only have one chance. So we must be clear about each other's strongest methods. Guan Xingqiu's words were recognized by everyone. So he took the lead and said, my strongest strike is something I just realized in this star sea not long ago. It's called, Sword Dividing the Galaxy. Be careful. Guan Xingqiu shouted softly, and the sword light slashed out, and in an instant, it seemed that endless starlight was born from it. The dividing star sword did not hit the other four, but hit the sky of the martial arts arena hard. The sky shook, and cracks appeared, and then quickly healed. Guan Xingqiu exclaimed, what a treasure! The four then demonstrated their trump cards. While they were practicing martial arts, they became more and more tacit with each other. They even jointly deduced a set of combined attack techniques. In the void-trapped formation, time passed without knowing. The 5 Tao harmonization experts were like sharpening swords, nurturing their energy, spirit. Waiting for the opportunity to come, they will slash out the strongest sword. I don't know how long it has passed. A huge sense of vibration disturbed them. It was not the tremor of the martial arts arena, but the tremor of the entire dark void outside the martial arts arena. Or rather, it originated from the Wang Zun flying ship. In the long martial arts cooperation, the 5 had faintly achieved a certain degree of telepathy. In an instant, they reached a consensus, waiting for the arrival of the flaw. Without any warning, the darkness disappeared and the light reappeared. They seemed to have returned to the flying ship cabin. But the 5, who had suffered once, did not hesitate at all. The strongest combined attack that had been brewing for a long time was directly launched. Sword Dividing the Galaxy, Twilight Viewing the Star Sea, Feather Extinction, ... The roars resounded at the same time, and the 5 rays of light merged into one, hitting the flying ship wall hard. However, a picture that made them a little desperate appeared. A black hole emerged on the wall for no reason, directly swallowing the huge destructive power brought by the combined attack of the 5 people. The hole slowly healed, and the wall returned to its original state. And the killer move that they had worked so hard to practice was like a joke, failing to cause even a bit of damage. The faces of the 5 were pale. Guan Xingqiu's Tao heart was damaged, and his body was crumbling. How is this possible? He looked completely unacceptable, muttering to himself in a daze. The strongest strike had already failed, and the 5 were disheartened, almost unable to muster the thought of resistance. But soon, the Wang Zun flying ship vibrated violently again, waking them up. No, the outside of the flying ship is under attack. Void disaster. The 5 suddenly woke up, their faces filled with ecstasy. We still have a chance. They also discovered the abnormality of the flying ship at this time. Those souls of heaven and earth that had been absorbed before did not appear. The flying ship also seemed to have experienced a great battle, and faint cracks could be seen on the walls. Just as the 5 were surprised and did not move, the cold voice of the Wang Zun flying ship sounded again. Star Sea Unknown Civilization Third War. Reserve energy has been exhausted. After deduction, the probability of winning the next battle is 0. Executing backup plan. Transmitting data. Starting flying ship self-destruction. The voice of the flying ship made the surviving 5 Tao harmonization experts change their colors. Not good. Lan Yu subconsciously unfolded the martial arts arena, re-enveloping the 5 people in it. The other 4 also used their own methods to help themselves. Start. However, the things that surprised them again happened. The voice of the Wang Zun flying ship seemed to be interfered with by something, stuck like a bug, constantly repeating. But the explosion did not come. Boom, boom, boom. Above the flying ship, there was another huge roar. In the rolling smoke, a circular gap suddenly appeared. More than 30 unknown beings wearing strange armor poured into the gap. They were well trained, dividing 10 people to surround Lan Yu and the others. The rest continued to explore the flying ship. Old brother Lan Yu, you are knowledgeable. What is the situation now? Shu Guanai asked through voice transmission. Guan Xingqiu said uncertainly, Star Sea Unknown Civilization. It's possible. Don't be impulsive, first try to communicate. After all, the Wang Zun flying ship, which they were helpless against, was easily conquered by this group of mysterious people. The strength of this group of people can be seen. If they can avoid fighting, it's better not to fight. After some discussion, Lan Yu spoke out and asked, "Fellow Taoists, we have no malice." The other side's response was also very quick, using the same language, "Stop talking nonsense, be quiet. Brother Liu, we can't break their protective magic weapon for the time being, do you want to use Immortal Seal again? Don't worry, just trap them. Wait until we drag this flying ship back. ... Immortal Seal." Lan Yu and others looked at each other. Time passed slowly in a strange atmosphere. The slight vibration of the Wangsheng flying ship broke the stalemate. "Phew, we can take off the protection." In the voice of relief, another team came to the Wang Zun flying ship and took over the place. The leader was a long-haired man wearing a strange Taoist robe, with a broken half-black jade hairpin on his head. Although the man exuded the same Tao harmonization realm aura as Lan Yu and the others. But in addition to that, there seemed to be other mysterious powers mixed in, making the 5 Tao harmonization experts from the Xuanwang realm involuntarily feel a faint sense of crisis in their hearts. It was like facing the terrifying disaster in the endless dark void. "Fellow Taoist," Lan Yu and the others attempted to communicate with the long-haired Tao harmonization expert. However, the other party seemed not to hear them at all, muttering to himself, as Brother Zhao predicted, they really captured a ship in that direction. This is something that hasn't happened in thousands of years. Keep an eye on them. Lan Yu and the others were about to speak when the long-haired man inadvertently glanced at them. Within his dark eyes, a character appeared like a ghost. It appeared in the minds of Lan Yu and the others, instantly becoming as vast as heaven and earth, filling their sight, senses, and hearing. They could not see or hear. They were plunged into endless darkness. From the outside, it seemed that the long-haired Tao harmonization expert had merely glanced at them, and the 5 of Lan Yu were stunned. They stood there blankly, lost in thought. The scene was silent, and after the long-haired Tao harmonization expert left, the crowd began to whisper. "Elder Wang is getting stronger and stronger. You know, these are all genuine Tao harmonization experts. What bullshit Tao harmonization? Without the power of immortal runes, what difference is there between them and our golden core or nascent soul cultivators? They're just a little stronger. That makes sense. ... The long-haired Tao harmonization expert hurried back, and naturally, professionals came to inspect the captured flying ship. Although the flying ship's construction level was indeed remarkable, the most crucial thing was that it didn't sense the power fluctuations of the true immortal runes. So its real value was actually ordinary. What the long-haired Tao harmonization expert was concerned about now was something else. That Zhao Xian from the Tao Proving Academy actually predicted the arrival of this flying ship from the depths of the Star Sea. How did he do it? Could it be that he secretly comprehended another true immortal rune power? The long-haired Tao harmonization expert was puzzled. He subconsciously touched the half of a black jade hairpin on his head. Is this one, who has been silent for 7 or 8 years, finally going to reveal his brilliance? First, he broke through to Transformation God in the morning and entered Tao harmonization in the evening, completely shattering the immortal ship's understanding of cultivation speed. Then, he comprehended a brand new true immortal rune. The long-haired Tao harmonization expert hurried on his way, quickly returning from the immortal ship docking port to the Severing Immortal Tower. In a quiet, dim secret room, the long-haired Tao harmonization expert met Zhao Xian, who was also disheveled. "Brother Zhao," the long-haired Tao harmonization expert said softly, without the arrogance he had shown outside. Zhao Xian ignored him, closing his eyes and pondering something. Occasionally, his fingers would gently move in the void, muttering to himself. The ignored long-haired Tao harmonization expert was not annoyed. Instead, he stared intently at the trajectory of Zhao Xian's fingers in the air, secretly pondering. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Xian finally spoke, "Did you find that flying ship?" The long-haired Tao harmonization expert nodded. "This immortal ship comes from the other side of the Star Sea, where the Xuanwang realm used to be. The Xuanwang realm, like our immortal ship, has survived the great calamity to this day. But they still retain considerable resources." A look of surprise flashed across the long-haired Tao harmonization expert's face. Zhao Xian continued, "Unfortunately, the Xuanwang realm is too far away from us. And it's too close to the immortal ruins. It's not worth it for the immortal ship to make a trip. Of course, the specifics still need to be decided by the Council of Elders. As Zhao Xian spoke, he handed a light spot to the long-haired Dao harmonization expert. After reviewing the information in the light spot, the long-haired Dao harmonization expert's breathing quickened. Brother Zhao, how did you sense all of this? Before leaving, the long-haired Dao harmonization expert asked quietly. Zhao Xian smiled slightly. Although the star sea is vast, in the eyes of a true immortal, it can be seen through at a glance. Wang Hai, when you comprehend the true immortal runes, didn't you have various visions appearing in your mind? Wang Hai naturally wouldn't say no, nodding and saying, I see. Brother Zhao is truly exceptionally talented. Zhao Xian accepted it calmly, then handed over another light spot. This is my new comprehension. After you've read it, submit it to the Council of Elders. Wang Hai accepted it as if it were a treasure, instantly throwing the previous unpleasantness to the back of his mind, and eagerly began to read the contents. Wonderful, wonderful. Wang Hai was fascinated, immersed in it and unable to extricate himself. It wasn't until after a long time that the half of the black jade hairpin on his head trembled slightly, as if it would break free at any moment. Only then did Wang Hai wake up. Brother Zhao is truly a great talent. This time, Wang Hai sincerely bowed and then left excitedly. Zhao Xian, or rather, the holy embryo Li Fan, watched Wang Hai's departing figure, feeling the distorted back of the other party slowly losing control under the influence of the true immortal runes, revealing a faint, imperceptible smile. Due to the difference in the flow of time, 9 years had passed since Zhao Xian broke through to the nascent soul stage and was accepted by the Dao Proving Academy as a core disciple. The real Zhao Xian, affected by the illusion created by the holy embryo Li Fan, was always tense and worried that the Xuanxian ship would be destroyed in the future. Even with Li Fan's help, he still had frequent heart demons. Even the divine sense that the holy embryo Li Fan had separated was about to be exhausted, and his condition had not improved. He had even shown abnormalities several times, which were noticed by the third elder of the academy, almost exposing Li Fan's existence. Li Fan also vaguely felt the difference between the Xuanxian ship and the Xuanwang realm in the path of cultivation. Immortal ship cultivators are extremely susceptible to the influence of heart demons, whether they are breaking through bottlenecks or cultivating on a daily basis. These heart demons originate from the way of the star sea, directly inflicted on the cultivator himself. Every time Li Fan helped him intercept them, the frequency of heart demons appearing in the future increased. And as Zhao Xian's actual realm became stronger, the power of these heart demons also increased. So Li Fan simply didn't waste any more effort on him, and directly used the Dao Pill technique he had learned on the Xuanxian ship on Zhao Xian. Divine Sense Fusion, replacing him. Cutting off the possibility of heart demons appearing from the source. Zhao Xian's talent can only be described as mediocre. But what surprised Li Fan was that when the Dao Pill was swallowed, he, who inherited Zhao Xian's body, also synchronously inherited the characteristics of the immortal ship natives. Similarly, with cultivation, there would be heart demons to disturb him. However, compared to Zhao Xian, Li Fan, who had experienced many worlds, had a strong will. Not just any heart demon could shake him. So there were no obstacles to cultivation. According to the plan, he lurked in the Dao Proving Academy, greedily absorbing the technological accumulation of the immortal ship for thousands of years. Then, he took the initiative to volunteer, representing the academy to come to this severing immortal tower. To learn and test the method of harmlessly utilizing the true immortal runes that the severing immortal tower spoke of. The severing immortal tower did not lie. They did indeed master a wonderful method of using a portion of the true immortal rune power with a mortal cultivator's body. Just like the Dao harmonization cultivator named Wang Hai before, who subdued the 5 of Lan Yu with one move. The key lies in the half of the black jade hairpin he wore. This jade hairpin was a realm extinction relic collected by the immortal ship in the vast ruins. Over the years, it was affected by the true immortal runes. The main body therefore retained traces of the Dao corresponding to the true immortal runes. And it was also constantly washed by the reverberating star force in the void. The collision of 2 different true immortal forces created the special existence of this black jade hairpin. The entering the Dao method mastered by the Immortal Hub Academy over the years also uses these realm extinction relics to master the power of the remaining true immortal runes. But what they choose are relics that are only affected by a single true immortal force. The deeper one enters the Dao, the stronger the shackles of the true immortal runes become. Not only will the body undergo some terrible changes, but even the spirit will be affected and become crazy. The Severing Immortal Tower accidentally found a relic with the power of 2 true immortal runes remaining. They mobilized and studied one of them, and regarded the reverberating star force attached to it as an anchor point. When entering the Tao too deeply, they can escape from the realm of entering the Tao by reversing the influence of the reverberating star force. By doing so, although the power mastered is not as good as that of the Immortal Hub Academy to the extreme extent, it is better in safety and can be promoted to the vast majority of cultivators. Even if they are only in the nascent soul realm, with the assistance of special realm extinction relics, after a period of tempering, they can instantly trigger and erupt the power of true immortal runes. And if they are fighting in the star sea, and the surrounding environment happens to have the corresponding true immortal rune power remaining, then its power can only be described as terrifying and awe-inspiring, far exceeding the limits of ordinary Tao harmonization cultivators on the immortal ship. Because of the proposal of this method, the Severing Immortal Tower has overtaken the Immortal Hub Academy and almost completely replaced it, becoming the nominal true ruler of the immortal ship. However, considering that it is still necessary to use the power of experienced entering the Tao experts in extreme cases, the Immortal Hub Academy is still retained. Li Fan infiltrated the Severing Immortal Tower and personally tried entering the Tao with an anchor point. But having seen the full eruption of the real true immortal runes, how could he look down on this clever method? What he cares about here is the research on different true immortal runes. Because immortal ship cultivators can only use realm extinction relics to reverse the power source of true immortal runes. Like blind men touching an elephant, each cultivator has different perceptions due to their different views, and many different comprehensions are differentiated. Li Fan, this witness, can choose the correct versions from a pile of conjectures. Hunger, chaos, nothingness, etc., not to mention those who have seen the complete character appearance. The uniqueness encountered while traversing the star sea, as well as the other fault nothingness. It really made Li Fan feel like he had found a treasure. True immortal runes have different forms of power expression, but they are all from the hand of Tao Inscription Immortal. In a sense, they also have their commonality. When he has mastered 4 or 5 correct answers, Li Fan can also more easily find versions closer to the facts from the research of the Severing Immortal Tower. This is also the root cause why he has been able to submit so-called comprehensions after disguising himself as Zhao Xian. In fact, it is worthy of being a true immortal rune. Even the version reverse-engineered based on the power expression can still be compared to a cultivator's killing supernatural power. The damage caused by the holy embryo Li Fan's exercises outside the immortal ship made him secretly click his tongue. And among the many documents of the Severing Immortal Tower, what Li Fan is most interested in is the conjecture research on the classification of true immortal runes. 1294. Happy New Year, fellow readers. Today is New Year's Eve, taking a day off. We'll continue with 7000 tomorrow. Wishing all readers a Happy New Year. 1295. By Wen Xian Secret Collection, 7K. In this life, Li Fan had also tried to classify the true immortal seal characters he had seen. However, that was from the perspective of the specific power of various true immortal seal characters, such as destruction, edicts, enhancements, and so on. But here in the Immortal Severing building on the other side of the Star Sea, it was from another novel perspective. That is, whether the doubt depicted by the true immortal seal character has been occupied by a certain true immortal, or rather, has been occupied by a true immortal. According to the descriptions in many documents in the Immortal Severing building, the difficulty and danger of entering the Tao and cultivating these different true immortal seal characters are completely different. If the Tao has been occupied by a true immortal, anyone who attempts to enter the Tao with the character will be reduced to ashes and disappear without a trace the moment they attain the Tao. No matter how high their strength or how talented they are, they cannot avoid it. If there is no true immortal on the Tao, then even if there are some side effects, ordinary people can still get a glimpse of the Tao scene depicted by the true immortal seal character. Li Fan carefully pondered, based on the sporadic insights of predecessors that he could read with his current contribution. There is an essential difference between this and the method of copying and trying to depict true immortal seal characters. The Immortal Severing building and even the entire profound immortal ship are not so much using the power of true immortal seal characters as they are using the world-extinguishing relic to trigger the aftermath of immortal power. The so-called entering the Tao is not a true entry into the path of the true immortal. It is more like the body, spirit, consciousness, and awareness being integrated into the world-extinguishing relic, obtaining certain characteristics born from its tempering over time, so as to better attract the remaining immortal power in the star sea. Undoubtedly, this is a method of opportunism. If the environment changes and there is not so much residual immortal power in the star sea, even if one can enter the Tao, the power of the spell will be greatly weakened. Li Fan's method of using the basic shape of the true immortal seal character is not limited by the venue, but only related to the caster's own strength and the degree of understanding of the true immortal seal character. Of course, this is only the current understanding of Li Fan, who has once seen the true immortal seal character with his own eyes. The people of the immortal ship probably would never agree, unless Li Fan is willing to share the basic shape of the true immortal seal character. With the accumulation of the immortal ship over thousands of years, if they could see the true face of the true immortal seal character, the overall strength of the immortal ship would probably have a qualitative leap in a short period of time. However, Li Fan would not be foolish enough to do so. It is still easier and safer to occasionally submit a perception in exchange for contribution points, just like now. After all, it is a genuine feeling inspired by the true immortal seal character, and even if the angle is strange, it is definitely correct. This is the essential difference between being able to obtain the true inheritance. They try their best to reproduce the origin from various manifestations of the true immortal seal character. And I have long had the honor of seeing the true face of the origin, so naturally it is extremely smooth from top to bottom. Although Li Fan firmly believes that the immortal ship's method is just a clever trick, it is undeniable that for these ant-like existences under the true immortal, it is completely worth it if they can use the power that originally belonged to the true immortal. After all, in the dark star sea, survival is the first priority. If it were not for these research results on true immortal seal characters, the profound immortal ship would probably have become a member of the endless ruins of the star sea long ago. And this time, Li Fan guided the profound immortal ship to capture the myriad immortal alliance's flying ship, not only to accumulate some merit points for his body, but also mainly to use the mouths of this group of harmonious integration cultivators from the myriad immortal alliance to reveal the existence of the Teach the Law Heavenly Lord. After lurking in the profound immortal ship for so long, Li Fan finally figured out the identity of the mysterious cultivator he encountered when he first came to the Sea of Relics. They were once members of the profound immortal ship, and even one of the supreme rulers of the immortal ship. However, hundreds of years ago, they were bewitched by a certain outsider and secretly reached some kind of cooperation agreement, and even allowed this outsider to enter the most confidential 100 Hearts immortal record of the immortal ship. This outsider said that he only wanted to borrow the ancient secrets preserved in it, but after entering, he never came out until the agreed time. The people of the immortal ship realized that something was wrong and hurriedly checked, but were horrified to find that many secrets in the 100 Hearts immortal record had disappeared. Along with that outsider, and the 3 harmonious integration cultivators responsible for guarding, all disappeared without anyone noticing. The immortal ship was shaken, and those in power were purged, which led to a small-scale civil strife. The final outcome was that a small number of people escaped from the immortal ship. However, this group of people was unwilling to give up the immortal ship, and in addition, there was nowhere else to go in the vast dark star sea, so they also lurked in the Sea of Relics, hoping to counterattack one day and return to the profound immortal ship. On the immortal ship's side, although they have never given up on the encirclement and suppression of these people, it is easier said than done to capture them in the vast star sea. They can only allow the existence of these people. The immortal ship, from top to bottom, has always been brooding over the outsider who caused this civil strife. Especially those lost secrets, which are the eternal pain in the hearts of the immortal ship people. However, the identity of this outsider is extremely mysterious, and perhaps only those immortal ship rebels may know. Since the incident that year, that person has never appeared again. Although Li Fan is not sure whether this outsider is really the Teach the Law, it does not prevent him from creating the possibility that the two are the same person. After all, in today's dark star sea, external things are withering, and there are not many living people near the high wall, and mysterious and unpredictable. Besides the Teach the Law and the heavenly physician, who else could it be? Li Fan believes that if the immortal ship knows that in the more distant sea of remnant realms of the Sea of Relics, there is a powerful man who is very likely to be an ancient enemy hidden all year round, they will definitely try to go there to investigate the truth. After all, it is an unchanging principle that one cannot allow others to sleep soundly beside one's bed. And Li Fan can also use the profound immortal ship to take the opportunity to find out the truth about the Teach the Law and the Heavenly Physician. He does not expect to really achieve anything, but it is good to find out any information, even if it is only a little bit. Anyway, for Li Fan, it is just a casual push, and there is no cost at all. The final victory may be built on these inconspicuous pieces of information. The immortal ship and the Holy Emperor are all pawns I used to test. Li Fan read through a document again, thinking like this in his heart. As for the encounters of those harmonious integration cultivators of the Immortal Alliance, they are not within his consideration at all. Anyway, in the Xuanwang realm, they are also consumables. But what Li Fan did not expect was that 3 days later, the long-haired harmonious integration cultivator Wang Hai returned. And brought a copy of the interrogation record. Brother Zhao, take a look, the things that happened on this flying ship are really wonderful. Li Fan scanned it and frowned slightly. This flying ship is so strong. Harmonious integration cultivators are like Raishinza. Wang Hai nodded. We also fought fiercely with it 3 times before finally defeating its defense. And we also consumed a lot of relics. But it's not a loss after all. The resources carried by each of those harmonious integration cultivators can be described as extravagant. Not to mention the things stored in the flying ship called Essence of Heaven and Earth A. Li Fan raised his head slightly, pretending to be stupid and said, what exactly is this essence of heaven and earth? A concrete manifestation of the laws of the world. Wang Hai smiled. If it were just this, I wouldn't be so excited and make a special trip to report the good news to you. This so-called essence of heaven and earth, in addition to the power of the laws of the immortal cultivation world, also has a considerable part of the cornerstone power of constructing the world attached to it. If the immortal cultivation world is compared to a house, then these essences of heaven and earth can be regarded as the beams for building the house. And this is exactly what our profound immortal ship lacks. With the addition of these fuels, our immortal ship can run smoothly for another 100 years. From Wang Hai's voice, there is no doubt that he is happy in his heart. He added incessantly, even the flying ship itself can be dismantled to add bricks and tiles to our immortal ship. Brother Zhao's seemingly accidental prediction this time has brought a harvest to the immortal ship that is definitely comparable to dozens of relics. Li Fan continued to look down at the documents. I only care about what specific rewards there are. By the way, what does the World Elder Council of the Xuanwang realm say? Although the fat is a little far away, it can save lives after all. Wang Hai shrugged. You don't know the group of people in the Elder Council, they always use overall situation and the future of the immortal ship as excuses. Expedition across the Star Sea. I think we will only do this when our immortal ship is really in dire straits. Hearing this, Li Fan nodded thoughtfully. It's a pity, I vaguely saw that these harmonious integration cultivators on the flying ship are already the top combat power of that Xuanwang realm. Even the stronger longevity realm cultivators are only a handful. If our immortal ship flies over, they will definitely have no resistance. Wang Hai nodded in agreement, full of disdain and said, it's just a group of parasites clinging to the surviving immortal cultivation world. In my opinion, we don't even need the full power of the immortal ship, only 3 or 5 harmonious integration cultivators can easily suppress this Xuanwang realm. Wang Hai sighed again, somewhat regretfully, it's a pity that the Elder Council doesn't allow it. Li Fan did not respond, and asked again, what is my reward? The Elder Council wouldn't do nothing after making such a great contribution, right? Wang Hai stopped being coy and carefully took out a jade slip. The moment the jade slip appeared, Li Fan's eyes froze. He keenly noticed that the half of the jade hairpin on Wang Hai's head was trembling non-stop. And the jade slip itself was faintly emitting the power fluctuations of the true immortal seal character. This Isa, Li Fan quickly reacted. The jade slip itself is a world-extinguishing relic. Wang Hai said somewhat proudly. That's right, this is considered the 3rd world-extinguishing jade slip that our immortal ship has collected. Every time this world-extinguishing jade slip is observed, the true immortal power attached to it will be consumed, so it is extremely precious. This time the Elder Council has made a big sacrifice. What is recorded in this jade slip? I also want to know, but I don't have the qualification. You will know when you see it yourself. Hurry up, I have to take it back after you finish reading it. Wang Hai looked at the jade slip in Li Fan's hand with some envy, and urged. Li Fan solemnly separated his divine sense and plunged into it. The world-extinguishing jade slip is a very special type of world-extinguishing relic. Unlike ordinary magic weapons, after being immersed in the power of the true immortal for many years, although the world-extinguishing jade slip itself will not be contaminated with the power of the true immortal seal character, the power of the true immortal will penetrate into the content recorded in the jade slip, causing it to undergo some kind of mutation, or rather, sublimation. The sublimated content is like being enlightened by a true immortal, with a qualitative leap. Ordinary cultivation methods become the methods of true immortals. Even simple articles will be transformed into existences that can enlighten the Tao after being contaminated by the power of the true immortal. In short, the world-extinguishing jade slip is one of the few ways to harmlessly contact true immortal at close range. When the divine sense entered the world-extinguishing jade slip, what first poured in was the original content of the jade slip. A common method for tempering the will. Judging from its grade, it is at most transformation God. After reading it in an instant, the feeling of the divine sense suddenly changed. The originally unremarkable text instantly seemed to come alive, twisting, mutating, and transforming into completely new characters. After changing positions again, a completely new immortal technique instantly jumped onto the paper. Li Fan's heart shook slightly, and he quickly studied this new method carefully several times. A familiar and unfamiliar feeling slowly welled up in his heart as his understanding deepened. Immortal heart mantra, but it's not Xuanwang. And there are still some differences in the subtle details. After all, it is not a true derivation and personal transmission by the true immortal, but a self-derivation of the jade slip. It can even be said to be a weakened version of the Xuanwang immortal heart mantra. Li Fan secretly said a pity in his heart. However, his face still showed a very excited and obsessed look. When the moving characters in his mind slowly faded and finally disappeared completely, Li Fan reluctantly returned the world-extinguishing jade slip, and at the same time said, as expected of an immortal technique, "With this method, I can be protected from the troubles of inner demons in the future. Even when comprehending the true immortal seal character, the negative impact will be greatly reduced. Thank you all the elders for me." Hearing this, Wang Hai subconsciously glanced at the world-extinguishing jade slip in his hand. Then he forcibly suppressed the thought of peeking. Not to mention that there is a restriction from the Elder Council on it, he cannot peep. Taking it without permission is a great taboo in the immortal ship. Even he, if he commits it, will only end up as a living material for studying immortal seals. I can have this harvest this time. I also want to thank Brother Wang for your long-term matchmaking for me. This is my insight, please accept it. Seeing the other party's expression, Li Fan closed his eyes slightly, concentrated, and then engraved another jade slip on the spot and handed it over. Wang Hai was overjoyed when he saw this. "Thank you, Brother Zhao. I will do whatever it takes in the future." After saying polite words, he directly took the jade slip and looked at it. He was immersed in it, his eyebrows danced with joy. After a long while, he came back to his senses from the realization. Wang Hai directly crushed the jade slip into powder in front of Li Fan. This is the rule of knowledge dissemination in the immortal ship. Although there is no restriction on not being able to cultivate the same method, the cultivation methods, Taoist techniques, and various insights are still extremely precious resources. Just like this time, the world-extinguishing jade slip rewarded by the Elder Council of the Immortal Severing Building, only Li Fan is qualified to observe it, and it cannot be borrowed by others. But after Li Fan finishes watching it, there is no such restriction to teach his own insights. However, after all, it has been transferred once, and the effect is definitely much worse than personally experiencing it. Especially when it comes to the power of the true immortal, even if the written description is completely the same, if you cannot feel the evolution of the mysterious power, whether it is the progress of cultivation or the degree of understanding of the subtleties, it is naturally much weaker. Unless it is a natural talent who can ignore this natural gap. Otherwise, those who pass on the second and third transmissions will generally be weaker than the first transmission. It was precisely because he adhered to this rule that Wang Hai destroyed the jade slip engraved by Li Fan after reading it. After leaving today, he had the right to spread this method again. However, passed down by him, it would be beyond the third transmission, and its effectiveness would be further weakened. If those who obtain this method have the will to go further, they must go against the current along the path of the method's transmission, pay a certain price, and beg the previous transmitter. As for whether they can obtain the true method, it depends on their sincerity. Li Fan had been lurking in the profound immortal ship for more than 10 years and was already clear about its rules. After seeing Wang Hai, He also gave a jade slip of insights as a gift, and the two reluctantly said goodbye. By the way, among the 5 surviving Dao harmonization experts in the Xuanwang world, one of them is a bit strange. Therefore, the Elders' Council, for the sake of caution, has not yet taken action against him. If you are interested, you might want to learn more about him. Wang Hai left these ambiguous words before leaving. Li Fan couldn't help but ponder. According to the rules of the Immortal ship, such euphemisms are only used when it involves the upper echelons of the Immortal ship, or the forces behind the other party. Survivor. It should be Lan Yu. After all, he is the only one who practices Dao harmonization with ancient methods, and he has no value to the Immortal ship. But it can't be said to be strange. Grand Astrologer of Heavenly Capital. Li Fan had some thoughts. He straightened his slightly messy clothes and went out towards the Elders' Council of the Severing Immortal Tower. The current Immortal ship is built on a void god tree, and after the Severing Immortal Tower gained actual control of the Immortal ship, it moved to the top of the void god tree. Strands of green light, like the tips of branches and leaves, connect the many buildings of the Severing Immortal Tower. Stepping into the void, without needing to fly, with a thought, one can manipulate the green light to travel between different locations. Looking down, one can vaguely see the Proving Dao Academy, Star Forging Workshop, and the newly built Sin Suppression Valley under the huge god tree. They seem to float in the endless void, connected by the god tree. The giant that Li Fan saw earlier, pierced through the body by the god tree, had been completely drained. Now, it was replaced by a huge rabbit. This rabbit had a white body, black ears, and a human face. Although it was already dead, the expression on its face was compassionate, as if it had seen something extremely painful before its fall. This human emperor rabbit, like the previous pursuer of the Dao giant, was part of the secret collection of the Profound Immortal ship's record of 100 hearings. The secret collection gathers various resources, not only from the cultivation world before the destruction of the Star Sea, but also many strange objects that the Profound Immortal ship has collected during its thousands of years of drifting in the dark Star Sea. Li Fan's gaze imperceptibly swept over the human emperor rabbit's drying body, but his thoughts drifted to the Immortal ship's secret collection. If there was anything on this Immortal ship worth scheming for, it would probably be this record of 100 hearings. Perhaps, I should also add the traces of the other half, the Merchant Immortal ship. Li Fan suddenly thought, as a part of the former Profound Merchant Immortal ship, although the Profound and Merchant ships have been out of contact for a long time, they can still occasionally sense each other's existence. However, any information about the Merchant Immortal ship is the highest secret of the Profound Immortal ship. Even the Elders' Council of the Severing Immortal Tower, only the 3 most core members are qualified to know. Li Fan had been lurking for more than 10 years, and he had only overheard a word or two during an Elders meeting. I wonder what the specific situation of this Merchant Immortal ship is, that its secrecy level is even higher than the true Immortal script. Just as Li Fan was pondering, he had arrived at the top of the Void God Tree, where the Elders' Council of the Severing Immortal Tower was located. The first thing Li Fan did was naturally to visit his teacher. The Profound Immortal ship placed great emphasis on mentorship and factions. Wang Hai repeatedly ran errands and relayed messages for him, naturally because Li Fan and Wang Hai both studied under the third elder of the Severing Immortal Tower, I Tianju. And the relationship between this I Tianju and Li Fan was even closer. Because I Tianju also came from the Proving Dao Academy. However, in order to research new methods of entering Dao, he joined the Severing Immortal Tower after leaving the academy, and had been silent and rarely known. Until he had results, and the Severing Immortal Tower took control of the Immortal ship through a counterattack, I Tianju reappeared in the public eye. Greetings, teacher. Li Fan performed a salute with a normal expression, and then truthfully explained to his teacher his insights on the world extinction jade slip he had just received. Students must report and hand over any gains to their teacher. This was naturally also a rule of the Immortal ship. After listening to Li Fan's account, I Tianju nodded slightly. I have also seen this jade slip. Your talent is indeed extraordinary. You have already understood 7 or 8 points of its essence. Li Fan respectfully saluted again, thanking his teacher for his praise. But don't be too dependent. I Tianju suddenly changed the topic. You must know that the heart demon is both a tribulation and an opportunity. Even if you can use wonderful methods to cut off the heart demon is endless, cut off and reborn. Using the Immortal Heart mantra to calm it down is ultimately a lower grade approach. It is better to turn it into resources for experience, which will be of great benefit to cultivation. Tianju slowly said unhurriedly. While lecturing Li Fan, he was also writing something on a piece of white paper. As expected of one of the top powerhouses in the Severing Immortal Tower, his words and phrases could even inspire Li Fan today. Li Fan listened carefully, his eyes not peeking at the content Tianju was writing. After Tianju finished lecturing, he still did not stop writing. Only after half a day did he finally put down his pen. Look at this character, how is it written? Tianju said to Li Fan. Li Fan then looked up. On the white paper, there was actually a complete, true immortal script character. This was Li Fan's first reaction after seeing it. Fall. Focusing on observing, a sense of loss welled up in Li Fan's heart. What a pity. It's not a complete true immortal script character. It only restores 8 or 9/10 of it. But to be able to comprehend this stage from a pile of broken chaos is truly extraordinary. Li Fan thought to himself that he would definitely not be able to achieve this level on his own. After pondering for a moment, Li Fan spoke of his insights on this fall character. This fall is not a fall of the mind. It is the fundamental fall of all things. A downward fall from a higher level to a lower level. True immortals become cultivators, cultivators become mortals, mortals turn into dust. With just one character, Li Fan's understanding of it took half a day. And it was far from complete. When Li Fan finished, Tianju first pointed out several fallacies in Li Fan's words, and then sighed slightly. Comprehending the words of true immortals is like watching horses run on a mountain. This fall character was already restored to 6 or 7/10 by the immortal ship 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years have passed, and the progress is only 1 point more. The closer you get to the true meaning of the immortal script, the slower the progress. And even if it is only a tiny bit off, the power is vastly different compared to the real true immortal script. You can see the road ahead, but you can't step on it. The immortal Tao, how difficult it is. Li Fan felt a little strange when he heard Tianju's sigh. This didn't sound like something his research-obsessed teacher would say. Teacher, why do you say this? Li Fan asked immediately without hiding anything. Tianju then introduced the origin. That Tao harmonization expert from the Xuanwang world, Lan Yu, cultivates true immortal techniques. 10,000 tribulations transforming feather technique. My heart yearns for it. Tianju sighed again. As soon as these words came out, Li Fan's heart was greatly shaken. He knew how high his teacher's vision was. Since he said it was a true immortal technique, it should be an authentic immortal level technique like the Xuanwang immortal heart incantation. But, how is that possible, Lan Yu? Isn't he cultivating the heavenly capital transforming feather technique? In an instant, Li Fan's eyes narrowed and countless thoughts flashed through his mind. But his verbal response was not slow. Now that Lan Yu has fallen into our immortal ship's hands, doesn't this immortal technique essentially belong to our immortal ship? What is teacher's regret? He pretended not to understand. Tianju shook his head with a smile. The Xuanwang world has the rule of laws that cannot be cultivated together. Although the immortal ship is far away from the Xuanwang world and does not have to be restricted by this, Lan Yu's immortal technique also has a similar restriction. To cultivate the 10,000 tribulations transforming feather technique, you need to use the feather of 10,000 tribulations as a guide. Without this treasure, even if your talent is amazing, you cannot get started. Li Fan was slightly stunned. The feather of 10,000 tribulations has merged with Lan Yu and cannot be separated by us. So even if the immortal technique is in front of us, we can only look at it and not cultivate it. Tianju shook his head again. This situation is similar to the only recorded immortal technique in our profound immortal ship's secret collection. Li Fan also made a thoughtful expression. Not only the techniques, but also the true immortal script, isn't it the same? With a true immortal occupying it, others cannot cultivate it. Tianju waved his hand, put away the writing on the table, and the expression on his face was inexplicable. So that day, I suddenly had a feeling that perhaps not comprehending this true immortal script is a good thing. Otherwise, there will inevitably be another bloody storm within the immortal ship. Li Fan was silent when he heard this. But speaking of which, the birth of this laws that cannot be cultivated together rule in the Xuanwang world is a bit interesting. Tianju suddenly said this. Li Fan looked at his teacher. He saw him talking to himself. This restriction should be unique to the immortal realm. It should not be something that a lower realm's heavenly Tao can evolve. 1296. First try of the spiritual void formation, 7K. Li Fan was shocked upon hearing this. How could this be? Could it be that this Xuanwang realm has some connection with the legendary Immortal realm? Tianju's tone was strange as he said, "Hee, uncertain, uncertain. The history of this Xuanwang realm is quite interesting. Once we dig out more from that Lan Yu's brain, maybe those old guys will change their minds. I just don't know if it's a blessing or a curse for our immortal boat." After Tianju finished speaking, he was silent for a moment before he officially began teaching Li Fan. Li Fan's repeated calls of, "Teacher," were not in vain. Without the restriction of incompatible cultivation methods, the inheritance between teachers and disciples here is all true mystic methods. 5 years after Li Fan entered Tianju's sect and gained his approval, he was granted the Jade Void Inner Vision Crying Spirit Arta. This profound art is precisely the fundamental technique that Tianju himself cultivates. Inverting Canli Changkan, the Jade Void profound art is wonderful. Refining the void in the azure sea, transforming the spirit into supernatural powersa. Tianju held a glowing book in his hand and slowly recited the contents of the Jade Void Inner Vision Crying Spirit Arta. Li Fan also followed behind, silently reciting. Although it was just word-by-word reading without detailed explanations, as Tianju's melodious, Tao-like voice entered his ears, many of Tianju's insights on the Crying Spirit Arta naturally appeared in Li Fan's mind. This teaching method is actually a common teaching technique used by immortal boats. Or rather, it's more like a supernatural power. It's called a sentient awakening. It is said that the immortal boat also scavenged it from the remnants of the star sea, greatly reducing the difficulty of inheritance and teaching on the immortal boat. Once launched, it was widely praised and swept the immortal boat. The teaching effect of a sentient awakening is closely related to the teacher's and student's aptitude and comprehension ability. Tianju is one of the top experts in the Immortal Severing Tower, and he has a deep understanding of true immortal runes. His ability is beyond doubt. And the body of Zhao Xian that Li Fan is attached to is definitely not bad in terms of aptitude. In addition, Li Fan has been through many reincarnations and has extensive knowledge, so his progress in cultivating the Crying Spirit Arta is also rapid. This Jade Void Inner Vision Crying Spirit Art is a supreme supernatural power passed down from ancient times by the mysterious merchant immortal boat. It is said that it was exchanged by the mysterious merchant immortal boat with a treasure from a major cultivation world sect when the ancient immortal road was not yet severed. People in the mysterious merchant immortal boat travel through the star sea all year round, going back and forth between various cultivation worlds, living in no fixed place, and it is difficult to truly calm down and cultivate. And this Crying Spirit Art perfectly solves these two pain points. The essence of the technique is to build an inner world within one's own divine soul. In the inner world, one cries for the spirit and cultivates. Crying means weeping. Crying for the spirit does not mean crying during cultivation. Rather, it is to imitate the natural and spontaneous feeling of smoothness that arises from the heart when people cry instinctively. Over time, everything in the inner world will move as one wishes. With other techniques, as the realm increases, the speed of cultivation will gradually slow down. However, this Crying Spirit Art has a very slow initial progress, requiring experience and a true emotional connection with one's own inner world. The further one goes, the faster the cultivation becomes. The Crying Spirit Art does not require seclusion. Even half a day can deepen the emotional connection of the inner world. And the more active and emotionally sensitive one is, the more suitable one is for cultivation. Although Li Fan hasn't cried since who knows when, for Grand Tutor Li, who can turn falsehood into reality, simulating and reproducing the emotional fluctuations of his own crying is not difficult. He doesn't know how fast Tianju's other disciples are progressing, but the fact that he always lets Li Fan take private lessons is enough to show Tianju's attention to Li Fan. After most of the day, Tianju finally finished reciting the Crying Spirit Art. He exhaled a long breath, and the hot sweat on his forehead instantly evaporated. Li Fan still had his eyes closed, as if he was still immersed in Tianju's teachings. Are there any unclear points? Tianju asked. Student understands everything, Li Fan replied in a deep voice. Tianju nodded slightly, revealing an approving look. After returning, you still need to recite it every day and not waste it. Your Crying Spirit Art has already reached the most critical period. Once the inner world takes shape, with your mind moving as you wish, you may be able to catch up with me in half a year. Li Fan nodded in agreement. Tianju instructed again. Although the mainstream in the Immortal boat believes that studying true Immortal runes is fundamental, you also need to remember that realm strength is the foundation for exploration and understanding. If the foundation is not solid, even if you are lucky enough to reach the sky for a while, you will always have the risk of falling to your death from a high place. Tianju rambled on, even seeming a little long-winded. However, this is exactly what every teacher in the mysterious merchant Immortal boat will do. Li Fan bowed and took his leave, while thinking in his heart, teachers treat people with sincerity, and students serve teachers with sincerity. This is the true inheritance that has lasted for thousands of years in the mysterious merchant Immortal boat. What Immortal Pivot Institute and Immortal Severing Tower are just a change of skin. The real inside is still these teacher-disciple relationships. After coming out of Tianju's house, Li Fan did not leave the Immortal Severing Tower directly. He turned around and visited another elder, Kai Gongdao. Although Li Fan doesn't have a specific teacher-disciple relationship with this elder Kai, he has received his appreciation because of the unique insights on true Immortal runes that Li Fan has submitted many times. Unlike Tianju, who is slightly traditional, this Kai Gongdao can be said to be a complete radical in the Immortal boat. He advocates abandoning all the foundations of techniques and directly devoting himself to the true Immortal runes. It has to be said that Kai Gongdao's research on true Immortal runes does have some things that others can't match. After Li Fan's appraisal, among the elders of the Immortal Severing Tower, he is the one who has restored the most true Immortal runes and has the highest degree of restoration. Moreover, Kai Gongdao also has a secret that is not passed down. He can accurately find truly valuable world extinction relics from the boundless sea of relics, where the power of true Immortals is about to dissipate and can be used by Immortal boat cultivators. It is said that 8 or 9 out of 10 double true Immortal power relics in the Immortal Severing Tower were found by this elder Kai Gongdao. Therefore, his status in the Immortal Severing Tower and even the entire Immortal boat is very detached. Wuxia. As soon as Li Fan pushed open the door of the small building, a gust of yin wind accompanied by low whispers rushed out. Already used to it, Li Fan directly ignored it and walked straight to Kai Gongdao, sitting down quietly. In front of him, a pen that looked like it was made of flesh and hair suddenly appeared in front of Li Fan. Li Fan reached out to take the pen, but before he could fully approach it, the hair on the pen seemed to come alive, quickly lengthening and firmly tying Li Fan's right hand. Incomplete true Immortal rune patterns appeared in his sea of consciousness, and his hand danced along with them. Drops of blood flowed from the tip of the pen, condensing like ink, leaving indelible traces in the air. Honestly, when Li Fan first came here, he almost revealed his secret and almost wrote out the complete true Immortal rune. If he hadn't reacted in time, I'm afraid the Immortal boat would have been wiped out by the world-destroying power of the true Immortal rune at this moment. The pen moved like a dragon and snake, and red blood sprayed out. Before long, an incomplete and twisted true Immortal character appeared here. It was half of the Ahungara character. Hungry, oh, hungry, hungry, hungry. The pen in his hand suddenly roared, and the entangled hair tightened even more. Even most of it directly, like worms, tried to follow Li Fan's hand, drill into his body, and devour his flesh and blood. Li Fan narrowed his eyes, did not activate his physical strength or spiritual power to expel it from his body. Instead, while his own flesh and blood were being devoured, he felt the hunger of the hair. Without being greedy, the hair only tasted it slightly, and then quickly retracted. The pen flew out of his hand and returned to the darkness. After a moment, a strange chewing sound rang out. Occasionally, it was mixed with the creaking sound of chewing broken bones. Kai Gongdao's voice also came. Not bad, compared to the last time, the taste is a bit purer. Zhao boy, you are really a genius. If it weren't for Old Eye's refusal, I would have taken you as a student no matter what. Li Fan did not respond, but said in a deep voice, Elder Kai, I feel that my understanding of this character has reached a bottleneck. I want to change to a new one. Kai Gongdao laughed strangely. Hee, greedy. I like it. Whoosh. 7 pens, also made of flesh and hair, flew out of the darkness and came to Li Fan. Which one do you want? Choose for yourself. Li Fan closed his eyes and sensed the aura emanating from the different pens. It's it. After a long time, Li Fan decided on his target and reached out to the one on the far left, the one with the dimmest flesh and blood. The flesh churned, and black hair attached to him. Guiding Li Fan's hand, he began to write in the void. Dragon flying and phoenix dancing, a blood-red true Immortal character slowly emerged. Li Fan concentrated and comprehended, while the other 6 pens had long disappeared at some point. Alone, the loneliness of this body in the eternal world. When the Saint Embryo Li Fan crossed the Star Sea, he had met this true immortal rune. At that time, even the Black Sword Heavenly Wonder, which had been integrated with the Tao Foundation in his body, had a tendency to be separated. At this moment, Li Fan once again felt that power from the blood-red character in front of him. However, there were faint restrictions in the surrounding space, suppressing the power of Aeolonia and other manifested true immortal runes from spreading. In Li Fan's perception, time passed long and fast. When the Aeolonia character was finished, he was still a little unsatisfied. This process of inferring through the power displayed by the true immortal rune without seeing its true form is really a bit fascinating. The pen wrapped around his hand had returned to the darkness. Kai Gongdao's sinister laughter rang in Li Fan's ears again. Zhao boy, do you want to experience it again? As long as you abandon the darkness and turn to the light, and come to me from Tianju, I guarantee that I will teach you all the true immortal runes that I have deduced. Li Fan's expression remained unchanged. I don't need senior's concern. If I have any needs, I will still exchange them with my insights. After speaking, without waiting for Kai Gongdao to respond, he turned around and left. The small building was quiet for a moment, and Kai Gongdao's voice rang again. Strong will, I like it even more. Jia. Kai Gongdao coveted Li Fan, but what he didn't know was. With just one personal experience, Li Fan's interpretation of the Aeolonia character had already surpassed him silently. After all, with the innate advantage of having seen the real true immortal rune with his own eyes, coupled with having suffered the aftermath of the Aeolonia character technique, it is understandable that Li Fan surpassed him in an instant. First, let's try to see if I can continue to restore it on my own. If I fail, I will use this group of geniuses from the immortal boat. After all, the more power of true immortal runes I master, the better. Li Fan returned to his residence and sorted out the gains he had made at Tianju and Kai Gongdao. And waited for their next summons. His life in the mysterious merchant immortal boat was so simple, unpretentious, and boring. Xuanwang Realm. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance cultivators, attention to the leaving realm rainbow light is still high. Although the frequency has decreased slightly, the official 10,000 Immortals Alliance still occasionally publishes some images from the Dark Star Sea. All kinds of dangers and disasters made the cultivators in the Xuanwang realm call it exciting. Just look at it, they can always turn bad luck into good fortune, which is the blessing of the Heavenly Venerate. We may not have this kind of luck. No wonder the Immortal Alliance was unwilling to send people to the Star Sea before, it is really too dangerous. We haven't seen the shadow of the mysterious merchant immortal boat yet, and many harmonious Tao have already fallen. How many can return safely in the end? The immortal boat is good, but it is not my hometown. Amidst everyone's discussions, the Holy Emperor Li Ping had already seen some clues. After all, he had truly crossed the Star River. The images released by the 10,000 Immortals Alliance, although they looked real. Buddha, compared to the real Star Sea journey, there are still many flaws. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance is faking it. It seems that the real leaving realm rainbow light may have encountered an accident. Li Ping said with some regret. At this moment, the Holy Dynasty has once again gathered enough emptiness bright flowing crystals. He will personally go outside the Xuanwang realm to understand the Tao again, while familiarizing himself with the battlefield environment where he will fight against the Law Transmitter and the Heavenly Healer in the future. In the unnoticed sky, the Holy Emperor had already flown to the border of Xuanwang. This time, Li Ping refused the Xuanwang Heavenly Tao's request to travel together. After all, he would not run far this time, and would only be active around the Xuanwang realm. As the layers of rainbow light separated, he began to break free from the suction of the immortal ruins and fly into the dark void. Perhaps, it is not necessary to rely on this emptiness bright flowing crystal. Xuanwang creation, Xuanwang law is manifested. Its characteristics may be imitated by spiritual power. Looking at the colorful and psychedelic light around him, Li Ping said thoughtfully. The Xuanwang realm gradually turned into a small dot, almost invisible. Li Fan turned to look at the immortal ruins. There, it was a piece of darkness. The ruins of the former immortal realm channel devoured all the gazes that wanted to peep. Some vague images flashed in his mind. For some reason, Li Ping actually had a faint sense of familiarity with the mysterious immortal ruins. Although it was fleeting, it was still captured by the Holy Emperor. Immortal Ruinsa. Li Ping shook his head and suppressed his thoughts after a long time. What needs to be solved first now is the problem of the Xuanwang realm being possessed and changing the world. As for how to get rid of the immortal ruins after completing the Goala. Since knowing from Mo Ruben that the special feature of the Nether race originated from the bloodline of the first-generation Xuanwang Great Heavenly Venerate, Li Ping has been trying to use Cat Treasure's abilities to reproduce this bloodline in batches. The three major abilities of Cat Treasure currently discovered are item replication, creature mimicry, and marrow washing. First, Li Ping went to great lengths to have Cat Treasure transform into a Nether race individual. Then, he infused the recorded lifeform data into ordinary human bodies through marrow cleansing. Using a roundabout approach, he then performed flesh and blood replication on these infused humans. Perhaps due to the mediation of Cat Treasure, some restrictions were bypassed. The resulting clones actually possessed some of the Nether race's bloodline abilities. Although the efficiency of generating source power essence was only about 1/5 of that of ordinary Nether race individuals, the advantage was that there were no restrictions. With the Holy Dynasty's current powerful flesh and blood factory technology, as long as resources were sufficient, they could be manufactured almost without limit. It could be said that the energy shortage of the Holy Dynasty and the Dark Sea had been temporarily resolved. Deep within the Dark Sea, the spirit-gathering ascension formation continued to operate, accumulating energy. He believed that it would not take 100 years to accumulate enough power to break free from the immortal ruins. Before that, Li Ping's task was to solve the issue of Xuanwang's legitimacy. Bringing his thoughts back to the present, Li Ping subconsciously looked at his shoulder. Cat Treasure was still lying there. However, it turned its head away, not looking at Li Ping. It seemed that replicating the bloodline of the first Xuanwang Grand Heavenly Venerate was also an extremely difficult task for it. During this period, it spent most of its time in slumber. Cat Treasure had also become somewhat indifferent to Li Ping. Li Ping had a premonition that if their relationship continued to deteriorate, Cat Treasure might leave at any time. After all, there was no special master-servant imprint between him and Cat Treasure. He relied entirely on luring it with source power essence. Squeezing out a ball of golden light, he placed it on Cat Treasure's head. Deep within the void, Li Ping began to sense the surrounding laws of the Star Sea. As for the remaining disasters in the Star Sea, Cat Treasure's occasionally raised tail pointed out the safe direction for Li Ping's advance. Coupled with his previous experience in long-distance navigation, he did not encounter any danger along the way. If the final battle is chosen to be outside the Xuanwang realm, the health of the world will inevitably be reduced by more than half. The chance of winning, in addition to Cat Treasure's many magical powers, may also lie in borrowing the power of the ubiquitous disasters in this Star Sea. Outside the void of the Great Chi Small World, the ruins of the One Beginning sect and the terrifying Annihilation Wind disaster were sealed. While sealing it, Li Ping was also studying this disaster. Compared with the various disaster powers in the darkest Star Sea, the Annihilation Wind disaster was a pure force that annihilated everything. Li Ping suspected that even the disasters in the Star Sea would gradually turn into decay under the blowing of the Annihilation Wind disaster. In the end, the so-called Star Sea disasters are just the magical techniques of true immortals. Although they are existences that we mortals cannot understand. Since the Annihilation Wind disaster can eliminate them invisibly, then in a sense, it can also turn the power of these disasters into our own use. But to find the right method, Li Ping had a flash of inspiration, ignored Cat Treasure's warning, and proactively flew towards a dangerous area not far away in the void. Source power essence was densely distributed, taking protective measures. Li Ping quietly sensed the mysterious changes applied to the surface of the source power essence. In Cat Treasure's idiotic gaze, Li Ping felt that the surroundings suddenly became dark again. Different from the darkness in the darkest Star Sea due to the absence of light and deathly silence. Now, Li Ping felt a thorough darkness because he felt that he was slowly being deprived of his connection with the world and gradually moving away from everything in the Star Sea. Not only was the connection severed, but even the connection between Li Ping's body and the Xuanwang realm. Even the lines connecting to other mysterious and unknown existences were slowly fading away. The faceless Holy Emperor, who had always been concerned about Xuanwang, suddenly felt a sense of indifference to the world at this moment. He felt that the Xuanwang realm and the sentient beings within it were not so important to him. The long-standing concerns were about to be completely put down. The slight touch from his shoulder instantly pulled Li Ping out of that state. Li Ping then realized that even if he encountered the true immortal script disaster, and all connections with the world slowly faded away, cat treasure still remained on his shoulder, without the slightest intention of separating. With the source power essence protecting his body and his figure flashing, Li Ping instantly escaped the area covered by the disaster. This true immortal script seems to be particularly effective on me. Alone, or is it solitude? Li Ping stared at that area and pondered to himself. He condensed another ball of golden light in his hand and placed it on Cat Treasure's head. This time, Cat Treasure unceremoniously swallowed it in one gulp, and then lazily fell asleep again. Sun family, underground secret room. Li Fan's clone sensed that the connection with the Holy Emperor's clone had completely disappeared. He couldn't help but feel a little regret. The last trace of feeling that came was the power of the true immortal script. Solitude. Unexpectedly, it used its power to completely get rid of me. However, after a moment, Li Fan was relieved. With strength reaching the level of the Holy Emperor, it was unrealistic to control it in real time like a chess piece. In addition, he also had the help of Cat Treasure, a mysterious creation. If he still couldn't completely sever the connection with Li Fan's main body, then Li Fan would have to suspect whether the Holy Emperor could really force out the true strength of the Lot Transmitter and Heavenly Physician. As for the Holy Emperor's clone, or rather, Li Ping's safety, Li Fan was not worried. After all, even the Holy Embryo did not fall in the A Solitudea formula, and the Holy Emperor Li Ping, who was even stronger and had many adventures, naturally had no reason not to escape. Anyway, the general path has been set, so let's see him perform. In any case, the harvest of this life is already enough. Even so much that I am a little dazzled. While Li Fan's clone was thinking, a somewhat familiar voice suddenly sounded. Senior, when can we go out and take a look? It's really boring to be suffocated here. Li Fan turned his gaze and looked at him with a deep gaze. That was originally Sun Luyao's voice. But now, whether it was his actions or expressions, they had reached the point where it was difficult to distinguish between truth and falsehood. After Li Fan's continuous attempts, especially thanks to the Holy Embryo's harvest in the Immortal boat, he finally created a qualified Sun Luyao simulated personality. This Sun Luyao himself was not even aware that he was a fictional existence. His consciousness and memory had been restored to the time when Li Fan eliminated the wind disaster in his body, and Li Fan promised to take him out to travel and look for other possible immortal artifacts. What's wrong, Senior? Sun Luyao looked at Li Fan's eyes and seemed a little scared. Hee. Li Fan showed a kind smile. It's nothing, I just thought of something happy. Since you've said so, then let's go out today. Sun Luyao was overjoyed. That's great. Still following the same method, after creating a fake Sun Luyao in the immeasurable mirror, Li Fan's clone took their main bodies and left the underground secret room. Senior, where should we go first? Within the recent range, I don't seem to sense any signs of possible immortal artifacts. Sun Luyao asked after checking. Do some preparation work. Li Fan replied simply. He flew away rapidly and came to the entrance of a small world, jumping into the space channel. This small world is full of plants. Sun Luyao looked at the scene in front of him and said with some novelty. Like a tropical rainforest, towering and dense vegetation of all kinds competed upwards, plundering sunlight. From time to time, some vines could be seen moving like pythons in the shadows. Then, they quietly wrapped around other towering trees, with sharp wooden thorns piercing into the trees. Before long, the trees withered and fell to the ground, making way for a large area of space above. In a few breaths, the abundant sunlight attracted other trees, growing and filling in at a speed visible to the naked eye. Senior, this small world seems to be still in a relatively primitive stage of life, so there should be no immortal artifacts we are looking for. Sun Luyao was lost in thought, but still faithfully gave his advice. Not looking for immortal artifacts. I'll teach you a set of formations. After you learn it, the work of setting up the formation will be handed over to you. Li Fan said indifferently. Sun Luyao was shocked and said, Thank you, Senior. I will definitely live up to Senior's trust. Watch carefully, this formation is called Primordial Spirit Void. Li Fan flew to the sky above this small world. Rays of light sprinkled down, actually blocking the sunlight in the sky. The primitive jungle small world, which was already somewhat dark, ushered in true darkness at this moment. And in the vision of the immeasurable mirror spirit Sun Luyao, the light sprinkled by Li Fan was a string of extremely mysterious formation units. Even with his immortal artifact foundation, it was extremely difficult to analyze. As the formation gradually improved, a feeling that was somewhat familiar to Sun Luyao and inexplicably terrifying could not help but surge into his heart. This is. Sun Luyao's face turned pale, and after a long while, he finally realized. That was the feeling of being on the verge of death that he had previously experienced every time he faced the Annihilation Wind disaster. His intuition told him that if he continued to stay here and waited for the formation to be completed, it would be the day of his great disaster. The immeasurable mirror trembled slightly, quickly turned into a ray of light, and flew to Li Fan's side. Li Fan ignored it and continued to improve the formation. Unfortunately, one is that the materials are lacking. Second, it is only a clone that is taking action, and it has not been able to fully exert the power of the spirit void formation. However, it is enough to condense some protective layers. More than 10 days later, the primordial spirit void formation was completed. As a beam of destruction light descended, this small world completely disappeared. And Li Fan's clone had already returned to the Xuanwang realm with the immeasurable mirror. Have you learned the formation just now? The simulated personality Sun Luyao did not respond for a long time. It turned out that the structure of maintaining the simulated personality a true Naturia had been destroyed by the primordial spirit void formation just now. What a useless waste. Li Fan snorted coldly. 1297. Daki Chi Enlightenment, 7K. However, considering the Sun Luyao before him was essentially his own creation. Scolding him for being useless would be akin to scolding his own craftsmanship, wouldn't it? Thus, the words that were about to leave Li Fan's mouth were retracted. With another cold snort, his thoughts raced, and the current, flawed, Sun Luyao, was destroyed. A moment later, a completely new simulated personality was born again. Senior, that formation just now the new simulated personality was completely unaware that he had just been created. His memories were still stuck on the moment when the spirit void formation destroyed the world, and his face was pale. Ida's really too profound. This junior Hasna T learned it yet. Sun Luyao's tone was bitter, fearing that he might anger Li Fan. Li Fan felt the crystalline sphere condensed at the cost of the entire small world and revealed a kind smile. Don't worry. This primordial spirit void formation is indeed a bit complicated. I just need to demonstrate it a few more times. The plain words made Sun Luyao's heart turn cold. But he didn't dare to refute at all and could only follow the other party to the next target small world. Li Fan chose the smallest of the Xuanwang-affiliated small worlds that had not yet been discovered by the Myriad Immortals Alliance, precisely to prevent the Xuanwang world from approaching the immortal ruins and being noticed by outsiders. However, he estimated that his behavior of digging up the roots of the Xuanwang world would definitely not last too long. Li Fan weighed the crystal-clear sphere, 2 or 3 more, and it will far exceed the protection that my 119th life's all beings refining God can provide. There shouldn't be any problems. Great Chi small world. Taoist Baihua was at the border of the 5 elements grotto heaven, staring blankly into the void. All along, she had always completed the Holy Emperor's tasks perfectly. The rewards of Origin Essence had therefore never been missed, and recently they had become even more abundant. But Origin Essence was actually just so-so. Before obtaining it, one felt it was incomparably precious and wanted to taste it no matter what. But after truly becoming wealthy, one gradually found it boring. After all, it couldn't be used to cross the limits of mortality and ascend to the realm of true immortals. Any more would be useless. Taoist Baihua felt herself slowly becoming lazy. After having freedom with Origin Essence, she gradually lost her goals and motivation. The most she did every day was to take care of the many grotto heaven worlds, so that their spiritual energy circulated smoothly and they were full of vitality. The second most was spacing out, emptying her mind and thinking about nothing. Occasionally, some fragments of images would flash through. Some were from her experiences in the Holy Dynasty Great Chi since awakening. Others were from before being captured by the fishing pond, when she was with those survivors from the various realms. I wonder if these guys are really all dead. Baihua couldn't help but think. Just as Baihua was in a daze, a wave of spatial fluctuation in front of her attracted her attention. After sensing the familiar aura, her instantly tensed nerves relaxed again. Senior Baihua. The visitor was the Holy Emperor's eldest disciple, Sun Erlang. Are you here to get beaten up again? Baihua knew the other party's intentions just by looking at Sun Erlang's expression and couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Sun Erlang frankly admitted. At this time, this junior went back to cultivate for a while and felt that I had improved again, so I came to ask senior for guidance again. Baihua smiled. I said, Dona T listened to that craftsman bragging so loudly, saying that puppets are comparable to longevity. In the end, they are just a pile of dead objects. How can they truly compare with cultivators like us? Before Sun Erlang could speak, layman craftsman's voice had already sounded. Whether it works or not is not blown out. Let us see the real deal under our hands. Sun boy, teach her a good lesson. Sun Erlang cupped his hands. Senior, be careful, this time is really different from before. Before the words fell, Sun Erlang's figure disappeared from Baihua's divine sense perception. A trace of solemnity flashed in Baihua's eyes, turning into a golden light and flying towards the endless void opened up by the realm-splitting whale. She faintly felt that there seemed to be a large number of existences secretly following behind her. It should be the puppets controlled by that kid, but I can't even lock onto them with my divine sense. Taoist Baihua finally became a little interested. A glazed golden flower appeared in her hand with a slight thought. Then, in an instant, it suddenly bloomed. Petals fell, but the main body of the glazed flower did not show any defects. Before long, the void around Taoist Baihua had been enveloped by billions of golden flower petals. Bang, bang, the petals fluttered, constantly colliding with the hidden and following puppets in the dark. One after another, dark gold-colored puppets gradually revealed their true forms. There were 5 in total, and they had quietly surrounded Baihua in the center. Taoist Baihua jokingly said, Sun boy knows he can't beat me, so he turned a one-on-one fight into a gang fight. Sun Erlang's responding voice came, but it did not come from these puppets. Senior misunderstood. These puppets are all controlled by me alone. So it can be considered fair. In the void, 5 almost identical voices sounded simultaneously with Sun Erlang's words. Realm-splitting gold. Entangling wood. Life-extinguishing water. Burning intent fire. Void earth. Strange 5 elements power emerged from the 5 puppets respectively, but they did not rush to attack Baihua, but formed a formation in an instant. Baihua in the formation seemed to instantly leave the void and return to the 5 elements grotto heaven. However, the 5 elements grotto heaven here was not full of vitality, but a scene of solemn killing. Every 5 elements aura in the grotto heaven was like a sharp sword. After sensing Baihua, the outsider, they frantically launched an offensive. Realm-splitting gold, silent and invisible, its sharpness can tear space. Entangling wood, searching for enemies in the void, once entangled, it will not stop until death. Life-extinguishing water, extinguishing all vitality. Even the glazed golden flowers released by Baihua quickly withered after being touched by it. The 5 elements generate each other, and the 5 powers transform into each other, endlessly. Baihua was trapped in the formation, and it seemed that she had experienced several days of siege, but her offensive had not weakened. This is the 5 elements killing formation. The main formation should be those 5 puppets. Instead of directly fighting the enemy, they are transformed into formation Isa. Just as Baihua was thinking, she did not realize that a dark golden puppet had quietly appeared behind her at some point. Hidden in the violent 5 elements aura, like a golden long sword, it resolutely slashed down. Ding! A sound like the collision of gold and iron resounded throughout the 5 elements killing formation, and Taoist Baihua's body suddenly became transparent. A glazed golden flower bloomed in her body. Under the illumination of the light, the long sword that had slashed into her body gradually became glazed and transparent. The power of realm-splitting gold burst out, broke free from the glazed erosion, and disappeared again, hiding in the chaotic 5 elements killing formation. Not bad. Taoist Baihua revealed her true appearance for the first time in front of Sun Erlang. She praised lightly. If it were the former me, I'm afraid I would have been seriously injured by your move. Ida's just a patia. Inside Taoist Baihua's transparent body, the glazed flower rapidly expanded. Under the pure glazed radiance, the violent 5 elements power was all assimilated into solid glazed crystals. In just a few breaths, the glazed flower had swept away everything around it, engulfing the entire formation space. Ding! A slender finger stretched out from the solid crystal, gently tapping on the condensed flower. A crack appeared, and then quickly spread to the entire flower body. Bang! The flower exploded into countless fragments, and the original violent five elements killing formation completely turned into a void. Baihua also returned to her original body, gazing around. But what made her face change slightly was that this move, which could destroy a small world in an instant, pure life glaze, did not seem to break the five elements killing formation. In the nothingness, the chaotic aura surged again. After Taoist Baihua discerned it, she suddenly realized, is not the five elements killing formation, but the yin-yang five elements grand formation. The yin and yang energies flowed together, and the five elements aura emerged from the chaos, endlessly regenerating. Soon, the void, which had not been calm for long, became lively again. Seeing this, Baihua couldn't help but frown slightly. She could easily destroy the formation, but she couldn't prevent the process of yin-yang giving rise to the five elements. Even if she destroyed it again and again, the killing intent targeting her in the void remained constant. The power of the five elements and yin-yang, combined with the formation, Hasnati increased the damage much, but it is indeed much more difficult to deal with. Although Baihua also knew a little about formations, she didn't sense any traces of a formation around her. Ha 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 ha, Baihua, you're out of ideas, aren't you? Surrender obediently. Taoist Qiangong's arrogant voice echoed from behind the killing formation. Baihua snorted coldly, and a brilliant golden light lit up in her eyes. Son boy, be careful, she's finally been forced to use that move. Let's see how our prepared countermeasures work. With the blessing of the source power essence, Baihua's luster light seemed to become even purer. It was as if even space itself was crystallizing, and a crystal-clear gemstone slowly formed around her. The yin-yang energy that nurtured the five elements, and even the structure that maintained the existence of the formation, had no room to exist under the pressure of such pure power. Light from the outside shone in, and this killing formation was about to be broken by Baihua. You think you're the only one with source power essence? At that moment, Qiangong's somewhat smug voice rang out again. A finger purely composed of golden light, ignoring the already solidified luster crystal, appeared inexplicably in front of Baihua's eyes without warning. The crystal collapsed with a bang, turning into inches of flowing light. The golden finger pressed down relentlessly towards her brow. Baihua's expression changed slightly, and her body returned to its pure luster form. In the same golden light, Baihua met the golden finger. To her surprise, the source power essence golden finger, which looked very frightening, was just an empty shell. It collapsed at the first touch, turning into countless golden threads that wrapped around her body. Son boy, close the net. Taoist Qiangong shouted with extreme excitement. The golden threads spread out in an instant, and Baihua Taoist was caught in the net before she could react. The luster flower wanted to bloom with light, but it collided with the golden net and disappeared without a trace. A huge force came from the golden net, and Baihua was dragged forward in a sorry state. Presumptuous. Baihua was really angry this time. All beings are luster. In the icy cold light shout, Baihua's figure, which seemed to have been captured, disappeared. The luster flower, also a phenomenon, appeared. Petals fell one by one, this time disappearing completely after falling. In an instant, the true face inside was revealed. In the flickering light and shadow, it was actually a luster world. Luster solidified, and countless living beings opened their eyes. Hissa! The golden giant net wrapped around the outside of the world instantly showed traces of cracks. Layman Qiangong's voice of surprise and anger sounded, didn't you say that you abandoned the world and fled? I didn't expect you to refine the entire Wansheng world into a luster state. Oh, what a vicious woman. Baihua Taoist's voice came from the luster world. What do you know? This is for survival. Not just for me, but for the entire Heavenly Lotus sect. In Baihua's angry shout, brilliant light erupted from the luster world, completely breaking free from the golden giant net that bound her. Son boy, retreat quickly. Senior, please forgive Maya. She vaguely heard Layman Qiangong's somewhat embarrassed voice and Sun Erlang's helpless voice. Returning to the void, the figures of the two of them were gone. The luster flower reopened, covering the central luster Wansheng world. Baihua Taoist returned to her original form. She didn't chase after them, but returned to the five elements cave heaven. I just had a fight, and it's not so boring anymore. I wonder when we can really start a war with the Myriad Immortals Alliance. If we can really escape the immortal ruins, or even the entire Dark Star Sea, maybe the Heavenly Lotus sect will have a chance to reappear. A Baihua Taoist's thoughts turned. She had a special confidence in the great Qi Holy Emperor. Baihua inadvertently looked out into the void again. There, in the place where the Holy Emperor had been, she faintly felt an energy that made the entire Luster Wansheng world tremble and fear. What a madman! Inside the Holy Dynasty Great Qi, Qiangong, who was a little embarrassed, looked at the 7 dark gold puppets in front of him with some heartache, while muttering in his mouth. I should have thought of it. How could someone who survived the extinction calamity be a simple person? Seeing her obsequious appearance in front of the Holy Emperor before, I was actually deceived. Qiangong, Qiangong, you are so confused. Sun Erlang remained silent. The strength that this Baihua senior, who always looked kind and harmonious, suddenly burst out was indeed a little scary. However, the purpose of finding her for a competition this time has been achieved. Sun Erlang looked at the 7 dark gold puppets in the field. With the help of these puppets' bodies, he not only further familiarized himself with the power of the 7 heavenly earth souls in the puppet core. He also faintly gained a deeper understanding of the source power essence. No, I don't believe it. How can I, Qiangong of the heavenly mystery realm, be compared to a small Wansheng world? Qiangong said fiercely, taking out something from his arms. Sun boy, you come and install these on the puppets. Qiangong said viciously. What is this? Sun Erlang looked at the square black object in Qiangong's hand and asked curiously. This is the experience that our heavenly mystery realm extracted from the immortal puppet ancestor back then. It cannot be copied, and after the heavenly mystery realm was destroyed, it will be used less and less each time. I have always been reluctant to use it, but now Qiangong looked at it with some reluctance, and finally gritted his teeth and said. I can't be compared to that woman no matter what. Sun Erlang's heart trembled slightly when he heard the words immortal puppet. Just as he was about to take it, he suddenly remembered something and hesitated. Such a precious item, it's better to leave it to Senior Tianyang. Maybe it will be more useful to Hima. Qiangong waved his hand. I already gave him a copy. Where do you think he has been all this time without seeing him? He has been in seclusion to comprehend it and hasn't come out yet. Stop talking nonsense, just do what I tell you to do. Hurry up, maybe I'll regret it later. Sun Erlang heard the words and didn't act pretentious anymore. His mind connected to the 7 dark gold puppets, and at the same time, he crushed the black square object in his hand. Black liquid flowed out from the gaps in his hand. Like a living thing, it climbed up Sun Erlang's arm, all the way to his head. It seemed to turn into a hunting cobra, raising its body high, and then suddenly drilled straight into Sun Erlang's eye socket. Out of trust in Qiangong, Sun Erlang did not stop it. The moment the black liquid covered his eyelids, Sun Erlang's perception of the environment changed. A large number of blurry images flooded in, along with a series of discontinuous combat memories. Or rather, memories of being a beaten Upa. Mysterious and unpredictable spells bombarded the immortal puppet's body. The immortal puppet could only rely on its hard material to resist, and did not have many opportunities to counterattack. But even if it was just being beaten, a mysterious feeling emerged in Sun Erlang's heart. After being beaten many times, Sun Erlang seemed to have formed some kind of instinct. When the attack of the immortal technique appeared in his mind again, he instinctively felt how to deal with this technique. This feeling made Sun Erlang fascinated. Unfortunately, just before he seemed to be about to really sense something, all the images suddenly disappeared. And the previous feelings also receded like a tide, failing to leave any traces. Sun Erlang's forehead suddenly bulged with veins, his fists clenched, and he gasped for breath. His eyes were red, and he stared at layman Qiangong. Qiangong seemed to have been prepared for this, and had moved far away before, and said coldly, Sun boy, clear your head. Don't be blinded by illusions. Are those feelings of imminent enlightenment derived from yourself, or from the immortal puppet? Qiangong's words were like a bucket of ice water poured on his head, and Sun Erlang suddenly became much clearer. Nevertheless, it still took him almost half a day to slowly suppress the feeling of loss in his heart, which was trying to seize the immortal puppet experience from Craftsman Chow to continue his comprehension. I'm sorry, Senior, Sun Erlang said with some shame. It's all right, you don't need to blame yourself. Don't even mention you. Even those old fellows in our heavenly pivot realm can't resist this kind of temptation. Craftsman Chow licked his lips, seemingly savoring the taste of enlightenment. Now, take another look and see if there's anything different from before, Craftsman Chow instructed. Focusing his attention back on the 5 dark gold puppets, after a moment, a hint of surprise flashed in Sun Erlang's eyes. The memory of being hit just now keeps emerging. Sun Erlang closed his eyes and felt it. Craftsman Chow clapped his hands, and thousands of holy army puppets appeared one after another. Relying on their mechanical instincts, they simultaneously launched attacks on the dark gold puppets controlled by Sun Erlang. As if tempered by 1,000 hammers, Sun Erlang easily dodged all the different techniques and moves. Even Sun Erlang himself was a little stunned by this result. He couldn't even understand why those attacks, which clearly landed on the dark gold puppets he was controlling, ultimately caused no damage at all. It wasn't because the dark gold puppets' powerful defensive capabilities negated the damage. But indeed, through some extremely mysterious method, all the attacks of the holy army puppets were dodged. Don't be distracted, try your best to maintain this instinctive feeling. The legacy of the immortal puppets' experience will soon dissipate. As for how much you can ultimately retain, it depends on your own fortune. Craftsman Chow's words immediately brought Sun Erlang back to his senses. He abandoned all distractions, concentrating and memorizing the immortal puppet's dodging instinct. But after all, it was a supernatural power belonging to the immortal puppet, not something that could be solidified by mortal means. Even though Sun Erlang had tried his best, as time slowly passed, the number of times the dark gold puppets he controlled were hit inevitably increased. After persisting for as long as 7 days, the probability of dodging finally stabilized at a certain value. 1/3. That's a good result, Craftsman Chow comforted. Sun Erlang was clearly a little unwilling. Don't worry, as you slowly comprehend it in the future, your ability to dodge will increase to some extent. But if you want to reach the level of an immortal puppet, moving according to your thoughts and dodging so-called supernatural powers and spells, I'm afraid you can only do it by breaking through the limits of mortality, Craftsman Chow said truthfully. Sun Erlang took a deep breath, and the regret in his heart slowly subsided. Don't underestimate this 1/3. It can often have miraculous effects in life and death battles. Even if someone's strength far exceeds yours, their attacks will be dodged by you inadvertently. More importantly, you can control 7 puppets at the same time. In actual combat, because of the shared senses of the 7 puppets, the performance will be slightly higher than this value. Craftsman Chow began to summarize and analyze the gains of this experience with Sun Erlang. If you compete with Baihua again now, you will have a high probability of dodging the glazed golden light of the myriad prosperity realm. If the formation is not broken, she is just a turtle in a jar. Craftsman Chow was obviously still a little unconvinced by Baihua, and said in a muffled voice. While the two were talking, they suddenly noticed that the surrounding space was faintly trembling. Sun Erlang and Craftsman Chow were first stunned, and then they flew out of the training ground at the same time. Not only where they were, but the entire great chi of the Holy Dynasty was plunged into violent tremors. A vortex faintly appeared in the sky. Streaks of lightning rumbled within it. This is... A hint of surprise flashed in Sun Erlang's eyes. He had experienced a similar scene before. That was when the overall environment of the Holy Dynasty sublimated, and the changes that would occur in the world. After the last change, the concentration of spiritual energy in the Holy Dynasty had increased several times. Moreover, the number of talents descending into the world was also significantly higher than before. The current cultivation environment of the Holy Dynasty is already not much worse than ordinary state domains of the Xuanwang realm. If it sublimates again, wouldn't it be able to far surpass the Xuanwang realm? Not only the Holy Emperor's disciples, but also the citizens of the Holy Dynasty all walked out of their houses at this moment, looking up at the sky with excitement. As the most direct beneficiaries of the world's sublimation, the citizens of the Holy Dynasty all knelt on the ground without any summons, chanting, "People of the Holy Emperor," and praying devoutly. If Li Ping were here, he would be able to see that the Holy Dynasty's luck, which had already been condensed to the extreme, was now showing signs of breaking through again. However, taking this step was extremely difficult. Now it was just a start. In the chanting of the Holy Dynasty's citizens, wisps of substantial, misty purple energy floated out from all over the place and were absorbed by the vortex in the sky. The sound of wind and thunder intensified, and the streaks of lightning even made Sun Erlang feel a faint tremor in his mind. From above his head, he felt an increasing pressure. causing him to involuntarily lower his head slightly. Master has broken through again. A trace of understanding welled up in Sun Erlang's heart. From the expressions of Su Yuqing, O Shangtian, and the other Holy Emperor's disciples, Sun Erlang saw that they had the same thoughts as him. The vortex in the sky rotated more and more rapidly, and streaks of starlight sprayed out from it from time to time, scattering to every corner of the world. Vegetation that was touched grew at a speed visible to the naked eye. Living beings that touched it were as if they had been enlightened, instantly comprehending the Tao. Even more condensed and vast starlight flew out like bolts of silk, flying accurately towards Sun Erlang and the others. This included craftsman Chao, Baihua, and other cultivators summoned by the Holy Emperor. The moment the starlight poured into his body, the scene in front of Sun Erlang's eyes suddenly changed. As if he had truly arrived in the endless void outside the Xuanwang realm, Sun Erlang saw that in the silent darkness, there were countless rampant and terrifying forces of calamity hidden. Sun Erlang also saw that even in this terrifying sea of annihilation stars, there were still countless ways of the stars stubbornly reviving. Light is hidden beneath darkness. Life is conceived from silence. Like a devout believer who had attained enlightenment, Sun Erlang personally witnessed the vastness and tenacity of the sea of stars, and couldn't help but burst into tears. And so were the other cultivators within the Holy Dynasty. Streaks of mysterious energy fluctuations spurted out from their bodies, reaching straight into the sky. The shared enlightenment caused the tremors of the great Qi small world to intensify again. This fluctuation even spread out of the world and diffused towards the void. The five elements grotto heavens surrounding Great Qi, as well as the other small worlds that had been migrated here, were all affected by this, emitting a resonance of the same frequency. Like the sound of a heartbeat rhythm, it seemed that something was being conceived in this heartbeat sound. All the living beings in the Great Qi small world, as if they felt something in their hearts, looked up and gazed at the vortex in the sky. Amidst the attention of the masses, a stalwart figure passed through the wind and thunder, passed through the purple energy and the misty and mysterious starlight. Slowly descending into the world. Welcome the Holy Emperor. Hundreds of millions of Great Qi's citizens kowtowed together, shouting like a tsunami. But the Holy Emperor's disciples, as well as Baihua, craftsman Chao, Yin Shangren, and the others, were somewhat shocked to discover that the faceless Holy Emperor they were familiar with actually had a face growing on his previously empty face. After only a moment of hesitation, the aura on the Holy Emperor's body undoubtedly confirmed his true identity. The Holy Emperor was located above the 9 heavens, overlooking the living beings below. With a gentle wave of his hand, all the kneeling citizens stood up. 1298. 50-year-old Dharma transmission, 7K. The vortex in the sky was about to heal. The Holy Emperor reached out and grasped the last ray of starlight that shot out from within. Nebulae flowed and shimmered, undergoing a series of refinements in the Holy Emperor's palm, flowing down to his body like gentle water. It transformed into a starlight throne. The Holy Emperor sat upright, his voice like thunder, slowly uttering, Mang Xa ing ha cubed ing ma copyright ing, Waja sha en cha en, Yat naya ing fa en pa en, Whites zang liajuk en, Wa nua subchat za o ya ta aya a. Every word and sentence was profoundly mysterious and difficult to understand. However, under the Holy Emperor's recitation, the creatures in this world who were fortunate enough to hear it all faintly felt a sense of enlightenment. The fleeting sense of enlightenment that had just been generated by the starlight overhead became clear again in the Holy Emperor's words of the Great Tao. Da ofc tia en danat, zhc ing za wa diaresis I sha en, sha oya o ka ing meng, ka cha za ahua, wa nia copyright ba exik, ka nat ya ba wa na. Even those with mediocre aptitude and low cultivation could gain some understanding from the Holy Emperor's voice. The surrounding spiritual energy spontaneously poured into their bodies, creating a scene of instant enlightenment. As for those with extraordinary aptitude, such as Sun Erlang and O Shangtian, their eyes were bright, and even wisps of purple energy surrounded them. Ancestor Yin scratched his head, feeling that his own Tao foundation was about to burst out. As this, one person attains the Tao, and even their chickens and dogs ascend to heaven. No, this is clearly impartially conveying one's own understanding to others, regardless of kinship or distance. Hissa. The Holy Emperor's teaching lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. The enlightened people listened with rapt attention. Even after the Holy Emperor's image disappeared, they were still immersed in it, unaware of anything else. The Holy Emperor's teachings would take most of them the rest of their lives to digest. At this moment, the Holy Emperor had already returned to his throne. 6 disciples stood in order. "Congratulations, Master, on attaining enlightenment." Sun Erlang bowed and said. The other disciples all did the same. "This is fortune for me, and also fortune for you all. 3 years. I will give you 3 years to comprehend. On this day 3 years from now The Holy Emperor's gaze swept over the 6 disciples below. "My holy dynasty will launch a grand campaign, conquering the myriad Immortal Alliance and reclaiming the profound yellow world." The 6 disciples trembled upon hearing this. They had long known that this battle would come. But no one had expected that this day would come so quickly. However, at this juncture, no one dared to question the great Holy Emperor's decision. They all lowered their heads and said yes. During the 3 years of preparation, some measures can be implemented in advance. The Holy Emperor's voice echoed in everyone's hearts. A profound yellow world, heavenly power state. Sun Luan was speaking eloquently at a gathering when he suddenly sensed something, and quickly cut short his long speech. Taking advantage of the fact that everyone was not paying attention, he hurriedly left the cave abode. The Dark Needle Plan is finally about to be implemented. We have been waiting for this day for too long. A glint flashed in Sun Luan's eyes. He suppressed the excitement in his heart and a little fear of the future, concealed his aura, and hurried towards the agreed meeting place. The so-called Dark Needle Plan was a sabotage plan targeting the myriad Immortal Alliance's heavenly profound mirrors and teleportation arrays. The myriad Immortal Alliance controlled most of the profound yellow world states, and could still command them like arms and fingers, precisely because of the existence of the heavenly profound mirrors and teleportation arrays all over the states. No matter which state had an accident, support from various states and even the Immortal Alliance headquarters could quickly arrive. Therefore, if you want to deal with the myriad Immortal Alliance, abolishing or interfering with this connection becomes a top priority. Before, that kiddo Shengtian said that he could affect or even destroy the heavenly profound mirror branch mirrors in various states, but I don't know what method he used. However, the death warriors in each of our states are already prepared. Sun Luan thought constantly as he hurried along. He knew that once the arrow was released, there was no turning back. Once he took action, he would completely confirm his traitor status with the myriad Immortal Alliance. If he was discovered, there would be no chance of escape. But Sun Luan had already made up his mind. In addition to the reasons that had prompted him to defect before, the biggest factor was the recent fall of Sun Luchang. When he was selected to go outside the profound yellow world, Sun Luan still had a glimmer of hope for Sun Luchang's survival. It wasn't until the blood essence left in the underground blood pool suddenly withered that Sun Luan's heart turned to ashes. These days, he watched the myriad Immortal Alliance still releasing the rainbow light messages from outside the realm from time to time, and even the image of Sun Luchang, who had already fallen, appeared in them. The anger in his heart grew more and more. Sun Luan had been waiting for the myriad Immortal Alliance to give him an explanation. Even if it was just a perfunctory comfort, it would be fine. But it was clear that Sun Luan was thinking too much. The Harmony Dao guardians of each state, as well as those so-called Immortal Alliance ministers, were really just materials that could be consumed at will. They were abandoned as soon as they were said to be abandoned. Myriad Immortal Alliance. At this point, Sun Luan had completely abandoned the hope he had for the Myriad Immortal Alliance. He completely leaned towards the Holy Dynasty's grand campaign. Aside from anything else, the benefits I have obtained from the Holy Dynasty in recent years are much more than those from the Myriad Immortal Alliance, which I have been working hard for. Thinking this, Sun Luan had already arrived at the agreed meeting place. Next to the white mist barrier that stood between heaven and earth in the heavenly power state. In previous years, because of the great upheaval in the profound yellow world, the white mist barrier here was broken in the middle and crashed to the ground. The devouring white mist that had lost its restraints flowed and spread wantonly, ruthlessly devouring all the creatures it enveloped. Although the great upheaval gradually subsided later, the white mist barrier was restored. But this dead land has never recovered its vitality. This is enough to see the horror of the devouring white mist. Who would have thought that the Holy Dynasty would have a way to almost completely eliminate the influence of this devouring white mist? Meeting in this place is the safest. Sun Luan scanned the surroundings, and after making sure that no one was following him, he carefully took out the universal true arc. He flew into the arc, and steered it into the white mist barrier. At a constant speed, constantly changing direction, after traveling for a while, he saw another universal true arc quietly parked in the white mist. A black light flew out from it, slightly cutting through the white mist, and came to Sun Luan. Sun Luan took it and found that it was a storage ring made of black jade. When he looked up again, the previous universal true arc had already disappeared without a trace. So cautious, they're not even willing to show their faces. Inside the black jade ring, nearly 1,000 square, jade artifacts engraved with mysterious characters were neatly arranged. Sun Luan took out one, carefully playing with it, while reading the method of using the jade artifact that had just been transmitted through the black light. Just bring it into the heavenly profound mirror branch mirror or teleportation array, and detonate it with magic. So simple. Sun Luan was a little surprised. He immediately felt the urge to try it out first. However, after careful study, he could only shake his head helplessly. The activation time has already been set. It can only be detonated after 3 years. If the time is not up, even the core formation inside is not activated, it's just an ordinary jade artifact. No wonder I can't sense even a trace of spiritual energy fluctuations. Sun Luan put the jade artifact back, his expression gloomy. Let those cultivators who were regarded as ants by the myriad Immortal Alliance first ring its death knell. Just as the Holy Dynasty was operating in various places for the conquest plan 3 years later. Li Fan had also annihilated 4 small worlds through the spiritual void grand array. He had collected enough of a substance he called essence of all things. A pure energy aggregate, exuding a dreamlike, colorful, viscous luster. Li Fan felt that it was similar to the golden source power essence. Have you learned this formation? Li Fan looked into the distance, but asked the boundless mirror. The simulated personality Sun Luyao, who had been rebuilt several times, was silent for a while, and finally replied, I've almost learned it, senior. Li Fan nodded in satisfaction, and with a light tap of his finger, a ray of light entered Sun Luyao's phantom. Then next, you go to these places and continue to set up the formation. Just set up the formation quietly, no need to activate it. As he spoke, Li Fan flicked all the source power essence he had scavenged when he returned to the Sun family not long ago to the boundless mirror. Sun Luyao quickly stowed away the golden light and thanked Li Fan excitedly. Then, he transformed into light and headed towards the target small world. If it were the real Sun Luyao, executing Li Fan's mission alone, he might have outwardly complied while inwardly rebelling. But now, he was just a simulated personality. Even the joy of receiving the essence of source power was fabricated. Naturally, he wouldn't disobey Li Fan's orders. The boundless mirror spirit's array is even less effective than mine. But destroying a world is more than enough. After all, I've chosen weak small worlds without cultivators for him. Although I shouldn't show my face in this world again, leaving some backup plans is the right thing to do. The connection with the Holy Emperor had been completely severed. But Li Fan still faintly felt the enormous changes happening to the Holy Emperor. Did he have another epiphany in the Star Sea? Clearly, the original talent of the clone was ordinary. With the addition of many opportunities and good fortune, he actually has the aura of a chosen Onia. A hint of irony flashed across Li Fan's face. It's a pity, it's destined to be in vain. Li Fan's divine sense transformed into a thin thread, flying towards the Guangyang province. He was going to transfer the essence of all things, which he had collected for self-protection, to his main body. In less than half a day, Li Fan had already found his target. It was a Taoist Chinzuna, who was hiding his identity and cultivating in the mortal world. The clone quietly drifted into the body of a nearby golden core cultivator. The man's body paused, then quickly returned to normal. He turned around and came to Taoist Chinzun. Old man, how about we play a game of chess? The slovenly Taoist, who was picking his feet and had no decorum, immediately raised his head. After successfully obtaining the audience jade token from Taoist Chinzun, Li Fan first went to the Tao discussion building in Guangyang province and rented a small courtyard with all his belongings. Then, using the Tao Pilla method, he completely seized the body of the possessed cultivator. Li Fan reached out and looked at his brand new body, his brow furrowed slightly. Compared to the profound immortal boat environment exposed in the Star Sea, this method of seizing bodies in the Xuanwang world doesn't seem so perfect. Li Fan moved around a bit, feeling a slight sense of disharmony. Seizing Zhao Xian can hide it from the immortal severing tower. But seizing Thissa Fu Yuan Sheng, may not be able to escape the inspection of the myriad Immortals Alliance. It still needs to be refined. Li Fan manipulated Fu Yuansheng's body, setting up a circle of formations around him. Then, he strode into the formation. Using the body as a vessel, refining it with the formation, Li Fan chanted in a low voice, using the power of the formation to slowly polish and eliminate the disharmony within the seized body. During this process, the Holy Emperor's cultivation experience in this life, the Holy Embryo's experiences on the profound immortal boat, and the insights from the main body's secluded cultivation, came one after another, surging into his mind all at once. They were integrated and understood by Li Fan. He tapped his fingers continuously, modifying and perfecting the formation he had just set up. The abnormalities of the body and soul were also slowly and completely eliminated during this period. From today onwards, I am Fu Yuansheng. Li Fan's divine sense smiled slightly. To verify, Li Fan first entered the Profound Sky Mirror branch in Guangyang province. As expected, he deceived the Profound Sky Mirror's supervision and successfully came to his Profound Sky Mirror space as Fu Yuansheng. Full 2000 contribution points it's really shabby. Li Fan shook his head and sighed softly, but didn't make any changes. He just rested for a while as usual, and then left the Profound Sky Mirror. Walking to the most prosperous area of Guangyang Sky City, he activated the audience jade token. The suddenly erupting light instantly attracted everyone's attention. What is that? That kind of jade token, a hiss, could it be that one? Soon, someone recognized the object in Li Fan's hand, and exclamations of surprise and disbelief came one after another. The cultivators watching the excitement surrounded Li Fan tightly. Li Fan also put on a pale face, barely supporting himself. With the arrival of the receiving cultivator, the chaotic scene improved. Silence. The aura emanating from the receiving cultivator undoubtedly showed his nascent soul stage strength. The surrounding crowd was instantly as quiet as cicadas in winter. The receiving cultivator weighed the jade token in his hand, but did not directly take Li Fan to the Immortal Alliance headquarters. Instead, he actually transmitted his voice and asked, the grade of this audience jade token is not bad. You can ask the Dharma Evolution Jade to deduce a Tao unifying technique. You are only a golden core cultivator, it's a bit of a waste. Are you interested in transferring this jade token to me? Of course, I will definitely not mistreat you. I will still give you a Tao unifying technique, and even the resources needed to advance from nascent soul to divinity transformation, I will prepare them for you one by one. Thank you for your kindness, Senora Li Fan cupped his hands, but I'm not interested in transferring the jade token. Originally thinking that Li Fan would agree, the receiving cultivator's face changed when he heard the other party's answer. Boy, you have to think clearly. It's not like you can cultivate to Tao unifying just by having a Tao unifying technique. I have already investigated your background. Without family support, I think it will be very difficult for you to even cultivate to the nascent soul stage. I'm doing it for your own good. The receiving cultivator stared at Li Fan. Li Fan was a little surprised. Didn't senior hear clearly? Then I'll say it again. This junior is not interested in transferring the audience jade token. This sentence was not a voice transmission but was said loudly in public. The surrounding cultivators immediately looked at the receiving cultivator. Although no one dared to discuss it in person, their eyes had already said everything. The receiving cultivator was also quite scheming, and his face didn't change at all. Since that's the case, then forget it. I'm just kindly reminding you. A golden core cultivator, holding a Tao unifying technique. I don't know how many evildoers will be tempted to take risks. Right, Fu Yuansheng. He also said loudly in public. Under the deliberate control of the receiving cultivator, the sound boomed, faintly spreading throughout the entire Guangyang Sky City. The city was instantly in an uproar. Everyone's eyes instantly gathered on Li Fan. Their expressions were different, but without exception, they all hid greed. Li Fan's face was completely pale, and a trace of resentment and fear flashed in his eyes, and he lowered his head and said, Thank you for your concern, senior. The receiving cultivator snorted coldly, and then opened the passage to the Immortal Alliance headquarters. After the two left, Guangyang Immortal City, which had been suppressed and quieted down, suddenly boiled over. Golden Core Cultivator, Tao Unifying Technique. The combination of these two was too shocking, and it instantly became a hot topic of discussion. Information about Fu Yuansheng's background was also quickly dug out. Those with quick minds had already begun to send people to put pressure on the Fu family. Without power or influence, and with low cultivation, even if you get a treasure, how can you keep it? Guangyang Sky City, Dao Discussion Building. A white-clothed cultivator looked at this scene and couldn't help but sigh slightly. This receiving cultivator is really forcing people to a dead end. A handsome young man opposite him also nodded in agreement. Unless that Fu Yuansheng keeps hiding in the profound sky mirror and doesn't care about the life and death of his friends and relatives, otherwise, I don't think he can keep that Dao unifying technique. The young man's tone paused, and the conversation suddenly changed. It's just a Dao unifying technique, but it's actually forcing life and death. And this is still happening in broad daylight, in a bright and clear world. We just came out for a cup of tea and encountered one. You can imagine how many similar things are happening behind the scenes. The Immortal Alliance is corrupt, which can be seen from this. The white-clothed cultivator was silent, and after a long time, he shook his head and sighed helplessly. That's why I said, joining our holy dynasty and overthrowing the corrupt rule of the Immortal Alliance is the wise choice. Tianming, you have also been to our holy dynasty. This kind of coercion by power is impossible to happen in the holy dynasty. The young man transmitted his voice, speaking eloquently. The white-clothed cultivator named Tianming had to nod in agreement. Brother Tianxi, you are right. In that fishing pond, countless treasures are fished up, and they all belong to those Daki citizens individually. There is no need to worry about someone forcibly snatching Tama just on this point. The Holy Dynasty has already surpassed the Immortal Alliance too much. Shang Tianxi smiled. I see, Brother Tianming has already made up his mind. The white-robed cultivator responded with a smile as well. I've successfully persuaded another one. This time, it truly is a gift from the heavens. Shang Tianxi thought to himself, while the next name flashed through his mind. I wonder how the others are progressing. Without the slightest awareness from the myriad Immortals Alliance, such anomalies were constantly occurring in various places. With the hearts of the people already lost, being persuaded and swayed was only a matter of time. Immortal Alliance Headquarters. When he arrived at the Immortal Alliance Headquarters once again, using Fu Yuansheng's body. Unsurprisingly, just like the previous times, Li Fan was once again trapped in an illusion. The master of the illusion was still Celestial Venerable preaching the Tao. However, the scene he saw this time was completely different from before. Beneath the continuous immortal mountains shrouded in clouds and mist, a middle-aged man over 50 years old was ruthlessly stopped. This is a sacred place for immortals, how can a mortal like you barge in? Strange, wasn't an illusion array set up on the periphery? How did this mortal still break in? A cultivator wearing a blue Taoist robe muttered, kicking the middle-aged man away. The middle-aged man rolled around on the ground a few times in a somewhat disheveled manner, but then he got up as if nothing had happened and said with a smile, Immortal Master, can you give me a chance? I feel I should be able to cultivate. The cultivator sneered upon hearing this, you're already halfway in the grave, and you're still thinking about cultivation. Cultivation relies on aptitude and resources, someone like you. The cultivator's face was full of contempt. Even if you could barely cultivate, our Tianyuan sect wouldn't accept you. The middle-aged man didn't give up, even stretching out his arm and offering it, Immortal Master, if you don't believe me, take a look at my aptitude. A trace of murderous intent flashed in the cultivator's eyes, and the spiritual energy in his body surged, ready to blast this ignorant thing to death. But then, a kind voice came from above, what's your name? Xuanyuan Guden. No, Xuanyuan Tuo, my name is Xuanyuan Tuo, the middle-aged preaching the Tao said somewhat restrainedly. Martial Uncle Shu. The cultivator's expression changed, immediately putting away the murderous intent in his heart, and hurriedly bowed to the person who came. Also looking like a middle-aged man, this martial Uncle Shu looked much more energetic than Xuanyuan Tuo. He came to Xuanyuan Tuo's side and carefully sized him up. He even reached out and sent a wisp of spiritual energy to check Xuanyuan Tuo's body. After a moment, Martial Uncle Shu shook his head slightly and said with some regret, although you are indeed suitable for cultivating your mind, unfortunately, you are too old. It will be difficult to achieve anything. I'm afraid it will be extremely difficult to establish your foundation. Xuanyuan Tuo quickly said, Immortal Master, I don't have high requirements. As long as I can cultivate, that's enough. I've farmed for half my life, and my heart is always restless, feeling like I shouldn't spend my life in the fields. Martial Uncle Shu was a little surprised, not expecting this old farmer to be able to say such words. Just as he was hesitating, a crisp bell sound suddenly came from the mountain peak in the distance. The cultivator in the blue Taoist robe behind him also reminded, "Martial Uncle, the sect leader is holding an assembly." Martial Uncle Shu looked back at the mountain peak, swallowing back the words he was about to say. He took out a book and handed it to Xuanyuan Tuo. "You go back first and read this scripture. If you can cultivate spiritual energy within a year, you can come and find me again," Martial Uncle Shu said, then drifted away. Xuanyuan Tuo's eyes were staring straight. "Shao Qin, don't make things difficult for him," before leaving, Martial Uncle Shu specially instructed. The blue-robed cultivator nodded in agreement, looked at Xuanyuan Tuo, and snorted coldly, "It's true that fools have their fortune. Hurry up and leave. Come back when you've really cultivated spiritual power." Seeing this, Xuanyuan Tuo had no choice but to leave reluctantly. After walking for a while, he seemed to remember something, his face changed drastically, and he wanted to turn back, but he found that the huge Immortal mountain from before had disappeared without a trace. Xuanyuan Tuo slapped his thigh and regretted it greatly, "I can't read." Boom. The illusion shattered, and Li Fan returned to reality. Recalling the content just now, his expression was strange. "What did you see?" the guiding cultivator asked. Li Fan pretended to be shocked and replied, "I saw the celestial Venerable manifesting the heavens and earth, preaching the Tao in the world." HMPH. A trace of the celestial Venerable's aura remains in the Immortal Alliance headquarters, so all cultivators who enter here for the first time will have illusions. The guiding cultivator snorted, then explained. He led Li Fan all the way to the headquarters of the Protector Hall. Along the way, Li Fan pondered to himself. "I wonder what this illusion has to do with. This preaching the Tao also has some strange hobbies, actually placing his life's story here, allowing his disciples and grandchildren to watch. Hee, I didn't expect the dignified celestial Venerable preaching the Tao to have such embarrassing times." Li Fan found it difficult to associate the dark-skinned old farmer with the white-haired, long-bearded, and sorrowful-faced old man. If the Tianyuan sect had accepted the preaching the Tao back then, perhaps the historical trajectory of the Xuanwang world would have been different. But not necessarily. After the preaching the Tao awakened, no small sect could have changed him. Speaking of which, this Tianyuan sect, after the great calamity descended, hardly lasted long before it perished in internal strife. However, that martial Uncle Shu looks somewhat similar to the chief of the Protector Hall, Shu Yuanxian. Should be his ancestor. In an instant, many thoughts flashed through his mind. When he arrived at the bluestone path outside the Protector Hall, Li Fan restrained his thoughts again. Completely consistent with the steps of using the Ya-Not NFC Jade token in his previous life, after waiting in line for a few days, he finally entered the YanFC Ju space. Looking at the listless YanFC Ju, Li Fan pretended to be very excited. "Why are you here again?" YanFC Ju muttered, her annoyed expression was not feigned. After all, normal deduction of cultivation techniques could be done by simulated personalities. This kind of Ya-Not NFC Jade token tailored cultivation deduction had to be done by her personally. "What are your requirements?" YanFC Ju threw a piece of paper over. Just as it was about to reach the other party, it was caught by Sun Ang, who was guarding here. Wait, Sun Ang's actions attracted the attention of the other two guards. "Brother Sun, is there something wrong?" Hua Yui's expression was a little grave. Sun Ang shook his head, "It's just that, suddenly, in the dark, I feel something is wrong. It's better to check carefully again." After all, it was for the sake of YanFC Ju's safety. The other two guards exchanged glances and didn't stop him. Fu Yuansheng seemed a little nervous about Sun Ang's arrival. "Greetings, senior." Sun Ang completely ignored him, and placed his right hand on top of his head. Fu Yuansheng's body froze on the spot. After a moment, Sun Ang withdrew his right hand. However, his tightly furrowed brows did not relax. "You two, please try again." Hua Yui and Jiangshu nodded, and stepped forward to carefully check again. Naturally, they couldn't find anything. "Perhaps Brother Sun is overthinking it," Hua Yui said. Sun Ang still didn't seem relieved, but since the inspection yielded nothing, there was no reason to stop him anymore. However, during the research and development process, he kept a close eye on Fu Yuansheng. After completing the cultivation deduction, Fu Yuansheng's face was ashen, and he fled from here as if escaping. "Is it because we've been here for too long?" Without outsiders, Hua Yui asked with some concern. Sun Ang, who was Li Fan's true self, sensed the essence of all things that he had obtained. He excused himself, not so. My mind is uneasy. Perhaps something happened to my bloodline at home. 1299. The Holy Emperor establishes a new Dharma, 7k. Zhang Shu's expression was solemn as he stroked his beard and said, the connection between bloodlines is mysterious and profound, yet undeniable. Brother Sun might consider sending a message to his family for confirmation. Hua Yui echoed his sentiment. Thank you both, fellow Taoists, for your guidance. Sun Ang, who was actually Li Fan's main body, pondered for a moment before sending out a spiritual talisman, flying it beyond the confines of the Yanfahui space. Each presiding Hidao was only granted the opportunity to use this talisman once every 100 years of guarding. If it weren't for Shu Yuanxian's previous consideration in reducing Sun Ang's guarding time by 100 years, he wouldn't have been able to contact the outside world even if he wanted to. Less than half a day later, Sun Luyuan, the head of the Sun family, arrived in person. Your eldest uncle has unfortunately passed away. The expression on Li Fan's face shifted from shock to self-blame and sorrow. I had a faint premonition when my eldest uncle left. Sun Luyuan comforted him. Life and death are unpredictable. Lu Chang's passing has nothing to do with you, Luer. You mustn't blame yourself. Sun Luyuan paused, then changed his tone, saying, these are troubled times, but with me here, the Sun family won't collapse. You should stay here and be at ease. When necessary, I'll find a way to get you out of here. Sun Luyuan solemnly promised. Knowing that the Sun family had already pledged allegiance to the holy dynasty Daqi, Li Fan naturally understood the true meaning of Sun Luyuan's words, but at this moment, he could only feign concern, saying, I can endure it. We shouldn't waste the family's resources on my account. Just as the two members of the Sun family were putting on a show of deep familial affection, Fu Yuansheng, whom Li Fan had possessed, was facing overwhelming malice from various members within the Fu family. Little Shengji, what stroke of good fortune did you have to actually obtain a Hidao cultivation technique? Yuansheng, the family hasn't treated you poorly over the years, has it? It's time for you to repay the family. Shenger, in less than 2 days, more than a dozen Washan cultivators have come knocking. Any one of them is someone our Fu family can't afford to offend. For the sake of the Fu family's future, why don't you hand over this technique? Fu Yuansheng, don't think that a moment of luck means you'll be lucky forever. You're just a mere Jindan cultivator. How can you protect a Hidao true art? Instead of having it forcibly taken away later, you might as well hand it over proactively and exchange it for a bright future. As soon as he left the 10,000 Immortals Alliance headquarters, the previously blocked messages flooded in. The undisguised greed and malice in their words almost caused one's spiritual energy to stagnate. If the current Fu Yuansheng wasn't no longer the Fu Yuansheng of before, he would probably have had his Tao heart shattered on the spot by his own relatives. Li Fan looked at the messages that still hadn't stopped, and even became more intense due to the lack of a response, his expression becoming subtle. The evil of the human heart is truly so. As the saying goes, one region's soil nurtures its people. Such a thing would never happen within the Holy Dynasty. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance's fate is sealed. Let me give it another push. Li Fan smiled slightly, then his expression instantly turned bitter and extremely indignant. He didn't return to the Fu family, but instead used the teleportation array to arrive at Tianshu Immortal City, openly appearing before the world. Soon, Fu Yuansheng's appearance attracted the attention of some people. Even those who were unaware noticed the strange gazes of the people around them. After making some inquiries, they instantly understood. Fu Yuansheng, the focus of everyone's attention, seemed to be forced into a desperate situation. Instead of temporarily hiding or transferring via teleportation array, he directly flew out of Tianshu City with his physical body as if he had lost his mind. Soon, many onlookers followed after him. How fast could a Jindan cultivator's escape be? Soon, a large group of people followed behind Fu Yuansheng. It wasn't that there were so many people truly plotting for the cultivation technique, but most of them were just there to join in the excitement. Li Fan pretended to look terrified, but in reality, he was leisurely leading the group. He was waiting for an opportunity to completely ignite the incident. After aimlessly flying for most of the day, the person Li Fan was waiting for finally appeared. It should be Fu Linmu, Fu Yuansheng's nominal father. Yua 1/2a, the patriarch summoned you but you didn't return. What exactly do you want to do? As soon as Fu Linmu appeared, he scolded Fu Yuansheng with a barrage of abuse. Behind Fu Linmu stood a cultivator with his arms crossed and eyes slightly narrowed. Judging by his aura, he should be a Washan cultivator. Li Fan stopped, seemingly very afraid of his father. Fu Linmu then continued to appeal to his emotions and reason, and then introduced the identity of the squinting Washan cultivator behind him. This is Senior Fu Tongtian from Tianquan Prefecture. We can be considered family. Our Fu family really can't protect your Hidao cultivation technique. Having it in your hands is more of a disaster than a blessing. Why don't you hand it over to Senior Fua? After Fu Linmu's persuasion, Li Fan seemed to struggle painfully for a while, about to compromise. Just then, uninvited guests arrived. It was another elder of the Fu family, bringing another Washan, wanting to compete for the ownership of the Hidao True Art. Li Fan pretended to be somewhat at a loss, not knowing who to listen to. While the two Washan were fiercely arguing, Washan cultivators continued to arrive in a hurry upon hearing the news. Everyone, it's just a Hidao cultivation technique. It's not worth fighting to the death over. Why not discuss it peacefully? Someone suggested, directly ignoring Fu Yuansheng, the owner of the technique, and already treating the technique as their own. That's right. If the cost is too high, it's better to honestly buy it in the Tianshuan mirror. Why not listen to what kind of technique this Fu family's Qilin child had Yanfahue deduce? The Washan quickly reached a consensus and looked at Li Fan in unison. Little did they know that this move was exactly what Li Fan wanted. Before entering the Yanfahue space, he had already calculated that he would use this technique to stir up trouble, so the blueprint techniques he provided to Yanfahue were all of extremely high specifications. The final technique obtained was naturally extremely extraordinary. Even for the current Li Fan, it still had a certain effect. Li Fan, disguised as Fu Yuansheng, revealed a painful expression. Finally, helplessly, he took a deep breath and said, word by word, the technique I obtained is called Heavenly Spirit Incarnation Technique. Today's new laws are actually defying the heavens. However, if you want to break through realms, you have to rely on various resources in the world. It's okay for those aristocratic families, but for people like us with no power or influence, even if we have outstanding talent, we are still limited. Li Fan's words caused many cultivators present to have slight changes in their expressions and deeply empathize. Li Fan continued, therefore, I have always dreamed of being able to get rid of this restriction one day. Thanks to the kindness of Senior Qinzun, I was given the Jinfa Jade token, which finally gave me the opportunity to turn my dream into reality. This Heavenly Spirit Incarnation technique can continuously strengthen one's connection with the Xuanwang world, greatly reducing the hostility of the Heavenly Tao. Then, relying on the connection with the world, you can find the nascent soul grotto heavens and the materials necessary for the transformation of life. Even refining it to a high level, sensing the existence of the world's essence is also easier. With this technique, as long as you give me, Fu Yuansheng, a little time, achieving Hidao is not wishful thinking. But I never thought. The 10,000 Immortals Alliance would actually force a low-level cultivator like me to this extent. They don't give me any chance at all. The more Li Fan spoke, the more grief and indignation he felt, his eyes filled with bloodshot. Then, he directly waved his hand and displayed the general outline of the Heavenly Spirit Incarnation technique, revealing it to everyone. With just a glance, the Hidao present had already seen the extraordinary nature of this technique. It was definitely not something that a small Jindan cultivator could fabricate. The Washan had different expressions. The atmosphere suddenly became tense and serious. Enough. One of them erased the text on the sky, and then looked around at everyone. The value of this technique, I think there is no need to say more. Indeed, there are differences even among Dao integration cultivation methods. If this young man's words are true, the value of this Dao integration method is truly the highest I've ever seen in my life. I think even if half of the people present died, it would be worth it as long as they could obtain this cultivation method. The transformation god cultivators exchanged words, and the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The Fu family members present, however, gradually turned pale. If they had known that Fu Yuansheng had comprehended such a supreme cultivation method capable of creating a family of immortals, they would have tried to protect him no matter what. Even if they were to sell it, they would have asked for more conditions. Regardless of the Fu family's endless regrets, the ultimate ownership of the heaven-piercing spirit manifestation incarnation art was unexpectedly interfered with by a newly advanced Dao integration cultivator. This person was known as Immortal Reverend Scarlet Willow. He had just broken through to the Tao integration realm a few days prior. Having not yet found a suitable cultivation method, he happened to hear about Fu Yuansheng's matter. On a whim, he joined in the fun. Unexpectedly, he had an unexpected surprise. The difference between Tao integration and transformation god is like heaven and earth. If Scarlet Willow wanted it, the transformation gods naturally couldn't compete with him. Moreover, Scarlet Willow was not alone, he also had a family with considerable power backing him. In the end, under the pressure of both forces, the transformation gods present withdrew from the competition one after another. To avoid complications, the final victor, Immortal Reverend Scarlet Willow, demanded that Fu Yuansheng hand over the cultivation method on the spot. I hope that after you obtain this method, Senior, you can show more consideration to our Fu family. Li Fan sighed to the heavens, and his words caused the Fu family members present to feel ashamed. Watching Scarlet Willow fly closer, Li Fan used his divine sense to transmit the complete heaven-piercing spirit manifestation incarnation art to him. Indeed, it is a supreme and wonderful method, Scarlet Willow said with great joy. Fu boy, sign this contract, indicating that you voluntarily give up ownership of the cultivation method. Don't worry, I won't mistreat your Fu family, Scarlet Willow said in a deep voice. Junior obeys. Li Fan lowered his head and was about to accept the golden contract. But at this moment, seemingly influenced by the heaven-piercing spirit manifestation incarnation art text from before, Scarlet Willow suddenly felt a little dazed. The Fu Yuansheng in front of him suddenly seemed like a hideous and terrifying monster, like those that only appear in nightmares, bearing its fangs and claws and attacking him. In the next moment, it was about to pounce on his face. Scarlet Willow shuddered and subconsciously unleashed a red light. It struck Fu Yuansheng's body directly. The power of Tao integration, even if it was just a casual blow in a moment of unconsciousness, how could a golden core cultivator resist it? With an expression of disbelief on his face, Fu Yuansheng's body instantly disintegrated inch by inch, and his life ended. This sudden change stunned everyone. Everyone stared in shock at Immortal Reverend Scarlet Willow, who had committed murder in public. Scarlet Willow himself was also somewhat stunned. He stared blankly at his palm. Could it be that I just broke through, and the influence of the essence of heaven and earth has not completely faded? Fortunately, this heaven-piercing spirit manifestation incarnation art is already in my hands. This was the second thought that flashed through Scarlet Willow's mind. Shunger. After a deathly silence, the Fu family members finally reacted. They cried out in grief and indignation. Many people, regardless of the huge gap between them and the Tao integration cultivator, stared at Scarlet Willow with deep hatred. Overhead, the phenomenon of the fallen belatedly arrived, telling of Fu Yuansheng's cause of death. As for Scarlet Willow, the murderer, looking at the eyes of this group of ants, he felt vaguely uncomfortable. But after all, he was at fault, and he couldn't act out in public. He simply said, "Don't worry, I will keep my word. I won't mistreat your Fu family." The Fu family members' sobbing gradually stopped. After all, the person was already dead, and it wasn't worth it to defy a Tao integration cultivator and seek death for a dead person. Scarlet Willow left with the Fu family members. The transformation gods also sighed. It seems that this cultivation method is too precious. Immortal Reverend Scarlet Willow chose to kill to silence him for absolute secrecy. He doesn't even trust the contract. This newly advanced Tao integration is a bit too suspicious, isn't he? What about the contract? There are many mysterious and wonderful methods in the world. What if he can violate the contract without being punished? This is still under the circumstances that so many people are watching. If it were in private, his actions would probably be even more unscrupulous. Tao integration cultivators are truly majestic. The Immortal Alliance laws have become dispensable at their level, right? That's natural. Anyone with a brain knows that the Immortal Alliance would never punish a Tao integration for the sake of a mere golden core cultivator, would they? Even if there is, it must be just for show. Once you enter Tao integration, things are indeed very different. Just like the rainbow light that leaves the world, only Tao integration cultivators are qualified to travel in the star sea. The transformation god cultivators chatted enthusiastically and left one after another. The remaining foundation establishment, Golden Core, Nascent Soul, and other grassroots cultivators who were watching did not leave for a long time. They looked up at the fallen phenomenon in the sky that had not yet dissipated, and a sense of rabbit-like grief welled up in their hearts. Under the influence of a mysterious force that they could not detect, this emotion gradually turned into raging flames of anger, slowly igniting. In the eyes of the Immortal Alliance's higher-ups, we are truly like ants. What about the promised Immortal Alliance laws? It turns out they only apply to us. Today, it was Fu Yuansheng who died. Who among us will be killed innocently tomorrow? In the silence, a peculiar atmosphere was brewing. Although no one spoke out, their eyes revealed everything to each other. However, due to the Immortal Alliance's deterrence, none of them dared to say what they were thinking. Perhaps, what they need is an opportunity. After a long time, all the cultivators who were watching dispersed. A wisp of Li Fan's divided spirit transformed into a phantom and reappeared in the world. Now that the fire has been lit, I'm afraid it can burn throughout the entire myriad Immortal Alliance without me fanning the flames. Li Fan was very satisfied with his masterpiece. And the subsequent development was indeed as he had predicted. Although the image of Immortal Reverend Scarlet Willow killing Fu Yuansheng in broad daylight quickly spread throughout the myriad Immortal Alliance through the heavenly profound mirror, because the Fu family had already expressed their understanding of Scarlet Willow's temporary mistake caused by his unstable realm after just breaking through, the Immortal Alliance no longer pursued his responsibility but only symbolically fined him some contribution points. On the contrary, after the news of Scarlet Willow obtaining the heaven-piercing spirit manifestation incarnation art spread, it attracted countless families to inquire about the truth of the matter. And they all expressed their willingness to use heavy gold to exchange for Scarlet Willow's help in sensing and finding the location of the essence of heaven and earth. For a time, the status of the newly advanced Scarlet Willow Dao integration was even higher than some of the older Dao integrations. As for the innocent Fu Yuansheng who died tragically, he was slowly forgotten as time passed. What an irony. The guilty are not punished, but rewarded, Wang Xuanba of the Holy Dynasty Daqi said with a sigh as he looked at the article in his hand. If it were in our Daqi, let alone ordinary officials, even I, the Holy Emperor's direct disciple, would be severely punished for committing such a thing. At the very least, I would be imprisoned in the nether prison for hundreds of years. How could it be so easily passed over? The Myriad Immortal Alliance is really good. Oh no, the Myriad Immortal Alliance is really corrupt. Oh Shangtian shook his head repeatedly. Sun Erlang glanced at Oh Shangtian and smiled helplessly. Master's meaning is that this matter can be publicized as a typical example to be used for pre-war mobilization. Even, we can take the opportunity to shake the foundation of the Immortal Alliance. After all, the vast majority of cultivators in the Myriad Immortal Alliance are only below the Transformation God realm. Oh Shangtian curled his lips. What's the use of winning over these wastes? I'll kill as many as come. Sun Erlang's expression changed. Don't talk nonsense. Those who gain the Dao gain more support, and those who lose the Dao lose support. The Immortal Alliance has lost the hearts of the people, and our Holy Dynasty's conquest is an act of following the will of the people. A righteous cause, acting in accordance with the Dao, can lead to invincibility. After all, he was the eldest brother, and Oh Shangtian didn't dare to refute. He just muttered in a low voice, say so much, in the end, it's still about relying on strength to speak. After some playful banter, the senior brothers returned the topic to the right track. Shangtian, how is your myriad manifestation teleportation array coming along? Sun Erlang asked. Oh Shangtian's face revealed a smug look. Rest assured, senior brother, I'm handling things. The positioning of all the states within the Myriad Immortals Alliance has been completed. As long as Master gives the order, our great Chi soldiers can instantly use the Myriad Manifestation Teleportation Array to reach any designated state. Then, using the Universal Sage Arc and the White Mist Barrier for cover, we can guarantee a silent and undetected arrival beneath the heavenly cities of each state. Wang Xuanba also added, several nails planted within the Immortal Alliance have also completed their connections. As long as the time is right, the heavenly profound mirrors and teleportation arrays of each state in the Immortal Alliance will become ineffective. A miniature map of the Immortal Alliance's territory appeared before everyone. At that time, each state will become an isolated island, unable to assist each other. Their strength has already been thoroughly investigated. Dividing and conquering them will be no problem. The most crucial areas are still the 4 central states of the Immortal Alliance and the Immortal Alliance headquarters. Scanning through the list of major stationed cultivators in each state, Sun Erlang focused his gaze on the very center of the miniature map. After pondering for a moment, Sun Erlang said, when Master summoned me before, he vaguely hinted that he would use earth-shattering means to directly seal off the 4 central states and the Immortal Alliance headquarters. We shouldn't have to worry about support from the Immortal Alliance headquarters, and we can just focus on resolving the battles in each state as quickly as possible. In addition, we will use formations to seal off the Immortal Alliance secret realms hidden within the White Mist and various states before the war begins. Although the forces stationed at places like Hidden Dragon Abyss, Phoenix Mist City, Kangmang Mountain, and Chija Immortal City are not strong individually, their combined strength should not be underestimated. We still need to defeat them one by one. The others listened to Sun Erlang's exposition of the war plan with solemn anticipation. Only O Shangtian said with a playful smile, I have personally experienced the formation skills of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. They are not worth mentioning at all. The sealing formation personally created by Master is more than enough to trap them for a year or two. It's just that the formation materials might be a little scarce. O Shangtian suddenly frowned, asking in confusion. Sun Erlang smiled and took out a Voidstone Mother, placing it in front of everyone. O Shangtian scanned the resources loaded within the Stone Mother and immediately stood up in shock. So much. Did you steal the Immortal Alliance's treasury? Sun Erlang laughed. Master gave me a total of 3. Each Stone Mother is filled to the brim. As far as I know, Senior O Dowsy has also been granted ample supplies. So you don't have to worry about strategic resources. Just prepare the formations. O Shangtian's eyes lit up when he heard his father's name, and he nodded repeatedly. Sun Erlang then looked at the silent duo of Su Yuqing and Luli. Ever since they were sent by the Holy Emperor to guard the underground dark world, they had truly seemed to be stained by the darkness, and their personalities had changed, becoming much more silent. Junior sister, how is the construction of the reinforcements from the small world going? Sun Erlang asked. It's faster than expected. Don't worry, the Myriad Realms allied army will definitely reach the battlefield on time, Su Yuqing said softly, with a tenacity in her tone that she had not possessed before. In the process of educating the Nether race in the underground dark world, she vaguely realized the possible connection between the small world's heavenly Tao and the people within the world. In addition, her experience of being favored and possessed by the heavenly Tao when she left the realm made it naturally easier for her to gain the closeness of the small world's heavenly Tao than other cultivators. Using this advantage, she traveled among different small worlds under the orders of the Holy Emperor. Combining both soft and hard tactics, temptation and coercion, she assembled a true, Myriad Realms alliance with terrifying efficiency. Although she didn't have much expectation for the actual combat power that this allied army could truly display at that time, it was, after all, a grand show of force, and it would certainly be no problem to boost the army's morale. Most importantly, it eliminated the possibility of them causing trouble during the decisive battle between the Holy Dynasty and the Myriad Immortals Alliance. By the way, where did senior sister Lin Ling go? Why haven't I seen her lately? O Shangtian suddenly asked curiously. Sun Erlang was vague. She has her own mission appointed by Master, and I'm not too sure either. But don't worry, she will definitely not be absent from this grand feast. The disciples all looked at the miniature map of the Myriad Immortals Alliance in the field again. Their eyes were filled with anticipation. In the Holy Dynasty secret realm, the testing ground created for Yin Shangren, or perhaps within the academy. Yin Shangren scratched his scalp and pressed the true self-Tao foundation, which had emerged again from the crack in his head, back in. He said somewhat uncertainly, isn't doing this too rash? My foundation establishment method can be said to be completely victorious. The primordial chaos golden core has only deduced half a chapter. As for the later stages, they are all castles in the air, flowers in a mirror, and the moon in the water. At first glance, they are very beautiful, but they break with a single poke and cannot withstand scrutiny. The Holy Emperor Li Ping was sitting upright on a wooden table, constantly flipping through the illusory text, deleting and modifying it. Around him, the star river-like phenomena, born from the enlightenment of the Tao, distorted the space and appeared and disappeared from time to time. Yin Shangren forcibly shifted his gaze away from such an amazing scene. After a long while, the Holy Emperor read the entire illusory book once, and then started modifying it again from the first page. He then replied, the so-called when the real is treated as fake, the fake becomes real. As long as the world's cultivators believe that this is a new method that can get rid of the inheritance cultivation system and cultivate independently, even if it only lasts for a few days, that will be enough. Moreover, given that the new method is so obscure and completely contrary to the inheritance method, how long do you think the Xuanwang cultivators will take to verify its authenticity? As the Holy Emperor spoke, He again used his hand as a pen to modify the illusory book built by the new method. Yin Shangren didn't answer, but only repeated the sentence, when the real is treated as fake, the fake becomes real, in his mouth. After a long time, he suddenly realized, that's right, precisely because there has been no new method in the world before. Once we announce it, and the easiest foundation establishment method to verify is real, they will naturally temporarily assume that all the subsequent exercises are also real. And my repeated modifications are just to make this deception effect better. The Holy Emperor smiled slightly, mocking himself. But what is the meaning? After all, it cannot shake the foundation of inheritance. Yin Shangren scratched his scalp again. The inheritance method and the new method are incompatible. If you want to cultivate, you must change your sect and re-establish your path. Perhaps only 1 in 1,000 will choose to do so, but after all, there is a decrease here and an increase there. More importantly, while speaking, the Holy Emperor completed another deletion and modification of the illusory book. He didn't make any more changes, but closed the illusory book. Pressing his hands on it, the misty starlight surged on the book. However, in almost the time it takes to breathe, the illusory book, which was originally just a purely fictional light and shadow, actually possessed a physical form. It became a book that truly existed in the world. Handing this new method to Yin Shangren, the Holy Emperor got up and continued, more importantly, if we announce the new method, and the Immortal Alliance can't do anything about Yusa, inheritance will definitely rush back from the distant starry sky. The Holy Emperor said in a deep voice. This is called, attacking what they must save. A glimmer of light flashed in Yin Shangren's eyes, and he nodded slowly. Are you confident against inheritance? After hesitating for a while, Yin Shangren still asked. It's just a desperate gamble, the Holy Emperor paused and said frankly. 1300. A strange change occurs in the sea of AA stars, 7K. Desperate gamble. Yin Shangren, having received the answer, fell silent. No need to worry, I have already made plans. Regardless of victory or defeat, the orthodox lineage of Xuanwang will be re-established. You and Shu Ke only need to do what you want to do, Holy Emperor Li Ping said calmly. Buddha. Yin Shangren still hesitated upon hearing this. The moment the Dharma is revealed is the moment the Holy Dynasty army launches a general attack on the headquarters of the Myriad Immortals Alliance. You will then take advantage of the chaos to sneak into the Museum of Divine Treasures and retrieve Mr. Bai's skull. At this point, victory or defeat is a matter of general trend. Although both of you are strong, you cannot influence the overall situation. Moreover, the one in charge of the Museum of Divine Treasures is the illusionary truth sage lineage of the Myriad Immortals Alliance, and restraining them would be a great achievement. A gloomy aura flashed in Yin Shangren's eyes. Just the lingering souls of ancient alien beasts from the Xuanwang world. If Emperor 1 were still around, I might be a little afraid. But just a single Emperor 3 Dream Eater not worth fearing. Yin Shangren snorted coldly. The illusionary truth sage controls the powerful artifact era. Even the most mediocre existence can create miracles after hundreds of millions of simulations and deductions. Do not underestimate them, Li Ping said solemnly. The Holy Emperor's words still carried some weight in Yin Shangren's heart. He stopped arguing and instead narrowed his eyes, pondering. As he thought, a rustling sound, like silkworms crawling, came from his scalp again. His scalp undulated as if something would emerge from the cracks on his head at any moment. Yin Shangren suddenly became a little annoyed, and Li Ping flashed to his side. With a gentle stroke of his palm, and the infiltration of starlight, the abnormality gradually subsided. This is a reaction of the true self. Forcibly suppressing it is not a good strategy. The Holy Emperor saw the clue at a glance and suggested. Yin Shangren looked helpless. I started halfway, after all, not cultivating from scratch. It is destined to have various sequelae left behind. At first, I thought that as long as I devoured my original imperfect Tao foundation and rebuilt foundation establishment with myself, everything would be fine. But some time ago, I listened to your Star Sea Dharma transmission and gained some insights. Only then did I realize that the me I knew, the complete me, was not complete. The foundation is indeed shaken and needs to be adjusted again. Don't worry, I will take care of it before the final battle comes, Yin Shangren assured. It's good that you know, The Holy Emperor's lingering voice echoed, but his figure had already disappeared. Yin Shangren looked around and was stunned to find that the incomplete new Dharma, which had materialized from nothing and been taken away by the Holy Emperor from the long table where he had been sitting, had suddenly reappeared at some point. Knowing that this was specially left for him by the Holy Emperor, Yin Shangren was not polite and picked it up to study it on the spot. A wonderful A. Even though it was just compiled to deceive the world, this half of the new Dharma was still infinitely mysterious in Yin Shangren's eyes, almost like a true divine art. He soon became completely fascinated by it. Holy Dynasty, 5 Elements Great Cave Heaven, Fire Attribute Cave Heaven. Endless sea of AA fire, raging flames like monstrous waves, erupting from time to time, soaring straight into the sky. The scorching flames, like wild steeds, devoured everything in the cave. But in the deepest part of this purgatory-like scene, a golden glazed flower was blooming. No matter how rampant the surrounding flames were, the flower was still as clear as ever, unaffected in the slightest. In the center of the glazed flower, the image of a world loomed. From time to time, a ray of golden light floated out of the glazed world in the flower. After the surrounding flames came into contact with this golden light, they instantly burst into flames and burned even more vigorously. If viewed from a high altitude, one could see the 100 Flowers Taoist, using the golden glazed light as a guide, constantly combing through this fire cave. Compared with when it was first captured here, not only the fire cave, but the entire 5 Elements Great Cave Heaven had almost expanded by a circle. The 100 Flowers Taoist can be said to have made great contributions. The figure of the Holy Emperor Li Ping flashed beside the golden glazed light. The raging flames suddenly weakened. Even approaching was afraid to approach, just swaying far away, as if trying to please him. You've done well. The 5 Elements Cave Heaven has been taken care of very well, The other cave heavens as well, Li Ping said lightly. His gaze pierced through the sky of the 5 Elements Great Cave Heaven and reached the void outside the world. The 5 Elements Great Cave Heaven, like a strong navigator, was carrying the Holy Dynasty Great Qi rapidly forward in the void. Around it, there were also nearly 100 different small worlds being carried along synchronously. With the Holy Dynasty Great Qi as the core, they faintly formed a formation. Like a giant battleship, it was awe-inspiring. It's just my duty. If it weren't for the Holy Emperor's reward of the myriad spirits ambrosia, I wouldn't be able to do this. 100 Flowers came to Li Ping and bowed. 100 Flowers also looked in the direction of Li Ping's gaze. After a brief silence, she couldn't help but sigh. I really can't believe that such a magnificent sight was actually created by me. Most of them are no smaller than my hometown. Next, I will have to trouble you again. Send this 5 Elements Great Cave Heaven back to the Xuanwang main world. Li Ping's voice came at the right time. 100 Flowers was slightly stunned. The Holy Emperor smiled and explained, the time for escape has passed. Now, it's time for close combat. Let it be the vanguard in this first battle. As the Holy Emperor said these words, the surrounding flames seemed to be encouraged and suddenly rose higher. Moreover, 100 Flowers Taoist could see that in the entire raging fire cave, in addition to the flames themselves, there was also a deep shadow flowing inside. That was a terrifying existence that could threaten her. The Holy Emperor stretched out his palm, and the shadow flowed quickly into his palm, turning into a cute little bug with a tiger's head. It looked chubby and harmless to humans and animals, but 100 Flowers was very clear about the horror of this little thing. The fire cave they were in at the moment, and even the entire 5 Elements Great Cave Heaven, were just incarnations of this black bug. In recent years, 100 Flowers had been taking care of the cave, but it was more like raising this bug named Dao 1. With Dao 1 helping you, dragging the cave back won't be as strenuous as when you came. You only need to return the 5 Elements Cave Heaven to its place, and Dao 1 will take care of everything else, the Holy Emperor instructed. As Li Ping spoke, he emitted rays of starlight from his palm. Dao 1 bug seemed a little proud, its fat body rubbed intimately against Li Ping's palm. Then, it devoured the starlight greedily. The black body seemed to become more solid. Go. Li Ping patted it gently. Although Dao 1 bug was a little reluctant, it was very obedient. The shadow dissipated and returned to the surrounding cave. The surrounding fire instantly became more vigorous. Moreover, 100 Flowers sensed that the entire cave seemed to come alive in an instant. Being inside it was like being in the belly of a giant beast. The constantly rising sense of crisis made 100 Flowers restless. Li Ping also saw the abnormality of 100 flowers and brought her to the void outside the Five Elements Cave Heaven. The Holy Emperor tapped lightly with his finger, and the Five Elements Cave Heaven broke away from the Holy Dynasty Great Qi and the Void Fleet. Don't worry. Dao One will only faithfully execute my orders. Since the Holy Emperor had said so, 100 flowers had to nod. Forcibly suppressing the fear in her heart, she transformed into golden light and flew towards the Five Elements Cave Heaven. The Five Elements Cave Heaven instantly seemed to be dyed with a layer of gold. Boom! After the initial roar, the relocation of the cave heaven was absolutely silent. Under the cover of the Holy Emperor's formation, even being beside the passing cave heaven might not be able to detect this moving behemoth. Looking at the Five Elements Great Cave Heaven returning to its homeland, Li Ping thought to himself, with the current state of Dao One, it is enough to change the spiritual energy of the entire Xuanwang world silently. Not only is it aimed at the Myriad Immortals Alliance, but it can also take the opportunity to stimulate the Xuanwang world and further stimulate its revival. Since the last time he realized the Dao in the center of the Star Sea, the Xuanwang world briefly exploded with the power of revival. However, after all, it was just rootless water. After this period of time, the signs of revival have gradually stagnated. The newly opened buds on the branches of the Wakmu tree are becoming withered and yellow again. After being transformed by the Dao One bug, the bug transformed Five Elements Great Cave Heaven is like a powerful medicine. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth is an extremely important component of the Xuanwang world. If it is eroded, it will inevitably arouse a fierce reaction from the Xuanwang world's own instinct. The mission of the Dao One bug, in addition to creating a battlefield environment suitable for the Great Qi soldiers to fight, is most importantly to bugify and devour as much as possible the foreign immortal cultivation worlds that have been stitched together for thousands of years. After the war is over, the Dao One bug will die. The spiritual energy will return to its normal state, and the corpse of the Dao One bug, that is, those foreign worlds, can be transformed into nourishment for the Xuanwang world. After this insect disaster, the Xuanwang world itself will be much stronger. In addition to the Xuanwang orthodox means I laid down before, no matter who wins or loses between me and the Dharma transmitter, the Xuanwang world will occupy an absolute advantage in the future integration of the worlds. In the Holy Emperor's mind, he was constantly deducing the scene of the battle that would take place soon. Looking into the distance, breaking through layers of time and space barriers, he saw the 100 Flowers Taoist successfully dragging the bugified Five Elements Cave Heaven back into place. In the silent roar of heaven and earth, the Five Elements Great Cave Heaven, which had returned to Tianling Prefecture, began to emit a gurgling abnormal spiritual energy to the outside world. The concentration of spiritual energy in the Xuanwang world will slightly increase in a short period of time. It will be difficult for cultivators to detect the abnormality of these new spiritual energies. Only when the bugification is activated will they be caught off guard and lose the right to use the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Seeing that the plan was being implemented smoothly, the Holy Emperor Li Ping then retracted his gaze. With a step, he returned to the Holy Dynasty Great Qi. The deepest part of the Holy Emperor's throne. The core of the heaven and earth myriad spirits great array. In addition to this, there were many arrays superimposed, such as the all-living beings refining God array. Even the Xuanwang heavenly Tao consciousness, which was closely related to the Holy Emperor, would be cut off from contact here, ensuring that all prying eyes from the outside world could be cut off. The Holy Emperor's disciple, Lin Ling, the incarnation of the spirit wood from the spirit wood world in the past, now showed its original form. However, what looked rather strange was that the tree was upside down, with the crown at the very bottom. The dense roots were at the very top. The buildings all over the Holy Dynasty Great Qi, such as the Hall of Heroes, the Holy Medical Center, the Holy Academy, the Holy Heart Palace, and the Holy Supervisory Court, were all connected to the upside-down spirit wood roots. At the heart of the tree, all the scenes that occurred within the Holy Dynasty Great Qi were synchronously displayed. After the light and shadow were played once, they turned into green light and were absorbed by the upside-down spirit wood. The Holy Emperor Li Ping looked at the upside-down spirit wood in front of him, and a rare hint of hesitation flashed in his eyes. The so-called plan for defeat before planning for victory. The Holy Emperor's move is truly something that great wisdom can do. Beside Li Ping, a yellow paper doll with a sad face was shamelessly praising him. It was the Crossing Calamity sect, one absolute Taoist. He was sitting on the Book of Crossing Calamity, his eyes fixed on the upside-down spirit wood in front of him. Moreover, the Holy Emperor, your plan this time is also for the Xuanwang world. It is not a way out for yourself, so it cannot be said that it will dampen your spirit and determination. One absolute Taoist continued. The Holy Emperor was still silent. He would cast a spell from time to time, and the roots of the upside-down spirit would sway. At the heart of the tree, the speed at which those great chi light and shadows were absorbed seemed to be a bit faster. After a long time, the Holy Emperor stopped his movements. He suddenly opened his mouth and said, in this battle with the Myriad Immortals Alliance, your Crossing Calamity sect does not need to take action. Still, according to what I said before, hide in the dark and see if there are any other prying eyes. The Holy Emperor said in an inexplicable tone. The battle between the Holy Dynasty and the Immortal Alliance is a change in the Xuanwang world unseen for 10,000 years. If that force secretly monitoring the Xuanwang world is still operating, it will inevitably supervise this and then transmit information. I don't require you to find the ultimate destination of the information. Just determine whether the event has occurred. The Holy Emperor said word by word. The tightly locked eyebrows of one absolute Taoist of the Crossing Calamity sect finally slowly relaxed. He clapped his hands and praised. The Holy Emperor's move is in line with my Crossing Calamity sect's great path. If the Holy Emperor is willing, I can give up the position of Crossing Calamity sect Mystera. Before one absolute Taoist could finish speaking, he was interrupted by the Holy Emperor. No matter who wins or loses between me and the Dharma transmitter, you must tell the winner the result. As for after completing the task, just go wherever you want. One absolute Taoist did not have the joy of soon gaining freedom, but was a little stunned. The small hand of the paper doll with its vague shape pointed to the upside-down spirit wood in front. I'm not going with you. The Holy Emperor chuckled. The only living being in this wood beyond transformation is that Lin Ling who is the main body. I will not leave any way out on it, and you Crossing Calamity sect still want to go with it. One absolute Taoist suddenly had a bitter face. Holy Emperor, think twice. What can a tree spirit who was born not long ago do? The star sea is vast, and you might encounter some disasters and fall on the way. Isn't the Holy Emperor's escape method a waste of effort? Li Ping waved his hand, interrupting him. Staring at the upside-down spirit wood, he corrected. It is not an escape method, but information preservation. One absolute Taoist sighed. Is there any difference? Li Ping narrowed his eyes and remained silent. In this wood beyond transformation, not only are there image data of all events that have occurred in the Holy Dynasty since its opening. Even the true spirits and memories of those who fell during this period, who were originally located in the Hall of Heroes, will be transferred here when it is activated. This is a backhand that the Holy Emperor left for the entire Holy Dynasty, inspired by the Tian sect's theory of the immortality of information. Or rather, it is more appropriate to describe it with the word, proof. If Li Ping wins, it goes without saying. The wood beyond transformation will not be activated at all. But if Li Ping loses, then this wood beyond transformation will wrap the true spirits of the Holy Dynasty's people and fly into the depths of the void when the Great Qi is destroyed. If it were a physical entity, it would certainly not escape the transmission of law's obstruction. But if it's just information, the transmission of law might not care. Moreover, the Ferrying Calamity sect will create some interference at that time. It's not that the Holy Emperor is hesitant about the decisive battle. After all, there is no place left on this extraterrestrial wood for any living being. Rather, the Holy Emperor wants to leave a final proof of existence for the countless people who follow and believe in him. Li Ping knew that in the thousands of years that the Myriad Immortals Alliance ruled half of Xuanwang, the Holy Dynasty Great Enlightenment was not the first to rise up in revolt. 500 years ago, there was an example of the united forces of various realms rising up in resistance. But after their failure, all information about them was erased and sealed by the Myriad Immortals Alliance. It was as if these losers had never existed. Li Ping's actions were to prevent this from happening again. Even if we lose, our existence will not be erased. If possible, when the extraterrestrial wood returns to Xuanwang in many years, it would be even better if it aroused the interest of later generations. Many thoughts flashed through Li Ping's mind. Strands of emotion surged, but were quickly suppressed. Transmission of Law Heavenly Lord, Li Ping repeated the name silently in his heart. In fact, with his current strength, he already had a 30% certainty of being able to face the transmission of law without being defeated, or even defeating him. After all, after comprehending the Tao in the star sea, he already understood where the limit of this dark star sea was. Even if the transmission of law has dominated Xuanwang for nearly 10,000 years, he certainly hasn't broken the current limit of the star sea. But what made Li Ping feel vaguely uneasy was the figure behind the transmission of law. Heavenly Physician. Although Li Ping didn't know much about this person, his intuition told him that this person should not be underestimated. Being able to collude with the transmission of law, his strength should not be weak either. I can still deal with the transmission of law, but if I add a Heavenly Physician. Although it wasn't optimistic, the Holy Emperor's plan to launch a general offensive in 3 years was not an impulsive decision. 3 years later, it would be a very special time. The special thing was not in the Xuanwang realm, but in the entire Dark Star Sea. From the vast true intent of the Star Sea's origin, 3 years later, the Star Sea will once again erupt with the power of its origin's recovery. At that time, the power of recovery from the Star Sea will launch a large-scale struggle against the power of calamity and disaster that remains everywhere in the Star Sea. Under the collision of these two vast forces, the cultivators in the Star Sea, as long as they have not reached the point where they can contend with the two, will inevitably be affected. This is true for both the cultivators who comprehend the Tao in the Star Sea and the believers of the power of calamity and disaster. And this influence, manifested in specific cultivators, is that the upper limit of their strength will be greatly weakened. Just like the larger the body, the more wind and waves it encounters in the sea. The stronger the cultivation, the deeper it is affected by the Star Sea and the power of calamity and disaster in the Dark Star Sea. The transmission of law and the Heavenly Physician, these two existences standing at the peak of the Star Sea, will be temporarily and forcibly pulled down. Although the Holy Emperor's strength will also be weakened, on the one hand, a large part of his combat power comes from the Holy Dynasty's luck. As long as the Holy Dynasty does not fall, the strength he can exert can always be maintained at a relatively stable level. On the other hand, he has a connection with the true intent of the Star Sea's origin. Protected by it, compared to other existences in the Star Sea, he only needs to face the impact of the power of calamity and disaster. Through a brief exchange with the Star Sea's origin intent, I am sure that before me, no cultivator has ever had contact with it. Although I don't know why the transmission of law and the others haven't discovered the recovery of the Star Sea's origin intent for the past 10,000 years, it is undoubtedly fortunate for me. Not only has it reduced the gap between us to a certain extent, but I can even borrow the power of this vast Star Sea to a certain extent. It's just that compared to the lack of choice in the Xuanwang realm, this Star Sea is now thriving and newborn, and my power is too small. I only have one chance. The Holy Emperor stood in front of the inverted spirit wood, deducing the various scenarios that might be encountered in the great battle 3 years later. No matter how Yi Ju Taoist of the Ferrying Calamity sect tried to persuade him, he remained unmoved. If I can borrow the power of calamity and disaster, perhaps the chances of winning can be increased even more. The Holy Emperor couldn't help but think so. And he would never have imagined that at the far end of the Star Sea, a group of existences trying to master the power of calamity and disaster in the Star Sea also understood the anomaly that would occur in 3 years. Profound Immortal Boat, Severing Immortal Tower. Zhao Xian, who was in seclusion, was hastily summoned. At the core member meeting of the Severing Immortal Tower, Tianju spoke and announced an event that might have a significant impact on the Immortal Boat. The power of residual calamities and disasters is constantly increasing throughout the Star Sea, and it is expected to reach its peak in 3 years. Affected by this, the power of true immortals attached to the Sea of Lost Relics will also form a resonance. The usual fluctuations will greatly intensify, which is a great opportunity for us to search for effective world extinction relics. This opportunity only comes once in a millennium. If all goes well, we may be able to collect enough relics for the next 100 years in one go. After hearing Tianju's report, everyone became extremely excited. Now, due to the scarcity of world extinction relics, the Severing Immortal Tower's research on true immortal inscriptions can be said to be progressing very slowly. Often, several cultivators share the same relic. Only the true power holders and their disciples have the opportunity to enjoy it alone. Almost every cultivator in the Severing Immortal Tower is confident that their qualifications are not inferior to others. If everyone could have sufficient relics to study, the difficulty of research would definitely be greatly reduced. What I care more about is why this phenomenon is happening. Kai Gongdao's voice came. He himself did not attend the meeting, and only a pen woven from flesh and hair was speaking. The flesh and blood pen kept flying in the void, gesticulating. The immortal boat has always had very detailed records of the fluctuations of the power of calamity and disaster. Such an abnormal phenomenon has never occurred before. An abnormality either means opportunity or represents disaster. The flesh and blood pen wrote a character in the air. A wonderful wave emanated from the character. All the cultivators present couldn't help but feel a sense of coldness in their hearts, as if they were next to an abyss. Gongdao, don't mess around, a blue-haired old man said in a deep voice. He stared at it, and the character was actually absorbed into his eyes. The speaker was the second elder of the Severing Immortal Tower, the host of this meeting, Gan Jingda. After stopping Kai Gongdao's nonsense, Gan Jingda said in a deep voice, however, what you said is not without reason. In fact, several of us have already analyzed it privately. This anomaly is different from the previous burst of reverberating star power. I am afraid that the root of the anomaly still comes from the star sea itself. As soon as this remark came out, the scene became quiet. A group of cultivators were thinking about the deep meaning represented by this sentence. Everyone was not stupid. They were very clear that their current source of power came from the remaining power of true immortals in the star sea. But for the entire star sea, these true immortal powers are foreign objects and heresies. They are existences that need to be cleaned up. From the current trend, there is no possibility of mutual integration between the two. An anomaly is about to happen. What might be the possible result? The power of calamity and disaster out of control. For the profound immortal boat, which is now surviving with great difficulty and can be described as walking on thin ice, it may not be a good thing. Even if the true immortal power that can be used in the future may increase, the corresponding crises that it faces will definitely increase simultaneously. This is the price of using the body of a mortal to plot the power of a true immortal. And if the star sea gains the upper hand, then the future of the profound immortal boat is even less optimistic. These remnants belonging to the power of true immortals will definitely have their strength greatly weakened after losing the weapons they once wielded. Unless they are willing to change their allegiance and return to the path of comprehending the Tao and cultivating. But a subtle atmosphere flowed in the field. Having tasted the power of controlling the true immortal power between gestures, who would be willing to slowly cultivate step by step? Tianju coughed lightly, breaking the silence in the field. Everything now is still speculation, and there is no substantial evidence. Since ancient times, the profound immortal boat has experienced countless disasters. I believe that we can also safely survive this anomaly. The cultivators responded with applause. However, this anomaly is of great importance after all. We have decided that from today onwards, the immortal boat will enter a state of emergency preparedness. Be prepared to enter a state of war at any time, Gan Jingda announced the purpose of the meeting. Although no one raised any objections, the heavy expressions on their faces were obvious. At this moment, Li Fan suddenly spoke, attracting everyone's attention. When the anomaly occurs, will the suction force in the star sea also be affected to a certain extent? I have heard before about the existence of the Xuanwang realm at the other end of the star sea. Compared to our immortal boat, that immortal cultivation world, which is still well preserved, has far too many resources. Before, we considered that the journey was too far and affected by the suction force of the star sea, so it was not worth it for the immortal boat to go there. Now, following Li Fan's words, everyone's eyes lit up. Gan Jingda, Tianju and others looked at each other, seemingly discussing something. Then, under everyone's expectant gaze, he said, regarding the feasibility of this matter, the elders will conduct a detailed assessment after research. If it is feasible, our immortal boat may be able to find a place to settle down at the other end of the star sea.